And welcome back. Thank you all so much for being here with us on air. My name is Fiona McCann. I am a solutions architect at AWS. I work in the public sector with charities, and I have the pleasure of being here live in New York at the AWS New York Summit.
Quick question, why did they crop me out?
We don't want you in this. It's actually just me and AM. AM and Aaron, do you guys want to introduce yourselves?
Yeah, I guess I do.
Why not?
AM. They put the shortest one in the middle. I think that was on purpose. I'm a developer advocate, I guess, here at AWS, and we just got done watching an incredible. This is just insulting. You know? Wow, this is so rude. Anyway, we just got done watching incredible keynote by Swami. Aaron, who are you, and what are you doing here?
What's going on, everyone? My name is Aaron Hunter. I am a developer advocate on the training certification team, and I am here to help teach new things to all of you, to you two, and everyone watching live.
Everyone.
And there's quite a few things that we're teaching about today, later on today, and several of them were covered in the keynote today. So let's go ahead and cover some keynote topics.
Yeah, this was an exciting keynote, and we're learning things while you're learning them. So please let us know if you're watching the keynote, what stood out to you, what your thoughts are on the launches that just happened. I was messaging team members of mine who aren't able to be at the keynote and sending them a couple of things that were, that were standing out to them. One thing that I really liked was Agent Core. I don't know if you all had any thoughts on Agent Core specifically, but we have this new capability now, and it works with Bedrock agents, and it has a bunch of different features. It can help with Agent Core memory and observability. One thing with Agent Core memory that stuck out to me is that Swami talked about how in the human brain, we memorize things in the short term, like what did I eat for breakfast? And then we store things in the long term, like what are my favorite foods based on all the breakfasts that I've eaten in the past whatever days. And so Agent Core memory is this new feature of Bedrock that's helping to reduce the need to kind of manage short-term versus long-term memory. It all happens under the hood. I really like that.
And I had that blog pulled up here on my screen, so hopefully we can get that shared out to everyone so we can see. But within the AWS blogs, you talk about runtime, memory, observability, identity. There's gateway, there's browser, there's code interpreter. There's a whole lot of stuff here, and we can see that
whole lot of Agent Core.
Whole lot of, Agent Core for dice.
Some of us have no memory, like me.
Yeah, okay.
You're
short term, long term, none.
No memory for you.
None. I'm stateless.
What I like about this blog is like this is actually published earlier today.
Yeah,
So it's brand new
I think
info.
about an hour ago.
Yeah.
I mean, look,
Brand new.
when I'm looking at stuff, I'm looking at the AWS launch blog. They got a big wrap up of all of the launches during the keynote.
I got that pulled
you got
up
that
here.
Pulled up.
Yeah, let me pull that top announcements of the AWS Summit in New York 2025.
Oh heck yeah, that's an important one.
What are you covering
Look,
right now?
I've been using actually, Fiona, you're going to see this later. I actually shouldn't tell you any of this because it's supposed to be surprise when you are participating in the AWS Game Day with me later. Oh yeah, that's not going to work. But thank you for visually giving us that gag. That is a
no one saw my gag.
That's a good goof. Yeah, you can't see. She had her.
I covered my headset with my hands.
I'll cover my ears. It's a great gag. Great goof.
Just goofy over here.
I've been using Amazon Nova. We're going to see it a little later in the special AWS Game Day quest that I built. We will be looking at, and they just announced customization, right? You can now customize it in SageMaker AI, right? So you can tune that model to what you need.
Let's go ahead and open that up right here.
Yeah, what you got here?
Betty Zangs, thank you very much for the article here. Today we're announcing a suite of customization capabilities for Amazon Nova and Amazon SageMaker AI. Customers can now customize Nova Micro, Nova Lite, and Nova Pro. Do you have a favorite?
I do, actually. Well, not out of those. I love, personally, Nova Sonic.
Yes.
In addition to, they've got Nova Real as well, which does
Nova
video.
Real.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
I like Nova Canvas for like art generation.
Yes.
Yep.
But Sonic, you can have a full-on conversation with Sonic, Nova Sonic. It's really, again, stay tuned.
Are we going to see this a little later on?
See it. Maybe. I don't know.
Maybe.
Anyway, I'm a big Amazon Nova fan. It's been fun working with it as I built this game day for this event. What else? We talked Kiro as well, too.
We did talk Kiro. We have a comment in the chat that's saying, is there a place where all the new things are summarized? There absolutely is in the launch blog. We can go ahead and link that and put that in the chat for you. That's one of the things that Aaron had pulled up on his screen over here, which was the launches that were just announced.
And
he's going back. He'll find the blog, and we will also send it out for you all.
I know what happened. You know what happened?
What happened?
it's this one, and I have to actually go back a page. Yeah,
Okay.
so what happens is to do this.
Yep.
There you go, found it.
Beautiful. There it
Yeah.
is right there. Go ahead, check that out. One of the things that you'll see on there is S3 Vectors. That is another launch that really stood out to me.
Yeah.
I'm excited about this. It is a way for vectorization that you don't have to choose between cost and scale. Swami was saying that you can scale with up to 90% less cost compared to alternative vectorization solutions. That's pretty crazy.
Yes.
90% is pretty insane for cost reduction. That's pretty great. And S3 Vectors powers Agent Core, he
Yes,
said. So
yes.
we know it works.
So Agent Core all over the place now.
Agent
Agent Core this,
Agent Core
Agent
for
Core
days.
that.
Yeah.
Transform.
I was going to say, we talked a lot about look, I love a good dev tool, Aaron. You know that about me.
Yes.
You
Yes.
know that.
And though it didn't launch in the Summit keynote, it did launch, in preview just a few days ago, I believe. Swami did still talk about Kiro.
Yes.
Have you tried Kiro yet?
I haven't had a chance to try Hero yet,
I
but
haven't had a chance yet, but I do have a customer who's already reached out to me and said that they're interested in trying Kiro. So we're hitting the ground running.
This
but
guy's
I
tried
did
it.
see Danielle talk about Kiro, and I saw
Yeah, Danielle
Brian talk about
Everling.
the heroes. Yeah, the heroes were
Ah.
on the keynote. They were talking about Kiro and how
Yeah.
it helps them save time and everything.
Friend of the show, Danielle Everling, was featured in that keynote. She's been up on the stage with us. She's
Yeah.
played a game day with us.
She's done it. Done the thing.
At reInvent, she was there, and then she came back for the game day show. Look, I loved it. I've worked with Danielle for a long time. I was her partner solution architect when she worked at Stackery.
Okay.
Back in the day.
Okay.
Anyway, so Kiro, one of my favorite things about it, kind of a unique approach in a lot of these AI-assisted dev tools that we've got, is this whole, it goes through a spec process, then a design process, and then it enumerates a bunch of tasks.
Yeah.
So
Swami was talking about like step functions and like
Yeah.
leveraging that for the build outs.
So you get to declare out to it like, hey, I want to do this. You describe what you're trying to build, and then just like, a PM basically, it comes up with the requirements, right?
Okay.
Like
Okay.
story versions too. Like
So all the devs are avoiding it now.
when
Thanks.
a customer does this, then this happens, right?
Uh-huh.
And then it breaks it into tasks, and then when you actually want it to build something for you, you click that task, and you can get started on each of these tasks. Pretty interesting way. I feel like it's look, I'm hot take. I'm not a fan of vibe coding. I don't
Okay.
like vibe
Not your
coding.
thing.
We
Yeah.
got 20 seconds left. I got one more thing in the keynote.
Oh,
that
yeah.
I was
Hot
mentioning.
take for the last 20 seconds.
Hot
I
take.
like it, but
All right.
this is an alternative to that.
So last 20 seconds here. AWS Transform was mentioned during the keynote. There was an entire segment around the AWS Transform. It's the first agentic AI service for transforming .NET mainframe VMware workloads, and the training certification team has a 4-episode series that's in the middle of it right now, so you can learn more about it directly from the experts over an hour. But you know what?
Amazing.
What we don't have? We don't have an hour.
I wish we had an hour.
We got
We
no
have,
more time.
we have more coming up from AWS OnAir next, and Fiona has something.
I have
Yeah.
some plugs. We're throwing it to Jasmine at the AWS Escape Room booth. Go join Jasmine.
Bye.
Yeah. Talk to Josh.
Hi, I'm Jasmine, and welcome back to AWS On Air. I'm here on the expo floor. I'm in the AWS training and certification activation here on the floor, and we are checking out the AWS Escape Room. I have Curtis here to tell us more. Curtis, tell us, what is AWS training and certification for those folks who might be new here?
Well, training and certification we have a digital training site called AWS Skill Builder, where we teach you how to get certified, get your career going, and get well-versed in different cloud technologies for AWS.
Yeah, I hear that there are, even some options for people who get all the certifications. What might that be?
Well, we are at AWS Escape Room, right? And that's one of the options where you learn how to prepare for the exam. We have exam-style questions, we have hands-on labs, we have puzzles, all wrapped into a video game. We transform this into a video game, and you get the topics that you need to prepare for the exam.
Yeah, what makes this experience, the AWS Escape Room, a little bit different from some of our traditional learning or workshops or labs?
Well, we're placing you into a narrative where you have to solve puzzles to escape from locked rooms. You have a character, you have an avatar, you're in a game, you're actually in a real video game. But within there, you're answering questions that unlock the rooms, you're doing puzzles, and you're doing hands-on labs. So we're combining the theory with hands-on practice to give you a more well-rounded experience. So when you take the exam, and you pass it, you can do something afterwards. You're well prepared, and you can contribute from day one.
Yeah, I love that, and I always love a good puzzle. I love that, you're probably like unlocking things along the way, and you're getting to the next step. But like you said, it's teaching you how to do something else, so when you get back into your environment, hey, I can do something else, not just play a game, right?
Yeah, and we have the most robust story that you've ever seen in your life with Escape Room. It's not just a video game. We have a narrative. There's a whole world building. Our character, Claudia, the giraffe, she's the star of the show. We call her Claudia because her head's in the cloud and her feet are on the ground. And she's the star character. And you have to help her by solving these puzzles, doing these challenges to escape these rooms, and then unlock a mystery on top of that. So there's also a mystery component that every level unlocks part of that story. So you're really engaged.
Yeah, that is something I did not know about Claudia, and she's so fun. I love seeing her and how she's designed out here. But so we have viewers watching us at home on Twitch, wherever we're live streaming today. How could they get involved in the AWS Escape Room?
Well, you can come to the New York Summit right now and join one of these sessions. But if you can't get to New York right now, you can go to skillbuilder.aws, search for Escape Room, and we have several escape rooms, one for Cloud Practitioner, and we have one for AI Practitioner as well, that has puzzles and challenges that will get you prepared to take those specific certifications.
Yeah, so you mentioned what are our foundational certs. So tell the folks who might be new here, they never got an AWS certification. What are those foundational certifications going to prepare you for? What's it like?
Well, Cloud Practitioner is our foundational certification. That's going to be your launch pad to your cloud career. Start with Cloud Practitioner. If you have zero knowledge, start there. Preparing for that exam, because as you prepare for that exam, you get a lot of knowledge about the foundations of AWS, the core services that you need to understand, and that will get you started on that journey to even more higher level certifications like Solutions Architect.
Yeah. What type of people take the foundational exams? Is it only the technical folks like engineers? How does that work?
That's a great question, Jasmine. So we're talking about students, engineers, professionals. If you have zero knowledge about the cloud, you can start with Cloud Practitioner. That's a really good place to start. If you're in the business, you should take Cloud Practitioner as well, because that will allow you to talk to engineers and be able to have those conversations with them and not be afraid, because you know the basic concepts, right? And then if you are someone who is entry level, it's going to give you that launch pad to then get the tools you need to go into the more higher intermediate level exams like Solutions Architect Associate.
Yeah. So, take us back here to the escape room. We've watched people here playing all day. What do they win?
Well, we got swag. We got swag for the top 3 players. I'm not going to share what it is.
Okay.
But we do have swag for the winners. We had a fierce competition this morning. We had a comeback victory at the last moments, and it was a lot of fun. They learned a lot. They built labs. They built over 4 labs during the process, and they answered probably roughly around 50 exam questions on AWS. So it's well worth the time. You get a lot of different knowledge from different domains during the time frame of the escape room.
Wow, over 50 questions built into this.
Yes.
That is, and they can go access it on Skill Builder today.
Right now, actually, stop what you're doing, go to skillbuilder.aws, search for Escape Room, and it will bring you all of the escape rooms that are available to take. You can enroll, and it plays right in your browser. You don't have to do any special software. You don't have to download anything. It runs in your browser. It's a 3D game, and it's really easy to access.
Yeah, that is fascinating. I definitely appreciate the time that you've spent here with us today telling us about it. So again, you want us to go to Skill Builder and try this out. Type in Escape Room in your browser. But hey, that's all the time we have for you today. Again, I'm Jasmine. Thanks for watching and learning about the AWS Escape Room. And I'm headed back to the desk. Make sure you are subscribed, liked, and commenting on everything that we do. And Fiona, back to you.
Thank you so much, Jasmine, and hello, everyone. Welcome back to the desk. You are here with us live on the expo floor of the AWS Summit in New York. My name is Fiona McCann. I am a solutions architect at AWS in the public sector. I work with charities, and I'm pretty excited about this launch that we're going to be talking about today because it's a great example of the way that AWS is always listening to customers and building based on what it is that you're telling us you want to see. Before we get into that, though, I do want to introduce AM.
So weird. My name is also Fiona McCann.
That's crazy. Hi, Fiona.
No, I'm AM Gravelny. I'm a developer advocate here, and they do say, Fiona, there's no place like localhost.
Everyone is always saying that.
Yeah. 127.0.0.1.
Absolutely.
It's my address. We got 2 guests down here. We're going to be talking about using some tools locally. Start with introductions, though.
Yes,
please.
my name is Aaron, and I'm a product manager on the SageMaker Studio team.
All right.
Hey, hey everyone, I'm Arko Prava. I'm the engineering manager here with the SageMaker Studio team.
Okay, so we're in the SageMaker world.
We're talking SageMaker.
What are we talking about, though? And there's a lot to talk about with SageMaker. Specifically, what are we talking about today?
We're specifically talking about SageMaker Studio, which is a single web-based view for your end-to-end machine learning and AI to model development. And in particular, we're talking about how you can access the SageMaker resources from your local IDE. For example, VS Code, Visual Studio Code.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I've used the console experience, logging into SageMaker, getting an IDE right in console before, but now you're saying I can also do the same kind of work locally.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
So,
tell me more.
So we offer a few fully managed web IDEs, but in our conversation with our customers, there are developers that prefer their customized local IDEs. They want to have access to their AI-assisted development tools. They want to have access to custom extensions and their custom setup. Particularly within VS Code. So based on that signal, we went ahead and dug a little deeper and provided those customers with the access to remotely connect to their SageMaker Studio spaces from Visual Studio Code.
So basically, you're saying customers said to you, okay, great, I know I can do my development for SageMaker in the console, but I have my own IDE, and in my IDE, I know about my customizations, I know about my debugging tools. It feels cozier and more like home to me. Over here, I want to be building SageMaker in my IDE, make that possible.
Exactly. Yeah, we want to provide that flexibility to the AI developers to use the IDE that makes them most productive.
And when you're building this, right, I'm sure there were some must-haves, right? Must-haves, the one-to-one experience if I'm working in the console-based IDE versus my local IDE, these both have to be the same experience. What were some of those must-haves for you?
Yeah, I mean, obviously you have to have full access to your SageMaker Studio space, so you need to have access to the file system, you need to have access to the underlying compute, be able to scale that, you need to have access to the runtime, which provides you access to the most popular ML and AI packages and frameworks. And you need to be able to either access that from Studio, so remotely connect to a space from Studio web interface, or you need to authenticate using Visual Studio Code, which is through AWS Toolkit, and access from there. So for customers that prefer to start their day in the local IDE and end their day within the local IDE, they can do so.
So customers obviously have told you that this is something that they wanted. Let our audience know, how broad was the feedback you were getting from customers, and were they kind of doing any sort of workarounds previously to kind of pull together some sort of solution for themselves?
Yeah, this is one of the most requested feature requests on SageMaker.
Oh wow!
We had over 100 customers requesting this feature.
That's not small.
No, that's definitely not small. And yeah, we're happy to deliver this feature to our customers and enable them and to do their most productive work.
I think we got to see it.
Yeah,
I think we have to see it.
Yeah.
Let's get that up on screen. And as we are, I want to ask, I heard mention one of my favorite tools, the AWS Toolkit. Is this a prerequisite? I have to have the AWS Toolkit installed?
Yes.
Step one?
Yes.
Okay. All right, we're getting your screen pulled up. We should be able to do that here in just a moment. Okay, good to know.
Perfect.
AWS Toolkit, got a long history with it personally. Love it, it's great. So walk us through getting set up for the first time, be able to remotely connect.
Yeah, so again, I do have Toolkit set up, but
in
the seamless experience that we have done, it will prompt you, even if you don't have Toolkit set, it will prompt you, hey, you want to install, get it installed, and then it will kind of seamlessly connect.
Oh, nice.
So I'll start with SageMaker Studio. This is what customers are familiar with. This is the Studio page. We have Jupyter Lab, Code Editor. These are the spaces that customers use. And I have created a space. I'll start off from there. So what we have built is let me increase the font because I do have to go back and forth.
Okay.
So so here you can see there's a remote access that shows up.
Oh, yeah.
This is
Toggle
a
it
new
on.
thing. So you can toggle it on, toggle it off.
It's easy enough.
Yep. And then you click on Run Space. So this is what customers are aware of, how they use. So I'll just go. It takes a little bit of time. I'll go to a pre-created space.
Perfect.
And
It's almost like you're prepared.
Yeah.
getting the blessing from the demo god, right?
Of course.
Yeah.
of
Well,
course.
is there a dance that's needed?
I think
A demo dance.
we should be good. So this is a pre-created space, and you can see now you have open in VS Code this button clickable, right? Before we go on this, we have like private space, shared space, both for Jupyter Lab Code Editor. It is supported for all of that.
Okay.
So we click on Open in VS Code. It says, oh, do you want to open VS Code? Now I do have toolkits set up though. So this is a seamless experience that I was talking about. It will go, it will connect. You can see there are two VS Code windows. One, this is the remotely connected one, which is connected to the remote space. You have access to the file system. And this is my local one. This is a local VS Code, which is showing the local file system.
Okay.
So just wanted to show the difference.
Perfect.
Now, this experience is the seamless experience where just with a one click, you get into the remote IDE. And you get access to the file system, get access to the SageMaker compute. Before I show the in-ID experience, I'll just showcase, now, what if you don't want to use the console, don't want to use SageMaker Studio, and you want to directly connect through Toolkit. So this is where Toolkit comes in. Here I have, we have both the SSO and IAM set up. So both authentication mode is supported. Toolkit supports that, and customers are already familiar with that kind of authentication mode. The thing that we have done here is added the SageMaker AI. All the spaces start showing up. So now, few things that you can do. You can like stop a space. You can directly connect, which I'll show. You can just start a space from here. So again, I'll just show directly connecting to a pre-created space for demo purpose. So I click on it, and voila, we're connected to the space again, right? So I'm connected to the space. I'm getting access to the SageMaker compute.
Nice. So can I ask, you know, a lot of these kind of remote connections are, at least my experience these days, I like to manage them through like SSM. Is this in play here?
Yes, that's a really good question. So because we have to make this secure, right? This is SSH over SSM.
Oh,
so the underlying, it's
nice.
Beautiful.
right? You don't have any open ports, right? That customers worry about. We don't have any open ports. Secure. It's we have IAM authentication. So like we have the SageMaker start session, which can be controlled through IAM. Then you don't have to manage SSH keys, and then you are securely connected to the space.
That's why I love the SSM client so much, because you know, depending on where you work, sometimes opening port 22, that's where the conversation ends. Right? So that's great. That's great to hear.
So cool. So now I have shown like kind of the seamless experience, and then through Toolkit you are connecting to a space. So here I'll quickly show how you can select kernel. I'm using VS Code. I'm connected to a Jupyter Lab space. So you can select kernel. You can kind of connect to a Jupyter server kernel, like a Python 3. I'm going to run the notebook, right? Now you have access to the compute. You run notebook what customers do from your local desktop, local IDE.
We're loading.
Perfect. So it went through it. This is kind of a super, as the name suggests, it's a super cool demo. So
I mean, how can you argue with it when it's
I know, right?
labeled that way?
So here, like Aaron has created kind of a visualization
Coffee
of
versus bugs found.
It's the optimal number of coffee cups you should drink in order to solve as many bugs as possible.
Ah.
super
And
critical.
it seems like the optimal is around like 5.
Too many cups of coffee.
5?
Yes.
I really like that graph. Thank you.
How many do you go through?
A day?
Yeah.
My optimal would probably be about 4, so I'm I'm around that average. What's yours?
I don't measure in cups.
No, we don't measure cups. Chat, how many cups of coffee
Gallons?
is your optimal number of cups of coffee to find the optimal number of bugs?
What's above a gallon?
That's how much you're drinking a day?
I don't
2
want to
gallons
say until
is
I
above
know.
a gallon.
Yeah, well, I just meant like the measurement unit. Anyway, sorry.
don't.
We digress.
So I just ran the notebook. You can see everything is rendered. Now, a little bit about like what do you get out of it, right?
Right.
You have these extensions. You get access to the extensions marketplace that the ID provides. You see what is installed in the space. Now, these extensions are persisted. So, you shut down the space, you turn it on. You don't have to reinstall. You get that persisted.
So what might some of those extensions be? Would you mind just talking us through a couple of these?
Yep. So let me just walk us through our queue extension. This is
Perfect.
our queue extension. You can how you normally use. You authenticate yourself, and here I kind of said, hey, explain the notebook. It has gone through the notebook, kind of given like summarized
Yeah.
it, right? And then and other extensions that are available in the marketplace.
Now, in addition to extensions, whenever I'm working like with VS Code remotely on some sort of cloud-enabled environment, why I do this, one of my favorite things, one, the file system, that's up there, right? It's not my local file system that I'm interacting with. Two, I open a terminal, I'm running commands on that. Is it the same with the SageMaker Studio experience?
Yes, and like you have the terminal, you can connect to terminal, you can run commands to terminal, and
one thing I want to highlight, I don't know if you're going to, I'm sorry if I'm stealing this from you, but
Stealing the thunder.
one of my favorite things, because I hate having credentials locally. Guess what? You don't have to, right? Because in the terminal, you'll have the credentials that are allocated to that environment, yeah?
yes.
Perfect.
What is there
Look
in
at
the
that.
space? What
Beautiful.
that way is configured.
Yeah, I can run my AWS CLI commands, whatever, right?
Thanks.
And I don't have to worry about setting up, AWS config and having a bunch of long-lived credentials or doing sort of, assume role setup locally. It's all just whatever role is attached to that
Space.
that space, right?
And it's worth noting that whatever you are running within your remote environment, connected through VS Code, is working within the same security boundaries as the SageMaker web interface
So-
would, the SageMaker Studio web interface.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask, if there were any kind of impacts on permissions or governance or even observability. Is there any difference in the observability experience locally versus on the console?
So, so first is authentication that you mentioned, right? We have this SageMaker start session, so you can set that policy, and you can control whether you have access to the remote. So that way you can guardrail that, right?
Perfect.
And then you get auditability from that
Okay.
API.
Yeah.
Whoever accessing it, who is accessing the space,
Okay.
you get that auditability.
trail.
CloudTrail
Yep.
logs on that.
The short answer is no, essentially not.
Short answer is you can still do all that stuff.
Yeah.
You're good. Well, this is awesome. And one thing that I just wanted to highlight, I mean, I can't get over the fact that you had 100 plus people on a product feature request for this, and then you created it. And last week on AWS OnAir, just wanted to quickly highlight that Jeff Barr announced that we have a new thing called the AWS Builder Center, and it's a new home for the builder community, and it's a place for you all to continue making sure that your voice is heard. It's somewhere where you can provide feedback or product suggestions to the AWS product teams. So give that a look. I'm going to pop a link to that in the chat, because it's clear that your voice is really being heard and that product teams like this are listening to customers and building on behalf of customers.
Nice.
Have you heard from customers that have already implemented this, and have they talked to you about the way that their day-to-day experience has hopefully benefited?
Yes, for sure. So throughout the process, this started obviously with customer interaction early on, when we were kind of diving into the use cases and some of the things that could improve the workflows for these customers. And then we had a multiple of customers on the private beta, including Lyft and CyberArk, who were provided some quotes on how this has provided the flexibility for their developers to choose the IDE that makes them most productive, and how they can now focus on the things that matter, building the AI and ML models, and instead of some administrative,
Absolutely. And so we're thinking about customers. We also have some people in the chat. Victor said, what's new for streamers? And they say they're asking because a new product, they're hoping that it has impact on a streamer or someone on Twitch. For someone like a developer who is tuning in right now on Twitch, how do you think that this product launch might impact them?
Yeah, so this opens up the opportunity for AI developers that are like VS Code first.
Okay.
So now they can connect to the SageMaker AI resources, so they can have access to essentially scalable compute, whether it's CPU, GPU, accelerated compute, the managed runtime, which provides you with all the ML AI packages and frameworks,
right?
Plus the necessary security boundaries that you need. So now they can essentially scale their model development on VS Code by accessing SageMaker AI resources.
Can I also highlight too, if you don't mind, I hope?
No.
All right, I won't do it, but I'm going to anyway. Anyway, so if you were to make this remote connection accessible for yourself, you were to go out and build it, you're now maintaining that, right? You're now having to make sure SSH is on that server. You can connect to it. The ports are configured, or the SSM client's deployed, or all these things. Not the case.
Exactly.
Right? No more maintenance for you.
Exactly.
Isn't that great? No more maintenance?
I mean, that sounds pretty great. I don't like maintenance.
Do you want more maintenance
I was
or
actually
less
thinking
maintenance?
I would like to have less maintenance.
Okay.
So thank you for
I was
making my life
worried
better.
you were going to say more.
Not
I
into
was a little
maintenance.
worried.
Don't like the overhead.
And I think it's also maybe we can call out too, and maybe we can go back to the demo here for a bit to see this in action. I'm not a data scientist. Hard to believe. I know they won't let me put science anywhere near my title. I am a software engineer by trade, though, so I write code sometimes on accident. So I have kind of a different workflow than I think most data scientists do. They're working a lot in Jupyter notebooks, right? Mm-hmm. It's kind of a different workflow, right? And it's I'd say, more impactful to have this, hosted up in the cloud, but working on my local computer, and I can step through the notebook. I was going to ask, can we maybe see some of that? For anybody who isn't working in a Jupyter notebook day to day, what's it look like? What's the workflow, for somebody working in this Jupyter notebook that's hosted in SageMaker Studio, but now down on my VS Code locally?
Yeah. So
you got some cells that we can run?
Yeah.
Cool.
So this is the notebook that we kind of ran earlier, right? And so. Yeah, so let me just show you.
You're going to run all? Wow, look at you. I thought you were going to shift enter maybe on You're going all. Let's run them all. Okay, I love it.
Perfect. So now one thing to understand, this is a GPU instance that we have pre-configured running it, right? We have access to this compute.
Right.
And anything that you're running is running in cloud, in your SageMaker space. So
you don't have a GPU on here?
Yeah.
No.
But you get the benefit of running the VS Code here and accessing the VS Code, what's going on. So I just ran it, you can run it one by one, whatever the Jupyter extensions support. And then, as we went through that before, kind of seeing the graph.
Coffee versus bugs, the 4 cups of coffee is perfect.
and we're accessing, so essentially what we're doing is that we're start with just loading the prerequisites, then we are accessing data that is already in one of the file systems. So in this case, it's in the EPS volume. And then if you dare to go into that, we also have we have a very simple chatbot set up, which can answer questions in the voices of some of the philosophers. Yes.
Oh, I'd like to hear this.
So it's based on philosopher data, the coffee versus bugs.
Okay.
So let's see if the demo gods allow us to pose a question.
As you type, I just wanted to highlight, as you run those cells, just like you're running commands in the terminal, those cells are being executed in that environment that is hosted up in SageMaker Studio.
Exactly, and then in this simple example, we essentially just loaded the model onto the GPU instance, and then we're running the cells interacting with that hosted model on the instance. Oh, there it is.
Let us, the wise ones, determine the perfect amount of coffee.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, not that wise, but okay.
Yeah.
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 I'll just know with my own personal wisdom that I need 4 cups.
It's maybe a Socratic method here being
it
used,
could be
like to ask
the conversational.
you. Yeah, it's
We
more
must
like
determine this for ourselves.
yeah, and now the Platonic ideal of coffee, though.
Exactly.
Like, what is coffee?
At the
Can
end
you
of the day,
imagine?
that's the real
it even?
question.
Exactly.
Yeah. So, all right, we got about 40 seconds. Where do I get started? I mean, we saw the whole walkthrough. It's just go enable that remote access in SageMaker Studio, yeah?
Yeah.
And then make sure you got the toolkit. Any
Any
parting
final
words
wisdom?
for
Like,
those
it's
getting
as simple as to add the right IAM policy to your execution role and enable remote access, connect away, and scale your model development.
Absolutely. Well, I love it. And hey, we're always listening to you. We do have a survey that we're sending out to you all. 200 people. If you have a builder ID, 200 people are going to get a $20 AWS credit if you go ahead and let us know what you're thinking, if you're liking what you're seeing, if you have feedback for what you'd like to see in the future. Thank you both so much for joining us, and stick around. We'll be right back.
Thank you so much.
Welcome back, Earthlings. I am A.M. Grabelny, and this is the live coverage that we are doing today, all day, at the AWS Summit here in New York City. dev advocate and a host here. They keep letting me come back.
For some
It's
reason.
their mistake. Adrian, who
Hi.
are you?
I am Adrian, as AM rudely interrupted me from trying to tell you who I am.
Sorry.
But it's okay, that's AM, and I've come to love it. My name is Adrian San Miguel. I'm a partner enterprise architect here at AWS, working with technology partners, but we are joined by a very special guest. So guest, will you mind please tell us what your name is, what you do, and who your favorite superhero is?
Oh, great. So my name is Bimal Gajjar. I'm a storage specialist solution architect. And my superhero is Superman itself, because
Okay.
when we grew up, that was one of the things that you see back in home in India
Okay.
from a comics and the movie perspective. So, yeah.
Very, very cool.
That Superman looks a lot like Clark Kent.
He sure does.
Just saying.
Can't put my finger on it. Exactly understand what makes the persona of somebody look so different. Are you telling us that you're a Superman or
the
Clark
suits
Kent?
are coming out.
No, please don't. We don't,
Anyway.
we don't have time for that. We're not here for that. But
No,
Bimal,
we're not.
what are we talking about today? I understand we may be talking about something cool that just launched.
That is correct. We're going to talk today about S3 metadata and
Okay.
some of the new things that we launched just yesterday. So our customers have been like one of the challenge that our customer face is like they are storing lots of data on Amazon S3, and they want to make it searchable. In order to do that, they were building complex systems in order to
Yep.
store the state of the metadata, and these systems, as they grow, they become very time-consuming to manage, very expensive, and most important, it takes away the time from the developers, from the engineering people to maintain that.
Everything you just said kind of is exactly like AM. Becomes expensive to manage, very difficult, unwieldy.
I
But
tell
hey.
you what, I can't build a system that isn't complex. I don't have that capability. Everything I put out going to be complex.
There we
I'm
go.
a complex person.
Little bit.
We're talking live inventory tables, yeah?
Yes, we are.
That is
Okay.
correct.
All right. So instead of having to build this yourself, it's now a feature. What type of, give us some examples here. Like, what are people storing as metadata in these live inventory tables?
Yeah, so what happened is that back in January, when we launched S3 metadata,
Okay.
it allowed to customers to kind of gather information for new objects
Yeah.
Okay.
and updates that are happening within the buckets, right? So that's the first thing we did. We simplified that for our customers. They don't have to manage this. We are providing this in a more automated way. They can focus on creating the value. Now, yesterday what we launched was live inventory table.
Okay.
What this allows you to do is that now you can go back to all of your existing objects that are there in the bucket. So now you can take a look at your everything that you have on S3, and once you turn this feature on, it will start collecting the metadata. Now there are three types of metadata that are available within the S3 metadata itself. It can be the metadata that is generated by the system, meaning let's say when the object was uploaded or the modified date, what storage class it is. Then it can have a user metadata. So for example, when customers are
Custom
uploading,
fields.
yeah, like tags, customers use object tags that, okay, here's my project. They might supply user-defined tags. So those are also included in that. And then there can be other information like state changes in terms of what kind of updates that has happened to the object. Somebody added or somebody deleted it. Those things. So all those three things are available within S3 metadata, like general tables as well as live inventory tables.
So, I'm not a data practitioner myself by trade, more the software engineering side. But it sounds to me like this is very deeply involved with data discovery, right? So if I'm trying to use a data set, knowing which data set to pull from,
Yes.
the metadata becomes vitally important, especially like I don't need an outdated data set. This data set hasn't been updated in, months, right? I need
Yeah.
something that was updated, later than that, or whatever I'm defining as well. Right?
Something equally important, and something that many of us that have had to build and manage these sorts of systems. Where did you go put it? Is it in this DynamoDB table? Did you put it in state in the database? Is it in your caching layer? Go find it where. Taking out the need to go and do discovery is huge. It cannot be understated, Bimal.
That is correct, and that's the exact challenge. We want our customers to spend more time in kind of extracting the value of the data itself, right? Rather than managing this complex system. So we want to simplify that, and that's what S3 metadata allows. Now, customer has these two tables, like a journal table and live inventory table, and they can use that to get the insights that we just talked about. So think about like projects. Like I take a lot of pictures of my kids. And like, let's say I just came back from Rocky Mountain National Park in Colorado, right? So I can tag my, pictures with that kind of a trip, that Colorado trip or something. And next day, in a year from now, when I'm looking for pictures, I can search those objects by that tag. And same thing can happen with the organizations that are, saving millions and billions of objects across the buckets. How do you make those data sets searchable? And use it for analytics, use it for the AI and machine learning use cases, and get more value out of the data. And this is pretty huge for our customers.
Now, I want to see it, Vimal.
Yeah.
Can we see it?
Absolutely.
Okay.
So,
and as we pull that up, we'll get your screen up here in just a moment. I wanted to ask as well, it sounds like if you're managing that much metadata, keeping it updated or even creating it can be a challenge. Is there anything that can help with generation of this metadata?
Absolutely. So what our customer wanted was that they first of all wanted an automated way of extracting the custom, all this metadata, right? And that's what S3 metadata provides. That was the first thing that the customers were looking for. The second thing was that they want kind of a seamless integration with all of their entire, all the objects that they have, existing objects plus the new objects. And they wanted more of a they did not want to manage these tables. Right. They wanted to simplify all that. And the fourth was to make it queryable. So all these metadata is available through Apache Iceberg tables.
Oh, okay.
So you can use your favorite query engine in order to, look at that data in several different ways. And finally, the most important one is also like doing this at scale matters, right? And that's what the feature simplifies. And I will walk you through in terms of how simple it is to get started, right? So
yeah, we've got your metadata tab pulled up on your bucket.
Yeah. So let me put the full screen on.
There we go.
So what I have a bucket here, and this bucket has several different thousands of objects here. And in order to get started, now this metadata tab was available since January when we first announced this. Now, all you do here is to get started is to start with the create metadata configuration. And there are some new things that I will walk you through. So the first is I talked about journal table, right? And so journal tables, when you create the metadata configuration, this is something that is enabled at that time. Now, you can specify the encryption type, how you want to encrypt your data. And if you don't select one, we would encrypt anyways, right? We will do the default encryption, which is SSAS3. Then the new feature that we introduced here was record expiration. And this is also one of the asks that we had heard from our customers, that now the journal tables has got all the updates, like any new objects get added, anything get deleted, maybe you updated metadata. So those all records are there. So how do you kind of maintain what you just need, right? Instead of having all that data records for you, because it will grow. So with this announcement, now customers can enable that. So instead of having not records expire, you can say that I only want to keep it for 7 days or 30 days.
No more pruning jobs, no more scheduled tasks, no more Lambda function to go kick off to go do the maintenance for you, or even remember to try to go do that for you. That's I like the lazy ops guy and lazy sysadmin in me loves and appreciates this.
That is, yes, and that was pretty huge from our customers. That was a big, one of the requests that we heard. The other thing that we added is the live inventory table. So this is optional when you set up the configuration, but it's but this feature is what would allow to get all your existing object and make it available in a table that is updated.
That's the queryable side.
Both of them are queryable.
Oh,
you can query journal, and I will show you that as well in the demo. And so again, you can specify this, and once you create it, right, that's it. At that point onwards, a couple of things happen. Just going back to your point, how do we simplify this for a customer? Well, first and foremost, we create, there's a table bucket that gets created in your account. Right, so this is managed table bucket, right? So it is in the customer account, but it is created by the service itself, right? When you enable this for the first time, so in the region it would get created. Then it will It will also create like a namespace for you under which it is stored. And as you can see, it will start once I start this
Hey,
configuration.
Bimal,
Yeah.
can we get a quick little zoom in on that, please?
Sure.
Yeah, no worries. And while that's happening, chat, let us know if you're using S3 metadata today. And if not, I really want to understand why.
You want to understand why people aren't using all of the things we've got
It's
to
the
do.
reasons.
That's your thing.
It's the reasons why not that helps make the thing better. And feedback is a gift. Positive, negative, it's still something. We absolutely want to hear it. Bim, I'm sure you appreciate that.
And also, if they're using it, we would love to hear about that too. What
Yeah.
are the use cases that you're using it for?
And as I told you earlier, when you put the survey feedback in, I only accept positive affirmation for me. The products, you can say whatever you want. For me, just positive.
Just positive.
Bimmel, go ahead.
Excellent.
Sorry.
No, this is great. So now, once I start creating the configuration, as you can see, the configuration is already active. So from this point onwards, any changes in terms of any puts that you do, updates or deletes, that will get recorded in this journal table, and it is queryable. You can query it, and we will do that too. At the same time, as you can see, there's a live inventory table that's a new table that that we added yesterday. Is in a state called backfilling. What it is doing at this point is that it's going out and looking at all the existing objects in this bucket, and it's going to collect that information and provide it in the live inventory table.
Okay.
And this is also queryable, so now customers can use this for any of the use cases.
Nice.
So now, once this is there, we can start looking at it. Now, this table itself, it will take some time because the backfilling can take time based on how many objects you have right in your bucket.
Yeah.
So it can take minutes to hours based on the
And
number.
for this live demo, we're going to sit and wait and watch, right? Yeah?
No, I wish.
Oh, no. Okay.
Yes,
So
we have
for
a
For
better
the
way.
next hour and a half, you'll be watching backfilling.
No, we like to call this the magic of TV, or live stream, as it were. So I'm sure we.
TV?
It is according to somebody by the name, I believe, Richard Boyd. He called it an antiquated viewing device.
Nice.
Something to that effect. But for the sake of argument, we had something cooked before. Let's jump into
Emily,
it.
you've already
Absolutely.
got it. You've already got it
so
backfilled.
now, as simple as that. So this table was already created. With a one click, I can go there and I can start querying the records. So, and there are some pre-populated queries that we have added. Also to note here that if you're doing for the first time in your account, you have to enable the integration, which is a single click as well. So we simplify all that for you. And there's a blog out there that will get you started. But let's talk about querying, because that's the most important part. Like, how do I use this? So in this case, I just have some records that are already built into this, from a table that already exists, and I will show you in terms of what kind of fields that are there. You can see these are all the create events that has occurred on this bucket, right? Since the journal table was created, so this is the journal table that we are looking at, and this is the inventory table also. It would have similar records as well. Now, the best part of this, that how do I use this, right, in terms of what can customers do with it? So let's say you are a customer and you want to know that which objects in my table, right, they are not in, they do not have a KMS encryption, because maybe that's your policy. Well, I can run a query now on my inventory table, and it would give me a list of those objects. And as you can see, these objects has got an encryption type SSE/3, but if the organization wants a KMS, they can find that. Same kind of query can be run for finding out what storage class you have. So again, these are all the use cases where you want to know what is in your bucket, what do you have in your data sets, right? So this is also pretty important use case that we see where customers are looking to cost optimize. They want to know, and there are other tools to do that, but this simplifies it.
Bimmel, this is in the live table inventory, right? Our inventory table.
Live inventory table, yes.
What type of data is in that journal table?
Yeah, so the difference is that the journal table has got all the updates after you enable it.
See.
It would have creates, it would have any deletes, or any kind of updates of metadata. A live inventory table would have just the present state of your objects, right? And it is updated periodically, so from whatever that point in time in snapshot, it will show you what's there in your table.
Do you see customers with use cases that join those two data sets?
Yes, you can, because the inventory tables are updated periodically, right? So hour, let's say about an hour. So if you want more real time, then you have to do a coalesce on the journal side and then combine the journal and the inventory table to look at the more real-time, near real-time kind of view of what's in the bucket.
Super helpful. Thank you for that.
Yeah, no, it's a great question.
So question for you, Bimal.
Yeah.
So now we have both S3 inventory and S3 metadata live inventory. When should I use what?
Yeah. So journal is always enabled by default, right? When you enable the metadata configuration, you have to do that. Journal would tell you what kind of activity is happening within your bucket.
Okay.
Inventory table is more used for, okay, the queries I just ran, like KMS, right? What objects got deleted? Or maybe I want to find certain types of objects. So for example, let's say I wanted to run a query that in last 6 hours, what did I delete, right? What got deleted? I can run that query from the journal side because journal would record all the deletes. And it showed me that I deleted such and such object, and here's the timestamp when that was received. Now, going back to your question, how do I use the inventory table? So in this table, what I have done is that in this bucket, I have got objects which has got tags, like let's say all the countries and what's the favorite dish there. So I can find out, I'm looking at my data set and I'm trying to discover, okay, what are objects that are associated with this particular project or tags that I can use that. And that's where the inventory tables can come in very handy, right? It's looking at your entire bucket and it's providing you whatever you're searching for, a custom metadata or the user metadata.
So this really comes to mind and scratches the other side of my brain. Well, depending on who you ask.
How many sides of that brain you got?
I was about to say, depending on who you ask, it's only one, and it's a sphere. But I like to imagine my brain as a block. So on the left side of the block is where my old ops inventory or ops auditing hat would live. Back many years ago when I first started, I was an IT systems auditor or security auditor, and being able to prove that you're doing the thing that you say that you're doing is always huge, especially with customers' postures, with aligning with different policies, different frameworks, etc. Being able to show an auditor an example live in real time, hey, this is how we're doing our metadata tracking, here's the proof of it. There's probably nothing more powerful than handing somebody that.
Adrian, that's called plausible deniability.
But when you can prove it, it is an admission that you're doing the right thing.
Oh, I wouldn't know. I wouldn't need to know that.
Yes, you do always do the right thing, but I digress.
Yeah. No, I think that auditing and governance is the classic use case for this, right? In terms of managing, like knowing what's there in the buckets. But at the other side, from a business side, reusing the data sets is even more important. And I didn't mention this, but these are all S3 tables, right? They are Apache Iceberg tables underneath. Now, if you have custom metadata for your objects, you can combine the two. So there's a lot of capability here in terms of how customers can expand this for different scenarios. Let's say I'm a healthcare company and I'm doing a drug discovery, and I'm storing certain sort of information about a molecule, right? And it's tagged certain way, and next drug comes in, and I want to go back and extract all the relevant information about that molecule from my existing data sets. I can run these queries to do that. So that's kind of it goes back to the whole point about how can I derive more value from my data, right? Not just know what's in there in my buckets from an object properties and object metadata that is really important from a governance perspective, but other things.
Something that struck me too, a feature that you mentioned as we're setting it up, was the expiration field. And you said a lot of people were asking for that. Can you tell me more, because this is not my world, obviously.
Yeah.
Can you tell me more about like what are generally customers setting to expire? Like why were they asking?
Well, yeah,
for this?
why? I think that's a great question. So let's say you have a bucket, and there's a lot of addition is happening, a lot of deletes are going on, and a lot of updates are going on. Now, you may need to, as you're going back from a governance audit use case, you only want to look at last 10 days or 15 days or 30 days, right? If you don't have that, then your table is going to grow like for a long time, and the cost will go up. So in order to kind of help with that, right now I can set that expiration to 7 days because my audit requirements only to look for 7 days.
Got it.
That's where that expiration record expiration feature is really helpful.
That makes a lot of sense to me.
Yes, it does.
Okay. So, Bimal, do you have anything else to show us?
Yes, I just talked about all the SQL queries, which is always fun to watch, right? All those text and records.
Yeah.
But since it's in Athena and it's these are integrated with all the AWS Analytics service, so you can run queries through EMR, right? but also you can integrate with QuickSight. So here, I'm kind of a visual person.
Okay.
So what I did was that I created a kind of dashboard to show what's in my bucket, right? So for example, I have a project called Tampa. All the pictures that I took for Tampa, where are they residing? Well, I have 2 buckets. One is a pre-process, so let's say my raw pictures, and then one is the finished. So I can take a look at kind of my footprint of a project across the 2 bucket, and I can also kind of drill down to, I can create this kind of, views that, okay, my Tampa project, well, here's the, bucket that I'm using, how much space is occupying, like in terms of size, in terms of different kind of states. And I can do the same thing for the activity that you just talked about for the journal, like what kind of activity is happening within my journal, create deletes. Overall, what I wanted to take away is that you have a visual component here with QuickSight. So because the data is available in an S3 Apache Iceberg table, you can query it with SQL, you can visualize it, use it in multiple different ways for multiple different use cases, go create value out of your data.
Gotta love choice.
Absolutely.
And right now, we have the choice to come back in just a few minutes with more content for you. Bimmel, thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Bimmel.
Go out, turn that on, get that live table inventory going. We'll see you in just a second.
My name is Drew. I'm the Director of Information Security at CyberArk. CyberArk is the identity security company and a market leader in privileged access management. We specialize in protecting privileged accounts, which are often the primary targets for cyber attackers. CyberArk has a robust partnership with AWS aimed at enhancing cloud security. By working with the AWS security experts, we want to make sure the security best practices are in line, especially during mergers and acquisitions. Those are highly important for us. We leverage AWS security experts in taking full advantage of the security benefits that AWS provides. AWS security expert led a 2-month security improvement program, assessed CyberArk's environment, identified opportunities for improvement, and guided CyberArk in the implementation of recommended improvements. This helped us defend against DDoS attacks, automated security assessment, enhanced threat detection and monitoring. We were also able to enable continuous assessment, auditing, and evaluation of resource configuration for compliance. This includes automation which not only raised our security posture, it also helped save over $500,000 annually. AWS security experts brought a wide and holistic view over security best practices that helps us a lot during this process.
Hey everyone, welcome back to yet another session that we're doing here live at the AWS New York Summit, right in the middle of the Javits Center with a whole ton of expo and folks attending right behind us. My name is Adrian San Miguel. I'm a partner enterprise architect here at AWS, joined once again by my good friend Fiona.
Hello, Adrian, and hello, everyone. Thank you for tuning in. My name is Fiona McCann. I am a solutions architect in the public sector. I work with charities, and if you've been watching along with us today, maybe what you got to see was Swami's keynote earlier today, and one of the things you might have seen Swami talk about was Agent Core. And we're talking about moving agents from something that are, promising proof of concepts into really scalable production-ready agents. And I've got just the people to talk to you about that today. Do you guys want to go ahead and introduce yourselves?
Absolutely. Yeah. Hi, everyone. My name is Michael Liu. I am a principal product manager at AWS, and I work at the intersection of agentic AI and foundational models. And I'm joined here by my longtime colleague and good friend, Mark. Mark, please.
Thank you, Mike. Mark Roy here. I've been building with AI/ML with customers for the last 10 years and a few decades of experience, even though I'm still 29. So
of course.
pretty magical
Don't look a
there.
day over 28.
Last couple of years on agents, and yeah, a lot of good fun with my friend Mike here. But yeah, Fiona hit it right on the mark.
Absolutely. So I stole a little bit of your thunder, but there's so much to go into here. So tell our viewers, what are you doing here? What are we announcing today, and why should they care?
Yeah, absolutely. Agent Core, Amazon Bedrock Agent Core is an exciting new set of services that you saw our VP of AI/ML, Agentic AI, Swami, announced earlier this morning. And it says essentially a set of services that AWS is offering that helps our customers, developers, get their agentic AI applications to production much faster, more scalably, more reliably, and more securely than ever before. So it's works well with open source systems. It works well with any foundational models, even those not hosted on Bedrock. So it brings a lot of extensibility to our developer customers.
Absolutely. A question I often like to ask when people are talking about launches is, what did customers previously do before this was announced? And things are just moving so quickly in the age of agents. It's almost like the past is part of the present, what's going on. But what have customers been doing until today that Agent Core is going to help them do better?
Yeah, so I think Mark and I, in our travels with lots of enterprise customers, we've met with hundreds and hundreds of enterprise customers, and everyone, I think, suffers today from what Swami calls the undifferentiated heavy lifting of agentic AI development. That is, you have to get the right models, you have to get the right agent architectures, you have to do a lot of prompt engineering, you have to do your own evals. If you wanted agentic memory to personalize your agents, you have to set that up yourself. You have to set up and elect your own evaluation stacks, nominate your own tools, and those can be onerous as well. So Agent Core makes all of this much simpler by delivering a set of services that helps customers get up to speed much faster than ever before.
Let me add to that, Adrian. Interrupting as you were.
I was about to say, because this information would have been great like 45 minutes ago when I was standing just over there at the SageMaker booth, where somebody came up to me and asked me exactly that. Like, is there a way for me to do this faster, to not have to spend so much time building templates and building frameworks to actually get to production?
That's 100% right. So the way I describe it, and you called it undifferentiated heavy lifting, I made up my own term for that.
Oh,
so
let's hear it.
What are customers doing today with agents? They're building on things like these laptops.
What's this whole thing right
They
here?
build prototypes, they build a POC, the CEO is jumping up and down. And where's the business value? The stock prices are going down. They're not deploying agents, getting real business value. So what they're doing, they're building a lot of prototypes. And then when they try to get to production, that's where they hit a brick wall. And I call it the chasm of production readiness. So prototype and production.
And this, so Agent Core is the bridge.
Oh, it's the bridge.
Oh, it's the bridge right over the chasm.
I like that.
And it really sounds like that bridge also goes over that trough of disillusion. So it's just two peaks and valleys. I love it. I love it. So
yeah, one thing that Swami mentioned in his keynote, and I said this in a session earlier, was there's things in our brain that we don't have to think about doing manually, like moving memory from short-term memory to long-term memory. So thinking about like what did I eat for breakfast yesterday, being something in my short term, versus is what are my lifetime favorite foods, which is an amalgamation of all the breakfasts that I've had in the past.
Yep.
And so that's one of the features here. Do you want to talk a little bit about Agent Core Memory?
Sure. You want to do that? Or
No, please.
Yeah.
Okay.
Memory is great. Raise your hand in the audience if you've called for customer support and you have to repeat yourself 9 times. So when agents are real, agents know your full history. They know
Right.
what
Yep.
accounts you have. They know that you called in 2 days ago about a problem.
Right.
They know they overbilled you, and they just know all that. And so with Agent Core Memory, you build your agent, you plug in memory, and it automatically adds long-term memory based on the conversations that you have over
Right.
time.
And that really affords a lot of personalization. So it's a benefit for anyone developing AI agents that can use the hyper-personalization where the persistent long-term memory,
Yeah.
distilled from short-term contextual memory can be valuable
Yeah.
in helping to personalize a much more memorable experience.
Yeah, absolutely. It makes it feel like a more human connection.
It absolutely does.
And the one thing that's kind of being stitched across the car on the bridge, to go with your analogy, if you will, context. Having to go back and reestablish, hey, let me go through your case notes. Hey, let me figure out what's going on. Hey, let me go pull up your bill. Hey, let me
Right.
look at the notes on your account. All of that is matters of minutes, seconds, hours in a lot of instances. So if you can empower a customer or a partner or any consumer to be able to go and do the things without having lost that context, that's huge from a customer experience.
And Fiona said things are moving so quickly, right?
Yeah.
Don't be shocked if next week there's a new agent framework and 2 weeks
Yep.
later there's the best model in the world, right? And Agent Core doesn't care.
Yeah.
But these things that we know that have to happen, you know you need memory,
Right.
you know you need hosting, security,
Yeah.
tools, all of that.
That's kind of the beauty of the plug-and-play nature of Bedrock is that these Bedrock features like Agent Core are agnostic. No matter what model it is that you're using on Bedrock, whichever LLM you're connecting to, you can put Agent Core on top of it. We're having a question in the chat here who says, do you have to pay extra for that long-term memory? Can you limit memory / customize what you want it to remember?
Yeah, absolutely. So our pricing is announced or published on our AWS pages. I would
Beautiful.
please I would refer our customers to take a look at our pricing. Pricing is not enacted right now while we're in the preview period.
Okay.
So customers have a period of time to experiment and to build a performant agents before the pricing kicks in.
So you're saying start now. They
Yes,
should-
Start right now is what I'm
absolutely.
hearing. So we've got so many features here. The runtime, memory, observability, identity, gateway, browser, code interpreter. I don't even know where to begin, but I know I want to see a demo. Can
Let's
we
dive
take
in.
a look?
Let's do
Let's
a
do it.
demo. Yeah, I'm going to do a demo using my favorite agent framework, hopefully yours, which is Strands. Is my screen visible now?
Let's pull up
should
his
be
screen.
To the
There
magic
you
of
go.
TV there.
Boom.
So, we've said it a few times, but use any framework. Maybe you love LangGraph, maybe you love Llama Index or Crew AI, go for it. Check out Strands, though. Just went GA today. Simple, clean, easy. So my
Beautiful.
demos are going to be using that. So in
Okay.
case you haven't tried it yet, this 3 lines of code, maybe like 50 characters total, is an agent. So
Wow.
we can say...
Complicated agent you got
there. Serious. It's heavy lifting. Python, hello Strands, just to prove that it works.
Okay.
So yeah, there you go. There's your first agent. So in case you haven't built one yet, you can go home tonight, bring up Strands.
Gorgeous.
So
There we
of
go.
course that's not very real. Now let's look at a slightly more real example with Strands.
Okay.
Sure.
So we'll use a built-in tool, calculator, and then we'll create a custom tool. To do that, to make a local tool in Python, you just add this decorator at tool. You write your function, whatever parameters you want, describe it. This one is hard coding that it's partly cloudy everywhere. Then you pick your model. We're going to use Claude Sonnet 4.
Perfect.
Okay.
And then here's the agent. You basically take in whatever prompt somebody might ask, like what's the weather in Sydney, instantiate your agent with a model, with a set of tools, give it a system prompt,
Okay.
and that's it. You just pass that along and you're good. So let's say you're one of those builders that built one of these agents and your
Okay.
boss is saying, get me some business value.
Right.
So you need to go further, right? Oh,
Okay.
let me just prove that this one works as
Also,
well.
before we move on, I do just
Yeah.
want to call out, we've got a comment in the chat from Josh Ozogu who says, Mark Roy, the greatest of all time.
Oh.
My favorite pickleballer, I think. Is that Josh?
Is that who it is?
Yes, okay. Thank you for that. So I just proved that that agent works with Strands.
Perfect. Here are your
Now, what would it
results.
take
Got
to use what Mike described here, Agent Core Runtime? Watch this.
Okay.
It's very, very difficult. I'm sure anyone in the audience here could do this. Watch. See these two lines?
Yeah.
Yeah.
An import and instantiate
And
this
that.
app. So 2 lines. Let's keep counting.
Okay.
Here's another one. You add a
3
decorator
lines.
to say,
Yep,
here's my entry point. If somebody calls my agent, call here.
Okay.
Okay.
Perfect.
And then this one, app.run.
And run it.
And
So
do
I don't know.
thing.
Raise your hand if that's too difficult.
You know, I like to stop at 3 lines of code.
3 lines, okay.
That's 4 too
I'll
many.
take 4.
Okay, so now let's run that. Sorry. Now we've got, we've changed our code to be ready for using Agent Core Runtime. So
Okay.
all we need to do is say Agent Core launch.
Oh, we got a misspell there.
Can I spell launch?
There
I
you go,
can
now you do.
build agents, but I can't. I'm going to say -- local. We're going to run this one locally.
Okay.
So what that does is it says, okay, I've got your agent code, and it will be much more complicated than this simple agent, right?
Okay.
It bundles all of that up into a Docker container,
Okay.
and then starts up an endpoint. And let's go to another window here, and I'll say Agent Core invoke local, and I'm going to give it a prompt. How about let's say, where do you want to know the weather?
I want to know the weather in San Diego.
Okay.
Very specific.
It's a beautiful
What is
city.
weather in San? Let's keep our fingers crossed, demo gods here.
Come on, demo gods.
Let's say, and what is 2 + 2?
Ah,
There we
I've
go.
always
So
wondered that.
I have no idea. Wait a minute, I forgot the back quote.
Uh-oh. There we
It
go.
is.
Here it goes.
It's invoking the agent.
This might actually
It found
work.
your credentials.
Oh my gosh, look at this. Partly cloudy. Am I right?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it's true.
It is
2
true.
+ 2 is 4.
And
Okay.
let's use 4.
So we just showed runtime, which is now able to help you scale, secure any agent framework, any model.
Yeah.
You've moved one step over the chasm.
Yeah,
right?
that's one baby
Yep.
step. And we have another comment here. This guy Mark is genius.
Oh.
Is that the same guy?
Nah, maybe.
I need to pay more money. Okay. So that was one. But that's only part of the story.
Right.
Mike, what's your other favorite component?
I have to say the gateway.
Agent
Show us the gateway.
Agent
I would
Core
love
gateway.
to see it. Yeah, yeah.
And it's worth calling out here. All of these different features, they work individually. Am I right there? You can pick and choose which ones you'd like to use.
That's right. Extensibility and choice is a core tenet of Amazon Bedrock Agent Core, is that customers, developers can come and they can select a runtime, they can
Okay.
select an evaluation, they can select the memory, they can
Right.
select a combination of those and use them as they want in their
Lovely.
Agentic AI application. Now, before Mark pulls up the gateway,
Yeah.
we all know that agents need access to tools.
Right.
They need access to third-party tools. They need access to their internal APIs.
That's how they do their agentic stuff.
Exactly. It's models and tools, the core of agentic capabilities. And I think what Mark is going to show here is the ability for a developer to set up tools rather easily and quickly using the Agent Core Gateway,
Okay.
and with some robust enterprise features associated with it.
Amazing.
That's perfect. Right. So we've got our agent hosted,
Okay.
but an agent is meaningless without tools. Why?
Right.
Why do you need tools? In an enterprise setting, you've got to connect to all those microservices you've been building for 10 years, right? And existing databases and resources, third-party services.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, and you might have heard of MCP. Can you spell MCP?
MCP.
MCP.
Right.
Is that right?
Exactly.
Model
Very
Context
good.
Protocol.
Everyone's loving MCP. And
Right.
why? Because tools plug in, just like this USB right here.
Yeah.
Yeah, yep.
Plug in your tools into your agent
Communication
framework.
between the two.
That's your
So-
bridge in between the two. Yeah.
So what does Gateway do? Gateway automatically transforms your APIs into MCP.
Ah.
So voila, right?
Very nice.
Translation into agent language.
So let's prove that it's really happening. So I made a gateway. By the way, the implementation was just like a simple Lambda function here.
Beautiful.
I've got a new calculator that just says Lambda handler. If it's add the numbers. If it's multiply, and so forth, right?
Yep,
So, piece of cake. And let's go back. Yeah. If you've used MCP, you might have come across MCP Inspector. And it basically lets you connect to any MCP server and then list what tools are available.
Okay.
And you can actually call the tools. If I click add number,
I like it.
so if you really don't know, let's say 8 plus,
7.
I don't know, 7. Good.
What is it?
It's 15, apparently.
Good to know.
Good to know. We have a
so-
question from the chat, Mark.
Yeah.
Are the responses that the agents are returning automatically audited and stored, or do you need to add that yourself? And if so, how would you debug an agent? Says Alok Lal.
Do you want to take observability?
Oh yeah, my favorite topic, observability. Observability is a core component for any agentic developer. When you first set up your agent, you want to understand, all of the underlying reasoning steps. You want to understand what tools it's calling. You want to understand the intermediate thinking and the intermediate results, so you can really kind of debug through any of the agent's kind of runtime and its trajectories. So observability is one of the key agent core services that we're launching here.
Absolutely, yeah. One of my colleagues would say it is the most important thing.
Wow.
The most important thing you say.
But I want to have my Steve Jobs moment here.
Okay.
Give you back the screen.
So the moment is, and we've announced all these wonderful things, and there's one more thing.
Okay.
One more.
So Gateway, you share all these tools, but we add in this special additional tool for free.
Okay.
Well, it might not be for free, but
Free-ish.
automatically, it's built in.
Okay.
So let's say you have 1,000 APIs out there, or you're connecting to, let's say, Salesforce or Zendesk, and their APIs are hundreds or thousands.
Yeah, yeah.
You don't want to hand all 1,000 tools to your agent. What would happen?
It's too permissive?
It's too slow, and it gets confused. Agents hallucinate, and they do all kinds of bad things.
Right, right.
So now we've got a built-in search, so I could say, find me equity trading tools, let's say.
Ooh, that's a specific one.
Very.
So
You got something on
calculate equity metrics, get equity fundamentals, and so forth, right? So you wire up all your tools easily. Now it's exposed via the gateway. And if you go into your agent, you just add in your secure token and your URL to get to the gateway.
Yeah.
And watch this. This is the pièce de résistance.
Is this
Did I
the
get that
aha
right?
moment?
This
Are we
is
about
it.
to, our minds
Look
going
at
to be
this.
blown?
Find strands tools. So now, instead of saying, here's exactly the tools I've got,
Yeah.
on the fly, we're saying, get me arithmetic tools.
Wow.
And we'll use local tools too. We've got weather, and you're good to go. So let's see now.
I like that you put that in your comments. You said, cool, MCP search.
It doesn't get better than this.
It does
I'm
not.
sorry. Well, it could, but we don't have time unless you want to cancel the rest of the show
Yeah.
here.
I mean, I'm in.
I'm in. Let me launch this thing remotely, not locally.
Okay.
Agent core launch. 90 seconds, I hear.
Yep.
It's a rumor. This will take about 90 seconds, so this is going to be amazing timing.
Beautiful.
So-
while that's going, other questions or comments?
One, if I'm a uninitiated
this. Oh,
or
man.
interested in going out and getting this, there are specific places you'd like to send customers, maybe the product page, anything like that?
Yeah, absolutely. The product pages, and also our GitHub repo has a plethora of demos and code samples and reference architectures. And please pay attention to our AI ML blogs. We have many of our solution architects writing about their custom developments using Amazon Bedrock Agent Core.
Let's see if this works,
Let's
guys.
see.
Let's see it,
My
let's see
fingers
it.
are crossed.
Please.
Found credentials in the shared credentials file. It's invoking
Come
your
on.
Yep, we go.
Come
Bedrock
on.
Agent Core agent.
Coming
via
down to
cloud
the wire.
endpoint. It's really working here. Is there one
Hey!
other? Wow!
We did it.
Dreams are coming true today on
This is
AWS
just
OnAir.
amazing.
I used to dream about times like this.
You can even do it in the console. This is really pushing the envelope here.
Let's
give it a
9
shot.
times 8. And what's name a city?
Seattle.
No.
Oh.
How
Yeah,
about
sure.
Paris?
Let's go for
Sure,
it.
let's go Seattle. We got 15
Paris.
seconds.
Yes.
There we go. Paris.
10.
Drum roll, please.
We're getting there.
Let's finish on a high note.
High note, high note, high note.
Give me a break.
The demo.
You experienced too much greatness.
I pushed
but
too
this really
far,
has
too
been
far, yeah.
a fantastic launch. Thank you both so much. Congratulations on the
Congrats.
launch today.
Thank you.
Congratulations for being announced in the keynote. Thank you all so much for joining in. We hope that you'll go ahead and explore Agent Core and
Go
stay
for it.
tuned. Our next segment, we'll talk about Graviton Saving Dashboard.
We'll see ya.
Thank you.
What's going on, everybody? Adrian, how did you change that fast? I don't know how that works.
I've mastered a little bit of astral projection. I was able to just kind of like freeze time for a second, go change my shirt real quick, and then just go run backstage and then kind of teleport home.
Going
Just do
full
this, guys.
Skywalker mode. I feel like that's actually kind of a loophole, but we'll just move past that, I guess.
We'll move past that for 2 reasons. One, I don't understand it, and 2, I have never watched more than 15 minutes of Star Wars lifetime. Ever.
That we're just gonna move right past that. Chat, let him know exactly your thoughts on that. I've got a couple, but let's steer it on back. We're live from New York right now. Obviously, this exact segment's not live, but we wanted to give our crew a little bit of a break, and we had a really cool segment that we wanted to bring you guys from last week when you're seeing this. So, Adrian, what are we talking about today?
We're going to be talking about something kind of interesting. When we bring up in the core compute TFC, one of the 6 that I sit in at AWS, that's our technical feedback community. We talk a lot about many of the performance and cost challenges that customers are running into. So today we're going to be talking about Graviton Savings Dashboard, something that's both very pressing and salient for many of our customers right now. I'm really, really excited to be talking to this team. Nick, not to put you on the spot, but we'll do it anyway. What do you know about Graviton?
I'm not gonna lie. Hopefully, the higher ups don't get mad at me for this, but I'm a little bit of a Graviton noob. So that's actually why I wanted to hop on this segment today. Is I'm excited to learn more about it, and
know what?
because I think we should just bring our guests on so we can start that journey together. Why don't we bring in Rosa and Bavik?
Let's do it.
What's going on, everyone?
Hey,
How are
hello
you? Introduce
everyone.
yourselves. Rosa, what do you do for AWS?
Yeah, so I am a senior cloud FinOps architect here at AWS. I do a little bit of everything. No, I'm just kidding. But it's primarily a lot of cost optimization, modernization. I work under a really awesome team called the Optics team. Shout out to them. And so I'll introduce my colleague, Bhavik.
Hello, everyone. Myself, Pavilion. I am the Cloud FinOps architect at the AWS, part of the Optics scene. I primarily support the strategic accounts or strategic customers onto their day-to-day FinOps journey, just to help them to be more efficient in the cloud, and one of the member of the Graviton Savings Dashboard here.
Perfect. It sounds like we've got the right people here for this segment then, Adrian. Y'all mentioned efficiency. That's something that I love. I know our customers love it. And like I said earlier, I'm excited to dive into what y'all have brought us today. So why don't we get rolling? What's the background of this topic?
Yeah, so I would say being in front of the customers all the time, trying to understand like what are their current issues, what are we running into, things like that when they're trying to modernize to like the latest Graviton, EC2 instance type, etc. Like those type of things, we kept running into like, well, how do we calculate what they're saving if they did convert over to Graviton? And with doing that, both myself, Bobik, and a couple of other people on our team, we kind of put our brain powers together and we're like, we need to create a tool that easily showcases what your Graviton savings would look like, either if you're currently on Graviton already, or what your potential Graviton savings could be. And we did
Question, if I
Sure.
may.
Yeah.
And chat, let us know if you know the answer. Can you let maybe some of the folks that don't know what Graviton is, what it is, especially looking right at you, Nick, just a quick, 15-second elevator pitch on what Graviton is would be really helpful.
Definitely. That's a really good question. So AWS Graviton is the ARM-based processor designed and developed by AWS to deliver best price performance, right, for your cloud workload running on EC2. It's the ARM-based processor, like we said, right? We are on the fourth generations of Graviton right now. So out of all the EC2 instances that you see out of the fleet, I believe one-fourth of them are the Gravitons.
Wow, one-fourth of that graviton. That sounds pretty heavy. I'm not going to ignore the gravitas of that. Sorry, I had to.
The
But
graviton. Wow. Okay. Well,
Boo, you gave up your chance for witty banter because you admitted you don't know much about it. But I digress, folks. Would really love to see what this looks like, and we can continue to talk about it. I understand you have a demo of this dashboard that we'd like to get to.
Yeah, sure. So, uh, let's go ahead and share the screen. So before we get into this demo, I do want to make a note there that this tool is a quick site visualization tool that can be downloaded within the well architected framework. We have it under the advanced categories. Now, by trying to identify what the Graviton Savings Dashboard is, we created 4 different tabs, which we've been to find out what Graviton is for. The savings are for EC2, RDS, Elasticache, and OpenSearch. And so going now into the actual dashboard, you can see that we have those 4 tabs here. And then we have the dashboard broken out into 2 sections. We have what your current Amazon EC2 savings is. And if we go further down, we actually have what your opportunity is on EC2 Graviton. Similar will be for RDS, Elasticache, and OpenSearch. So we'll just cover EC2 just due to time's restraints. Now, with that being said, we'll go ahead and cover real quick on the current Amazon side here. Basically, what we do here is we look at what your current Graviton savings is. We always have people coming to us telling us, Rosa, I don't know how much I'm saving in Graviton. Like, what is my number? And so we actually were able to do a comparable uh, Graviton savings calculation. So now you don't have to go out there and do all the math. We can do it for you. And so what we've done here is we've shown you what your realized Graviton savings looks like. We actually have also highlighted what your current Graviton coverage is. So this is a really good indication for those who are saying, well, we only have, 30% of our environment only on Graviton for EC2. Like, let's try to increase that out. So we actually have several different visualization tools that break it down even more granular based off of what their coverage is, what our current spend by processor type is, usage by processor type. And then we have some really good insights as far as like, if you are delegating this to a team, or you want to maybe gamify it, you can go in there and say, okay, well, so far our, this account A, B, and C have saved X amount or are spending this much already in Graviton, which is a really good thing. Or we can even put it to say like, hey, we have these 3 fallbacks that are like not doing anything. How do we engage you to be able to adopt more into Graviton?
Yeah, absolutely. I love how you mentioned that it's gamified. And if I'm like an operations manager at a customer, or more specific to my domain and a partner, if I'm, say, like a managed service provider, there's my go-to-market plan. It says, all right, here's my constituency, here's my bottom 10 or whatever it is, whatever I choose to look at. And then take that directly to my account management team, my partner management team, and say, all right, I want to build a campaign around increasing, and here's all the data to tell us what the composite customer is saving, and here's where we can help them project further on down the road what their savings looks like. This is super powerful.
yeah, as a data person too, I love dashboards like this. And again, speaking on behalf of the newbies to this sort of Graviton awesomeness, dashboards obviously awesome. What sort of people would be using this day to day, and like how would they use it? Who did we build this for?
But before we get to that, Nick, is that a dashboard confessional?
Oh God.
Ah, it's
I'm
okay.
crying.
We
On
all like
behalf
to
of
see things.
AWS, I
Yes.
apologize for him, folks. I apologize.
Oh, I just want to break you down so badly.
I love that all 3 of us looked at each other like, what is he talking? It took us a good second there.
So
Yeah.
to answer to your question, we often get to ask, like, I have all this workload from the FinOps practitioner, FinOps manager, sometimes executives or the engineering lead, that I have all these accounts where I have all these compute fleets running. That's sometimes spread across the different regions, many times across the different instance types, and sometimes across the different payer, right? So I just talked about the different persona already. So you have the executive looking for their fleet of all the computes. You have your FinOps practitioner or the FinOps lead, the engineering lead or the SME. They wanted to have all these insights that where they can save more, be more efficient from the workload that they've been running. And primarily, we are right now covering the EC2, RDS, Elastic Cache, and the OpenSearch for key services there. So they always wanted to look for what is the ROI, return on investment that they have by the amount of efforts they always put to migrate to the Graviton. And this is the perfect dashboard for them. If that's the executive, they wanted to see the trend where we are going or what's the savings or the ROI that we have. Or if that's the engineering or lead or the SME, they wanted to get more granular of the instance type that they can go on towards the Graviton. Everything is on one single page for different services. So Rosa will walk us through more granular details that way.
Yeah, and just to piggyback off of what Bhavik said is, we have customers that are like, we don't want to make this migration just yet. Like, I'm afraid maybe we have a lot of architectural redesigns that we need to do. Like, and yes, we have awesome tools out there already, but it's like, what can we actually see? So think of it as like a sneak peek of like what you can potentially do before actually making either any code changes, any architectural change, anything that needs to be done. You will have this as like a good indicator, especially if you need to bring that up to executives and say, hey, we can actually save you this much. We're planning to make this move, and this is how we kind of go about it. This is
That's
really good
awesome.
place to start.
Yeah, it gets to know the
So
temperature of the water before you jump in, right? And
yes,
it lets you do
yes,
that.
The cool
yes.
thing
It's a
about this, sorry, the cool thing about this is to Nick's question, if I'm a FinOps operator or, planning cost savings, or if I'm an AR trying to figure out, or accounts receivable trying to figure out how it is that we're going to be visualizing and going on impact, especially if I'm doing something like chargebacks for my customers. Historically, this sort of data was munging through all sorts of different dashboards and data warehouses. But now that it's right here, right now, it's super powerful because it used to be so far away from the individual. And I remember when I was running operations many years ago, it was a multi-hour day week type of endeavor to go out and scrape this sort of data, but to have this like right front and center and customizable, this is super cool. And I don't think that the power of this can be understated.
right. Yeah.
Exactly.
So
Exactly.
and let me kind of get to the really neat part. To me, like seeing this, yes, we have a radio button here to kind of show you like what are my savings based off of instance types, based off of linked accounts. We also have what is our spend currently? Like what are we spending right now based off of those Graviton instances as well as our usage. So we can come in here and toggle to the different radio buttons that we have here. But I think the part where we want to see really like the meat to this would be more on the pivot table that we have also provided here. So here, not only do we show what our account name is, the account ID, instance family types, we also have, hey, this is what your current Graviton instance is. And now we're actually showing what comparable instance are we associated it to. And that's how we're kind of justifying, like, if you were on like a C6G and, or if you're on a C6G now and we're on a C5 large, this is what you would be spending. But now this is by going over to Graviton, you're now actually saving $439, which is roughly about 19%. So it's a really good kind of like indication to show you what your savings potentials could have been or could be based off of those the data that you're seeing here. Now, I know we're short on time, but let me go ahead and cover the Graviton opportunity section. This part is basically where it's like, well, where is my opportunity? Where is the actual value that I'm really going to gain out of it? And here we actually see that based off of our demo environment, we have roughly about $62,000 in Graviton savings. Uh, and one of the neat things for us that we went ahead and did here is that we actually showed a Graviton coverage by savings implementation effort, meaning that we're looking at what your EC2, either if you have any existing EC2 RIs or EC2 instant savings plans, we're actually going to be able to break that down and say, hey, within your environment of EC2, you have roughly about 4% that is currently under an EC2 instant savings plan or an RI. So we might want to look at that later down the road and see how we can manage that to go into Graviton. But on the plus side, you do have roughly about 66% of that that is relatively easy because there are no no factors that are really coming into play saying that you can't grow over to Graviton. And just kind of going further down, we also have those amazing breakdown charts that we basically kind of show you where what your current instance amortized cost looks like, what it would look like if you convert it over to Graviton, and we also have it based off of implementation effort. But going back down, if we have a actual really awesome pivot table here we will be able to see, all right, this is what we currently are at right now. We have a C5 large for this specific account, and we're recommending based on the comparable. We're not taking into effect any performance, any metrics, anything that has to do with uh, your CPU, memory, any of that, but just off of a comparable, what your current normalized instance hours are, costs, and associated that to what your comparable Graviton instance would be and justifying there what that potential savings is. So for instance, that C5 large that you're currently on, we were stating, hey, if you did go over to a C6G large, you could save roughly about $691 by converting over. And that's about 14% there.
I mean, I can't. I've said it before, and I've been leaning forward to literally like physically zoom in and see more of what's in there, and try to glean more from this. If I'm that operator, I wouldn't typically just go run for the hills anytime somebody would come and ask me this. But now with this at my hands, especially specking out the level of effort to go through and do the conversion, that kind of makes you like clairvoyant at that point. You're being able to see beyond the horizon and really break down the specifics of each individual instance type, and respectfully, not taking into account performance, why you're on that instance, whatever. But here's the carrot. If we can get over that nuance, if we're able to potentially scale horizontally on this, here's what we can get the end of it. This is top
Yeah.
notch, y'all.
I love the interactivity of it. And also, it occurs to me, Adrian and everybody else, this is just the EC2 tab. I mean, we focused on that for the purposes of this demo, but you guys have RDS, Elasticache, OpenSearch. We can do this for multiple different services and really visualize exactly what we're getting into here, right?
Yep. And the beauty,
That's amazing.
yeah, the other beauty of that is we are already comparing with if that instance is under on demand, we are comparing with the Graviton on demand, or if it's going to the compute savings plan, we are actually matching the compute savings plan price for that. So just making sure that it's more granular, and like always, you can go by the region or different instance types or different accounts and different pair. Just want to focus on one account or one region opportunity is right
Yeah.
there in front of you.
All right. Now, here's the key question here as we're getting close to time. We got Debbie in the back yelling at us, our producer. Sometimes we call her Debbie Downer because, always telling us we're running out of time on fun things like this. Newbie like me, how can I get started on this? What would you recommend?
It always takes one developer, 1 week, and one application to get started with this Graviton journey, right? And this dashboard is fully customizable, easy to deploy. It's part of the Cloud Intelligence Dashboard, Advanced Dashboard feed. So there is a step-by-step instruction we can share, but that's the easy way to get started with that one.
Yeah, and we have a slide that has a really awesome
Perfect.
QR codes. So this will be easy for everyone who is on right now. Just grab your phone, take a snap of it. It'll take you to the Graviton Savings Dashboard landing page where we have all the details to get you started, as well as the page for explaining Graviton in general. So if you want to learn more about it, that's where the right-hand side of it would be the best link to click on.
There we go. I mean, who has time to type links anymore? URL. Give me that QR code. I like it. All right.
Yes.
Well, y'all, I think this has been a fantastic session. I learned a lot. I'm glad I finally got to see this stuff. I can't wait. I snuck a picture there, the QR code. I can't wait to get started on this myself and, see what we could be saving.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for having us. Go
Yeah,
ahead and
thanks for
start
being here.
Graviton journey out there. We're excited.
All right, we're gonna have Adrian end his astral projection here, and send it on back to New York. Adrian, go do your wardrobe change, maybe a black shirt this time. You missed that memo, and we'll send it back to you guys in New York.
Well, see
Thank
y'all. Thank you
you.
so much. Appreciate it.
Welcome back to our live coverage. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
We are at the AWS Summit here in New York City. You're, looking at us through a bunch of tubes.
But
I
you're
assume.
kind of here too.
All the tubes of the internet, or internets, plural,
Multiple.
perhaps. I'm Am Grabelny. We're hosting today a bunch of people, bunch of products, bunch of learnings.
I love to learn.
Yeah.
Learn and be curious, as they say.
I am a developer advocate for Game Day, joined by my co-host here, Fiona, please.
That is me. Hi, everyone. I'm Fiona. I'm a solutions architect at AWS in the public sector. I work with nonprofits, and it's been a fun day getting to talk through launches and learn about different products and services at AWS. It's another fun angle, though, to see how our customers and our partners are actually using our services to build their own products. And, I think that we've got a customer sitting right here who might want to talk a little bit about what you've been building. So do you want to go ahead and introduce yourself? Kevin.
Hi, everyone. Kevin Zook. I'm the head of partner enablement at Glean, a very no longer small but very mighty AI company that has partnered very closely with AWS to essentially empower our customers to drive adoption at the user level throughout their enterprise. And so super excited to be here today and to kind of walk you through a live guide, if you will, through Glean. So we've got kind of like three stops, if you will. I'm not sure if anyone's told you this, but you're like the Guy Fieri of AWS. And like,
Oh, really?
I don't know if you've heard that, but like that was a lot of energy.
Everyone's been saying it.
I've heard it like at least 3 times today. So
3 times today?
Yeah, I'm honored to be here.
Wow.
But I would love
How
to.
much money do I owe you, Kevin?
You owe me a lot.
Okay, all right.
A lot of money.
So I would love to just kind of jump right into Glean to kind of show you what we do instead of just tell you what we do.
Okay.
And then throughout, I think maybe it would be cool if we had like some tests for folks to see, like, kind of quiz them and kind of showcase the power of what Glean and AWS are doing for them.
Perfect. Are there maybe opportunities for chat to be giving you questions that they'd like you to
There are.
ask Glean?
So
I was not told there was a test.
There
was not.
There's a test.
I wouldn't have showed up.
Well, Fiona and I you're the one being tested.
Right.
So like Fiona and I knew about it, but
We will.
Yeah,
we will
That's what I
talk
thought.
about
That's what it felt like. All right. So Kevin, we want to let's pull up Glean already. Let's just get into it.
Please. And then I do have a colleague of mine, Dan Iacono, whose name you will see across YouTube, Twitch, LinkedIn, wherever you might be joining us from. Dan is in the chat. He leads all of our technical enablement efforts at Glean. So if you have a question about our platform or about our service or about how we might be working with AWS under the hood, I promise you that Dan has the
He'll
answer.
have the answer. I'm wondering if Dan is Dragonov308, who says, I know that Kevin Zook guy.
No, Dragonov, great to see you. Former friend of the show. I used to work at AWS, so Dragonov is a longtime viewer. It's fantastic to see you again. Thanks for joining in, man.
All right, let's see this demo.
Let's do it.
Dan in the chat.
Cool. So what you are maybe seeing soon on the screen here
We're looking at it.
Is Glean. And so Glean is a logged-in experience. So just to show you, like Tristan is our demo persona.
Kevin, can I say it's very clean?
It is very clean. There's a.
Has anyone ever made that joke?
No,
never.
But now they have.
Now they have.
So I'm just going to show you, like, it is in fact actually Glean. Like, you can see it. Good afternoon, Kevin. It's a logged-in experience. Like, this is me down
SSO,
here.
you're
yeah,
in there.
Sign in, like SSO experience. But for the purposes of this, we're going to go into demo mode. And so I shall henceforth be known as Tristan.
That's Tristan. Hello,
Yes.
Tristan.
Now, we have to call you Tristan.
For the rest of this, yes.
All right,
so I'm
Tristan.
now Tristan. And so
It's confusing.
Glean works by connecting through APIs to all of your company's corpus knowledge. So we have off-the-shelf, like I would like to call it, connectors that just kind of work from day one.
Okay.
They connect to some of the most popular enterprise apps that folks might use, so like Slack, Teams, like any type of messaging service. We connect to Drive, we connect to Jira, Confluence, etc. one of the things that it allows us to do is surface information that we would otherwise have to go to these applications to look
search for, look
any
through,
information.
comb.
Yeah, so like
Any
think of a time
information.
from a viewer or even Fiona and Am, like when you were trying to find an email or that Slack message that you were talking to someone about a month ago.
Oh, I genuinely was just doing this yesterday.
Yeah, we do it every day, right? And so
Yeah.
like we've found that a significant amount of an employee's time is spent looking for information.
Yeah.
Right. And so what we've done is we've created this kind of like easy to use logged in experience that allows me to search for things.
All right.
Nice. And so highly relevant search for today, but let's look up what AWS services does Glean use for a customer deployment. Look, and, it's saying someone's asked that question before. So
Popular question.
Obviously, it's something that people are looking for. And so we have found 176,000 results. That's a lot.
That's kind of a lot of results.
That's a lot, and it's kind of telling me where they're coming from.
Okay.
But much like a web search that you would do on whatever your favorite browser is, this is actually what I'm looking for. This architecture, Glean on AWS. It's an external. If I click on it, it's going to take us to this screen. I can see, like, here is our AWS product architecture.
Wow.
Here's this information. I can look at the services that we're using. And if you look at this list, our assistant actually recognized that this was potentially a question I was asking, triggered itself, and actually went and pulled that information in
You
for
just
me.
hit us with a pretty good 2-in-1. You not only did you show us how Glean works, but you also showed us how Glean works with AWS. So tell us a little bit, how did you build on AWS?
Yeah, so I think a lot of this is just we recognize that a lot of our enterprise customers are using AWS today, right? It is the biggest cloud infrastructure provider on the market in the world. And so we needed a way to package what we were offering in a way that allowed customers to really easily deploy it in their environment, right?
Yeah.
And so I'm sure, depending on what you do, like you've heard this many times before, but Glean deployments are pretty straightforward and easy, for lack of a better word, right? We give you a CloudFormation template. You create an AWS account. You run that CloudFormation template, and it stands up all of these things that you need to essentially run Glean in your own account in a self-hosted way.
So we're seeing things, we got RDS, we've got S3, we got Lambda.
Yeah, we've
KMS.
got all sorts of stuff here. And so like, I'll even zoom in so we can kind of see this better. But we're using a lot of things. And Bedrock, which says is optional, is where we're pulling a lot of our large language models that kind of like power the AI ML functionalities under the hood, right?
Yeah.
So one of the things that we found was, you know, self-hosted is kind of like one of the things that companies want from us, right? We can deliver this as a SaaS product, no problem.
Right.
Companies sometimes just want more control over what's happening, right?
Sure.
And so we
More
wanted to give them
boundaries that they have.
that option, that functionality, and AWS helped us provide that.
I love that. So you mentioned that people spend a lot of time searching for things. You helped produce that. We've got a poll question for you all.
Chat said, Dragonov said, I'm always searching
for stuff like that. I'm also always searching for stuff like that. We've got a question for you all, poll question. What is the typical reduction in time spent searching for information after implementing Glean? Is it 15 to 20%, 25 to 30%, or 40 to 45%? Give us your best guess there. And speaking of questions, Am, I've got a question for you. If you were to think of Glean's AI assistant as a superhero, what would its power be?
What's a superhero? Oh, what is the power that
Glean has?
Let me focus in. I'm
maybe
reading.
Kevin, what would you?
No, hold on.
No,
Kevin,
sorry.
just think it. Think what the answer is, Kevin. Think harder. Harder. Telepathy.
How'd you know that?
Telepathy.
He's Glean.
That's the
crazy.
answer and the answer to your question.
You got like Glean superpowers, man. That's crazy.
You know what?
We could go on and on.
I actually asked Glean
did you
what
really?
the superpower was.
I love that.
Off camera.
We'll take it. We'll take it.
Awesome. So let's see our poll results here. What did everyone think the typical reduction in time spent searching was? Let's pull up those poll results.
We're waiting.
And it looks like we've got about 40% of people guessing 40 to 45%. Kevin, what kind of answers do you have for us here?
That is correct. 40 to 45%, which if you really think about that in the context of how much time you spend looking for things, like that is a huge amount of time savings, right? And like I want you to think about it this way in compounding value. Let's say you have one employee that spends 1 hour a day looking for stuff, which feels average.
Reasonable.
Like that's maybe what I do, right?
Yeah.
And you have 10,000 employees that work at that company. If you can save them all half an hour a day, 5 days a week, 300 days a year.
Yeah.
That's a significant time saving just from surfacing information. And we haven't even really gotten into agent functionality or chat. Literally just looking at where are things.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, Kevin, you were talking to us, which we explicitly asked you to stop. Off camera, we only talk to you on camera.
That's right.
it.
They were like, I don't want to talk to you.
But you're still telling us all about Glean, which I was excited to hear about, actually, which is why I let you continue. But it learns as you use it about you. Is that correct?
It does. So we recently had our user conference, Glean Go, not too long ago, where we made the announcement that Glean itself is a giant knowledge graph. Right, so it's like we're vectorizing this information and we're plotting where it is and who uses it. We announced the ability to have personalized knowledge graphs. And so as I or Am or Fiona uses Glean over time, based off of what role we have in the company, what documents or chats or groups we're interacting with, Glean will learn over time and begin recommending and surfacing information that could be relevant to us that before we maybe would have never known existed, but that we do have access to as a critical part of our jobs.
Yeah.
I just want to give you an example, Kevin. See what you think about this. I'm on the AWS Game Day team. I got a coworker sitting right down there. Her name's Maya. You'll see her later. You'll never believe this. AWS Game Day, to build a game day, a little complicated. We got a lot of different docs spread all over.
Yeah.
And whenever we onboard a new person onto the team, it can be a challenge for them to find all that stuff. Do you find your customers with those types of challenges, and what have you seen them as they've started to use Glean?
Yeah, no, it's a great question. And so one of the, not best use cases, but one of the biggest time savings and value adds that we've seen Glean provide is in onboarding, right? When you think about it, you've joined a new company, right? You've started a new class at school, a new semester, wherever you are in your learning journey, right? And the first thing you have to do is you have to go find everything that you need, right? They're like, here's your onboarding plan, and here are these people you need to meet, and here's this information you need to know, and it's a lot, right? In Glean, we can create collections that people are able to see and surface. And so if I look at let's look for, we just recently had a huge cohort of account executives start, so like AE onboarding. And I can just search for that, right? I'm new, I'm like, there's a collection, and there's a collection for my first 30 days here.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
With a hot link that I can click on, and it has this collection of everything that they think I should know about what I would need to do to be successful at Glean.
Dragonov put really important question in chat. Can it find my car keys?
Let's talk about that, Dragonov. I think that'd be a super cool feature request. I don't think it can do that today, but who knows? If we digitize those car keys, maybe. Right?
Digital twin.
So you are mentioning these cross-platform collaborations. You mentioned Teams, Slack, Confluence. Is there anything that has been an improvement that kind of surprised you as you are doing these integrations between your platforms?
I think surprised is a strong word.
Okay.
I'm not sure if it's surprised. I think a lot of the things we do is that, ultimately in this space, something that AWS has helped us with, as well as what Glean is focused on, is the product, if you will, works really well, but it only solves problems based off of the value of the information you provide it. And so, having companies understand that, the data that you already have in those systems, if it's not good data.
Bad data in, bad data out.
Right, garbage in, garbage out, bad data in, bad data out. And so a lot of the things we're working with our customers on and with everyone on is something that AWS is working well on, which is what information are you storing?
Yeah.
What is your storage solution? Are you archiving the right data? Are you needlessly keeping things? And so maybe not a struggle, but something that we've worked with our customers on is what do you really need? What is the value of the information coming in? And as long as it's good in, Glean makes it very easy to find.
Absolutely.
I feel personally attacked by this line because garbage in, garbage
existence
still.
Yeah. And so the last thing I would love to show you guys,
Please.
just before we run out of time here, is agent functionality.
Okay, let's
and
see.
so I've struggled with finding the right one. So we have all of these agents. So we have all sorts of stuff that I'm showing here. And one of the things that we want to do is everyone has one-on-ones, whether you're leading them or you're having them.
Yeah.
And so we have a agent that's been run called one-on-one prep. And so you're not seeing me type this, but this is my manager. You can harass her on LinkedIn if you want. But I no longer keep notes while at Glean. At all my other companies, I have had to keep notes meticulously about who I'm meeting with and everything else. And this agent essentially pulls all the transcripts from our meetings, looks at all of our Slacks and emails, and it says, what have they been talking about? and it looks at like, what did we talk about? This is it showing it thinking.
Amazing.
Right?
Beautiful.
And basically it's like, hey, these are the results. These are the discussions and everything else.
We got to go, Kevin. I love it. Go check out Glean. But for now, you stick around because Jasmine is about to tell us what's happening at the AWS GenAI Zone. Jasmine.
Hi, I'm Jasmine, and welcome back to AWS On Air. I'm live from the expo floor in New York City, and this time I'm at the AWS Generative AI Pavilion. I'm joined here with Julian and Heather. So, Julian, first question is for you, and of course you can introduce yourself. But what is the AWS Generative AI Pavilion?
Yeah, sure thing. Hey, Jasmine, thank you so much. My name is Julian with AI Event Marketing, and today here at the New York Summit, the Generative AI Pavilion is your one-stop shop for all of the latest and greatest with AWS Generative AI.
What does that mean?
Well, any of the new products or any of the services that have been around that have really helped everyone throughout their AI adoption journey, you can come learn more and engage with some of our own AWS experts and strategists to directly talk about your own specific use case.
Yeah, so what are some of the things that are here in the pavilion that folks can come in and experience?
Yeah, for sure. So right here for today, especially given the launch summit, we are talking primarily about pre-built agents, ready-made agents. If you're building your own, specifically on cost optimization using Amazon Nova and SageMaker AI.
Yeah, awesome. And Heather, so we had a big keynote today, and there were lots of things launched. What are some of the things that we learned about in generative AI that are here now?
Hi, I'm Heather. I'm AI PMM for hands-on experiences, and I'm sure you got to hear today that we launched Amazon Bedrock Agent Core, which enables you to deploy highly capable agents on open source, any open source framework using any model. So to talk about that, we have a builder's bench that is for Agentic AI, and so we take you everywhere from Agent Core to Strands to MCP to Kiro, of course. But the cool thing is we really try to meet you where you're at in your agentic journey. So if you have never even used AWS or Bedrock or any of it before, come on up and ask, because we really want to help people understand what agentic AI is and how they can get started with AWS.
Yeah. What are some of the things that customers are coming in and asking over here at this Experts Bar?
Well, I think people are really interested in Strands, and Kiro has been a big hero of the summit. And we're excited about all of these. In fact, I've heard a lot of people, actually, one of the biggest things they've been asking is where they can get swag with the new Kiro Ghost. It's so cute.
Yeah. And speaking of, folks here on site, but where can folks learn more if they're joining us in the chat? Where can they learn more about AWS and generative AI that we have going on?
We have a PD page that recently launched that is specifically for agentic AI. So you can find out everything we just talked about, including the brand new launches that Swami talked about on our agentic AI PDP page.
Yeah. So PDP, that is product detail page, right? Yeah, we use a lot of acronyms here. We got to define for the audience because they're like, oh, what's that? So what they're looking for is Amazon Bedrock or AWS Generative AI, and they can easily navigate through that experience to learn about the new products, especially Kiro, and learning more about the Ghost. Yeah, awesome. So what else?
Agent Core. Don't forget about Agent Core. That's the big deal. And it definitely helps you launch highly capable agents securely and at scale. So come to us if you want to learn about the new models and all the things we have, because model choice is so important to us. And that is, and being able to use the new open source frameworks. So come check it out and come build with us.
Yeah. So we definitely hear from customers all the time that model choice is so, so, so important. So they can get on Bedrock and they can choose which models that they want to use and what they do with them, right? Yeah. So we're here at the Generative AI Pavilion, right? What is your favorite part about it?
Ooh, I'd probably have to go say there's multiple different aspects to check out with the Generative AI Pavilion, but my favorite would be our Generative AI in Sports corner. You actually get to see all the different real-life use cases which highlight our AWS partnerships with our sports marketing agencies. And so right here we have the highlighted AWS Real-Time Racetrack, which tells the story of our Formula One partnership, where we put about 300 sensors on Formula One cars during an entire season, collected 1.1 million data points per second, and created an experience that allows you as the attendee to design and build your own racetrack, while you then get to race your track using Amazon Nova Pro. So feel free to check it out online, the We Made for This campaign with AWS and Formula One.
Awesome. Julian and Heather, that has been so fun to talk to you. I wish we had more time, but we don't. Viewers, stay with us. Like, comment, share, subscribe, and we are headed back to the desk with you, Aaron.
No, not yet. We're live.
Hello.
Welcome back to the AWS Summit here in New York City. My name is Aaron Hunter. I am a principal developer advocate, joined with Fiona and Bowen, and today we're going to teach to you about the AWS Free Tier and what's brand new with it. I'm actually really excited for that.
Aaron, what is the AWS Free Tier?
I don't know. That's what Bowen's here for. Bowen, what is the AWS Free Tier? But first, Fiona, who are you? Why are you here?
My name is Fiona McCann. Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us back here on the expo floor at New York Summit, AWS New York Summit 2025. My name is Fiona McCann. I'm a solutions architect in the public sector, and I'm very excited to have Bowen here to talk to us about the free tier.
Yeah,
Bowen,
thank you for having me.
introduce yourself. Thank you.
Sure thing. My name is Bowen Wen. Very excited to be here. I'm part of AWS Billing and Cost Management team as the principal product marketing manager. So a lot of my time is spent on helping customers and partners understand their cloud investment and to understand how to optimize and save.
Absolutely. So tell us, is there something new today that's happening? What's bringing you to AWS OnAir today?
Yes, so a lot of us is familiar with AWS Free Tier.
Yes.
Right. So we're making
It's my favorite tier.
That's what it's best tier.
Yes. So we're making enhancements to AWS Free Tier with an easy and free access to a broader range of AWS services with something different, which is a credit-based free tier experience.
Aha.
So when they sign up, they get credits?
That is correct.
Okay.
No question asked for new customers who sign up after or on July 15th, or if you're part of early access customers, when you sign up, you will now receive $100 upon sign up.
Okay.
And there's also something more exciting is if you want to understand what are the core services I can learn about at sign up, you can also unlock 5 core services that are Amazon EC2, RDS, Lambda, Bedrock, and AWS budgets.
You were counting behind your laptop screen. You gotta do it over.
EC2, RDS, Lambda, Bedrock, budgets.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Those are the. So these are the foundational services that. Do they count for more credits?
Yes. Each one will give you additional $20.
Ooh.
So at the amount of sign up, you can receive up to $200 of credits.
Wow. Okay. So that's pretty powerful. And you do that like basically learning through this like structured plan. We walk them through, let's say, for example, budgets or getting into the Bedrock console and playing around with models, right?
Exactly. So for this one, another concept we introduced for customers is the AWS free account plan. So if you're new customers, I know all you want is to save your energy and focus on learning.
Yeah.
I want to save my money too, not just energy.
We're actually getting people in the chat saying we like free stuff. So you've captured the listeners.
I know that guy. I know that Dragonov guy. I see you there.
So exactly. So with the free account plan, you have up to 6 months, or whenever you use up your $200 credits.
Yeah.
But within that 6 months of time, your experience is completely free cost. So it's almost like a sandbox environment. You can try and learn to understand what is AWS, the different core services, and you try out different ideas.
So it's completely free for 6 months, and then you also get this up to $200 credit that you can use. And then after the 6 months, there's still a free tier component, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
So
the always free.
The always free. A lot of services are still offering perpetual free tier limit.
Okay.
So as long as you create an AWS account, you'll be able to use their free tier limit.
Okay.
There are also a set of services that offer short-term trials. So you'll be able to be benefited from those short-term trials and perpetual free tier limit, and use credits to cover usage that exceeds those limits.
That's really powerful. It's powerful for like the early learners or maybe someone who needs like a minimally level product. We say MLP over here, not MVP.
Ooh,
right?
I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's like a basic product that you're building out, and you want to like see if it's going to work for you. Now, I saw someone on Reddit who said that they accidentally spent $4,000 in the free tier, but you know what's going to help you with that? budgets can help you with that. So that's
true.
one of those activations that you can earn the additional $20 to help you with the set of those budget rules.
Yes.
That was going to be a kind of a lead into a question that I was going to ask you, Bowen, is we mentioned those 5 core services. Let's see if my brain's working. EC2, RDS, Bedrock, budgets, and
Lambda. Yep.
So what kind of considerations went into deciding which services would be considered for the 5 core services, and how do you think that customers will benefit from getting started with learning these 5?
Ooh, double down question.
2 questions in one.
Yeah, definitely when we design this free tier experience, a lot of things are working backwards from customers, right? The free account plan is one example. Complete free, zero cost environment. And when we take a look at the core services customers can learn about, whether it's compute or serverless service, or even just the idea of there is cost monitoring service you can use, we believe that if you can understand how those services use at the very beginning of your kind of experience, journey with AWS, you'll be able to have that confidence and will be able to tell us when you are ready to explicitly upgrade to the pay plan.
Yeah.
Now, the sign-up process is kind of a sensitive thing because you're entering your email address and your credit card info. So, hey, Internet, we're not going to show you how to do that today because that is a very sensitive process.
You don't want to show them your credit card info?
I mean, I kind of do, but that's only so they can go spend my money and get the points. But we have a blog that I believe Channy Yun created. So can we pull that blog up and maybe walk through it? Because I believe it has the steps for us about the sign-up process that Bowen, you've already walked me through, and thank you for sharing that.
Yes, definitely. Just one point is for this AWS Free Tier experience, we are offering this to new customers.
Okay.
And to qualify as a new customer, you will have new email address and a new credit card information.
Okay.
And Channy wrote a AWS news blog on this, and if you pull up this news blog, you will see this account plan that will be presented to you during the sign-up process.
Okay.
Right? So we mentioned that a free account plan is completely free of cost. You have up to 6 months, but you still have all the credits you can use. The pay plan is the pay as you go. Right? You have access to everything. And when we designed the free account plan, we specifically pick 100+ core services and features we believe are sufficient for you to understand and start building with AWS, but at the same time, you will not exhaust $200 overnight.
Yeah.
So it's definitely a good place to get started with.
Do you have an example of a service that exists just in the paid tier?
We have actually AWS Free Tier website.
Oh,
so we actually launched the aws.amazon.com/free.
If you go aws.amazon.com/free.
Yes.
I'm doing that right now.
I'm looking it up
Hey, chat, everyone watching live, do it right now.
Do it,
aws.amazon.com/free. There's no tracking code on that, so I'm so sorry to our marketing team.
Yes, so this Free Tier website is completely revamped in order to give customers the brand new information about what's Free Tier experience is. You can learn about the free plan, pay plan, and there's different filters you can use to understand. You mentioned what are services available only under free account plan or pay plan, and you can search for that. There's different filter options for you to dynamically understand.
Okay, so I'm seeing, for example, Amazon Managed Blockchain, that's paid plan exclusive.
Yes. Basically, if you are considering whether it's time for me to upgrade to pay plan, you can take a look at pay plan exclusive to understand services that's not available under the free plan.
And one thing that's really new to me, because I've been at AWS for over 10 years now, this short-term trial is pretty new to me. So is there a cord? There's no cord. Okay, but if we pull that website back up in just a few moments here, when Bowen has that ready, there's learn more about our offers, free plan, paid plan, short-term trial, and always free. And I think it's pretty powerful because you can expand on that and really understand like what these different offers are and how they might apply to you, how you can leverage this free tier, not just the new free tier version, but like in the future when you're past that. Oh, the close-up, I love it. When you're past that 6-month period, then you can start jumping into that short-term trial and understand how it's going to continue applying to you. So, Bowen, if you scroll down a little bit, I think it's down there. And
let's check it out.
Right above Get Started. There it is.
There it is. A little down, a little lower,
so learn
lower.
more about our offers. Let's click on that up a little bit. Up a little bit. Yeah, a little bit more. A little bit more. Right there. Click on that short-term trial button for us. Let's expand that and kind of dig into that a little bit before we jump into the actual demo for this like getting more credits through budgets, because I'm excited. I'm really excited for that. I'm more excited than I should be for that.
Yeah, exactly. So for short-term trial and always free, customers can still have access to that and apply credit on top of those usage. So it's definitely you have the flexibility and also the benefits you've being very familiar with.
Yeah. So with your screen share still up, the words are very hard for me right now. Can we jump into the console and demo this and
Let's take a
show
look at
people
it.
what this free tier experience looks like now that you're in it?
Absolutely. So I already signed up for this free tier V2 account.
Perfect.
Just because it is for new customers. You can take a look at this profile information to understand how many credits you have in your account and the days you have remaining to your free account plan, right?
Okay.
In this case, it's 6 months. And you will be able to scroll down to have this cost and usage widget on your AWS Management Console. One thing I want to call out, which is the 5 services we've been counting over and over again.
Yeah.
Yeah. If time allows, we can maybe take a look at how customers can create a budget
Yeah, let's go
and
for
to
it.
see if we can actually earn additional credits.
Pop quiz for Fiona first. What are the 5 services?
Okay, I'm not looking at the screen.
Okay.
EC2, Lambda, RDS, budgets, and Bedrock.
Ding.
Boom, boom, boom,
Okay.
boom, boom, boom.
Give me 1 second. For whatever reason, let me refresh.
And check
Make sure-
out. So we're
yeah.
going to go through and look at budgets.
Budgets.
And set up.
You can explore. So yep, right
Set up a
there.
cost
Set up
budget.
budgets. Okay. So
Perfect.
I like that, where it like has a pop-up and it shows you what
Yeah.
you're going to be doing. So if you wanted to explore them, like all 5 of them, and figure out which one you want to do that's right for you, then
Yep.
you can go back to that one page for like the billing cost management. You can click on it, and you can be like, I think I have time for this right now, so I can earn this extra $20 credit in my account.
Yeah. So let's say you get started, you probably spend $20 per month.
That sounds good.
This is a cost, and then
Why $20 a month? Because you don't want to spend what the credit's worth?
um,
No more than what the credit's worth?
So I'm just thinking $200 6 months. That's
Yeah.
probably
Yeah,
approximately
smart.
how much you probably want to alert yourself. And here's the scope. You basically will be notified when your actual spend reaches 85%
okay.
of this limit, or
Okay.
100% of that, or forecasted to be reaching this amount.
That forecast is really powerful.
That is
Yep.
really powerful. So it's
Yeah.
not only telling you what is actually existing in your account, but it's saying, hey, we're estimating that you're
Yeah.
going to reach.
Hey, you spent this much, and we think you're going to exceed it.
I like that.
Yep.
Yep. So I believe I just created this account. Let's go back to my management console. It probably will take a few minutes for the system to recognize your
The new-
completion.
Yeah, well, while we're waiting for that, can you just click through each one? So, like, can you click on launch an instance and just wait for that modal? And let's
Yeah.
see what it says. Because I kind of want to, like, highlight each one while we're waiting for that credit
Yep.
to come through. So it says launch an instance using EC2. Fiona, being a solutions architect, what is EC2?
EC2, those are our compute capacity in the cloud. It's
Okay.
like running a server on AWS.
Okay. That's exactly it. It's Elastic Compute Cloud to
I guess I
create
should
a
have
virtual
said,
machine or instances.
I guess I should have said what it's called. It
No,
is
no,
Elastic
you're
Compute
good.
Cloud.
And then so here in this activity, it's telling us everything. It's really cool. So you'll learn how to quickly get started by launching an instance in server and cleaning up your instance. And then performing the activity will incur AWS service charges, but you get this $20 reward value back.
I do
So-
love rewards.
Yes. But this
Yeah.
is within the free tier, right? So, it says these charges will be deducted from your free tier credits. Okay.
Yeah, but in this case, you will clean up your EC2 instance. So you
Yes.
basically learn the experience of creating this spin up instance, but in the end, you will clean it up by earning $20 without incurring any cost.
So Bedrock being
Yes.
being very much like, I'm super into generative AI and using AI models, and Bedrock is really cool for like this model playground. You can actually do like a compare as well.
Yeah.
So you can compare different models. But
Model
what are we doing here
evaluation.
with this to earn $20?
It looks like we're selecting a model, we're submitting a prompt, and it's generating a response for us.
Okay. Okay. And then
I
we
like
go
that.
through that, and then we earn $20 once
Yeah.
we familiarize ourselves.
Yes, the
I got
process.
that word out.
Words are hard.
Words are
Yep.
difficult.
And the good news is you can apply free tier credits for the first party, which is Amazon, or third party models.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And we had 12 labs earlier today, so can we use
Yeah.
that as well in this example?
Yes, you will definitely take a look at all the details of the pricing information for
Yes.
Bedrock to make sure you clarify what
Got it.
That's a good
information-
question. Yeah, which are there models that are available only on the paid tier on Bedrock?
No, you can use, actually, Bedrock is available under the free account plan. You can also use free tier credits to cover the usage. So without incurring any cost, you can try out Bedrock.
I'm liking this. Oh, and
Okay.
it looks like we earned some money.
Yes.
Yes. So
It
now,
take some time for the system to recognize I have already created AWS budgets. So if I can scroll down here.
Okay, so you've already created Lambda.
Yep.
Did you do that earlier?
Yep.
And then now we just did budgets.
Yep.
Is there one that you would recommend doing first?
So for me, since I'm coming from AWS Billing Cost Management team,
Yeah.
definitely AWS budgets. This is
Are you a little
one-
biased, maybe?
Very much so.
I'm not gonna lie. I agree with you because
I
like
agree.
this is a free tier thing, so
Yep.
obviously someone's very like cost conscious,
Yep.
and budgets is a really great way. I actually saw, again, I'm gonna call out Reddit threads here because it's very active, but like I saw a Reddit thread where a comment said, "Can't believe budgets help me save money while I earn money through the free tier." So I agree. Set that one up first.
It's
I like it a
how
lot.
Yeah.
You know what? I can't argue with that.
Okay, you
Cannot
can.
argue with that. I do have to say though, learning how to use a foundation model in Bedrock does also sound like an exciting place to maybe have as your second step.
Yes.
Yep.
There's two more. Can we click into those?
Yes, so there's RDS instance.
And give it a second here because our production team needs some time. So, hey, production team, I'm not going to count down for you, but we are counting in our heads. So once that demo comes up here on the screen, then we'll be able to see those other two.
Yes,
It was
the
RDS and so we did.
Was Lambda the last one that we hadn't seen
Lambda's
yet?
already done.
Yep.
Oh, we didn't
I
see that, but we
complete
didn't see that
Lambda
one.
So
Yes.
let's take a look at RDS.
All right, so in this activity, you'll launch an Amazon RDS database and explore basic configuration options. You will learn about the essential settings that you need to set up and manage your database. Again, performing this activity will incur AWS
Yep.
service charges, but they'll be deducted from your free tier credits,
All
and you
right.
can see the pricing page for potential costs. So be very aware of how much these potential costs are, and always spin things down when you're done testing
Yes.
them. Yes.
Break it down.
Break it down.
So yeah, one last thing I do want to share is the credit page.
Okay.
Yes. So if you go to Billing and Cost Management Console, we mentioned that you have no cost, right?
Mhm.
So it's less about the bill and the payment, but if I can ever find a credits page here. Okay,
I know.
here it is.
It's right there on the top. Okay.
So under the credit page, you actually have basically the breakdown of how much AWS free tier sign up bonus, the $100
okay.
a year.
Yeah.
Yep, and additional services just got completed. And then as
okay.
you incurring cost, you will see the credit amount get deducted from your account. Yeah.
What I think is interesting is this says the expiration is July 4th, 2026, even though you just did the budgets activity today. So they're all going to expire, I'm guessing, when you created your account or 1 year from that.
That's exactly
Okay,
correct.
okay.
So free account plan is 6 months, but the free tier credits will be valid 12 months from the time you create your account.
Okay,
So you can
okay.
roll over your credits to the pay
Right.
plan if you have not used them.
Okay.
Okay, so then you got to make sure that you get all 5 of those credits set up within your first 6 months. You can use those credits in the final 6 months.
Exactly. Yep.
Okay,
That's
so
awesome.
in our last minute here, what's the number one thing that you want people to go do?
Definitely learn about this free tier experience. If you're new customers, you will be able to learn about the different services in a very safe environment with zero cost and let AWS pay for your learning.
Go check out the blog. If you don't have an account, or even if you do and you want to experiment and explore it, go sign up for a brand new AWS free tier account.
Yeah. Just
And-
need a new email, new credit card,
And
then
Fiona,
you're-
our production team, gave me this right here, but I'm going to hand it over to you to close
What's
us up.
on the secret card?
What's on the secret card?
The secret card says that there's a survey and that the first 200 viewers that respond to the survey are going to get $20 in AWS credits. I mean, on the topic of credits, and we're
On the topic
talking
of
free,
credits.
free
That's
money,
awesome.
might as well get a $20 for free. You need a builder ID to use the survey, but please do let us know what you're thinking of the show. If you're seeing what you're wanting to see, if you have ideas for improvement for us moving forward, we love hearing your voice, and we love getting to talk to you and have you here throughout the day. So don't go anywhere. We have more content coming up.
Right.
Thanks, Bowen.
Thank you.
Welcome back to New York Summit. We are live on AWS OnAir. My name is Alistair Bate, Cloud Optimization Solution Architect, and we're so excited to have you back. And to the right of me in beautiful red, we have Jasmine. Welcome back.
Thank you. I'm back at the desk. I'm Jasmine Kiles. I'm a manager of product management here at AWS, supporting the AWS partners and marketplace. So I'm so excited for this session because joining us on this stage, we have Adelaide and Chris. Introduce yourselves. What do you do?
Chris, you want to go first?
Sure. Hi, everybody. I'm Chris Bandico. I am the general manager for AWS Marketplace Deployments team, and our team is responsible for the launch we're talking about today. So excited to be here.
I know, a few hours in, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So hi, everyone. My name is Adelaide. I'm a principal product manager with AWS Marketplace. I'm part of the team that built this launch today. Excited to be here.
Wonderful. And we're here to see all about it because, like we said, it was only came across in the keynote a few hours back. So give us the intro. What are we going to be seeing today, and how did it come about?
So today we announced AI agents and tools in AWS Marketplace. And AI agents seem to be the hot topic as of late, right? And in traditional AWS fashion, working backward from the customer and with Marketplace with our partners' needs, it's really important. And so we were able to focus on, the idea of building agents and building agentic workflows. Sometimes we realize customers don't need to be an expert in everything they do. And so there are tools just like APIs and SaaS before where agentic solutions can come in and you can really use other people's expertise. So we have a lot of expert partners that are developing agents. So we wanted to make sure that we could create a curated catalog of those for our customers to help them speed along in their agentic journey. We actually saw partners listing on Marketplace, but like as SaaS or container listings, and there wasn't a way to really merchandise like this was actually agentic. So working backward from that, we really looked at what options we had. And I should also mention our friends at Agent Core were building the underlying infrastructure. So it felt like the right time to not only build out the category, but also the integrations to the other AWS services.
And go ahead, Jasmine.
Go ahead.
Well,
I'll let go.
Marketplace has always been a great place for our customers to go and find extra software, tools, consulting services, you name it. And I think this is a perfect example of extending that service to something that is very much needed at this point. And the built-in connection to the Agents Core is going to really help speed that along today, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. We're excited because it's a lot of the existing Marketplace experiences are focused on procurement, our ability to do like billing centralized, invoicing centralized, being able to manage all the different agents you potentially subscribe to in one place. That really flows right into Marketplace's main jobs to be done. And so we're excited that this will help customers and partners grow in this area as well.
Yeah. You mentioned looking at what the partners were doing and how they were listing on Marketplace beforehand.
Yeah.
What did you look at from the customer standpoint to know that you needed to build this?
You want to take that, Adelaide?
Yeah, so one of the key things that we realized from customers was everybody is innovating, trying to build agents, right? But there are so many different places to go find these agents and agentic tools. And Marketplace we've been in the business of providing ease of discovery and procurement. So one of the key feedback we got from customers is how can you make sure that we can easily find all the tools and the agents that we need to get to building and developing our workflows. So basically, this is the kind of feedback we got from customers, and we've been very excited to bring this to life for customers.
Yeah.
Oh, amazing. Well, how about we take a look at what this looks like and see how easy it is for our customers and, of course, our partners to make use of this.
Great. So we'll go right into it. So here on my screen is the AWS Marketplace Service website. And from here, this is where you can start your discovery process on to find solutions on Marketplace. So as we said, our launch, there is an entry right here to get to the AI Agent Solutions page. So I'm going to just quickly go into that. On this page, consider this page as your one-stop shop for all things agentic solutions. So to get started, there are a couple of things. If you wanted to find information, more details about what the kind of partner softwares that we have or solutions that we already have, you can find those. And then we also feature a couple of curated popular agentic listings and tools. We have those. But at the core of this is we do appreciate that a lot of people might not necessarily know what the specific agent or tools they want out of hand. So to enable this or to make this easy for them, we launched this new semantic search that allows you to be able to, in a natural language way, be able to interact with the discovery process. So I'm just going to go ahead and type, maybe for example, my agent needs access to web search tools.
So basically, we're using GenAI and the agents to actually find the agent we need. Like, so much help to actually get to where we need to be.
Right.
Yeah, right.
And as agents evolve, we're noticing like new players come along, like Brave, you see here, along with the existing SaaS companies that are venturing into agentic as well. So instead of doing key name search, like it's really about the job to be done or like the need that you have, the business need. And so, natural language search really is a great tool for that.
Yeah. Because I imagine the agents and the AI landscape is changing so much at the moment. How is this going to keep up with that and allow our partners to provide these more offerings to our customers?
So we've invested in self-service through the last, 5 years or so on Marketplace. So being able to list any of these listings you see here and any future listings, there's both an API front as well as just a self-service flow that they can easily create new listings. And then being able to tie those in, as I mentioned before, with like Agent Core or other services we dream up, we're tying into that. So that's one way, is the partner innovates, they're able to then list very quickly, so there's not a long process involved there.
Yeah. You also mentioned earlier Bedrock Core, Bedrock Agent Core.
Yes.
What does that experience look like for this launch?
Yeah, so I think we can dive into a couple examples of that.
Yeah.
So why don't we go back to the demo and we can show you. So in this example, I think we have both, like we talked about Brave for like the search. So we have tools like MPC servers, or MCP servers, excuse me, where we're able to deploy these directly into say Amazon Bedrock Agent Core Gateway, or
it is new, so we'll practice saying it a bit later.
And Agent Core Runtime. So depending on the delivery type, if it's API hosted by the vendor, we can pull that directly into Gateway. And I think you had the container image up. You can go back to that, or you can deploy a container directly into Runtime. And so, Adelie, why don't you take us through that?
Let's have a look.
So referencing the Agent Core enabled runtime solution. So this is a page where I skipped through the subscription process, so it takes a little bit of time. So on this page is where you can actually start launching those kind of products. And this is a container deployment method product. So basically, it allows you to securely install or deploy your packaged agent or agentic tools on Agent Core Runtime.
Nice.
We're getting there.
Yeah.
So on this page, the partner or the product provider would have provided you detailed instructions on how to get access. So this assumes you've already subscribed to the listing or the product. So you now have access. You follow the detailed instructions, and you can actually deploy to via a CLI command. We've provided some templates here, or an example here for you. You can basically copy this, edit the different details that you need, and then also in the environment variables, you can put in, fill in the placeholders where you have the values with your access keys, and then run that CLI command. Once it runs, this launches this product to Agent Core Runtime. making it available to be hosted and run without having to think about infrastructure costs and whatnot. So you can navigate back to the agent core experiences to be able to view all the agents you have running there. So this is one of the primary ways we've integrated into Bedrock Agent Core. The other way, as Chris mentioned earlier, is really being able to leverage a different type of deployment method, which is via APIs, to be able to connect with agents. So Bedrock Agent Core helps you run agents as containers, but another way to integrate there is through the gateway. So the gateway allows you to almost like manage a collection of tools that you need, including tools that you can procure from AWS Marketplace. So I can demo that just a minute, but anything you wanted to add, Chris?
Yeah, I think the other thing is, as you bring that up, is with the API interface, we actually using one of our existing features called Quick Launch that allows, when you subscribe, when you sign up with the vendor, then the access keys can actually automatically be passed into Secret Manager. So you don't have to worry about copying and pasting access keys, et cetera. It's basically delivered right to you. And so as that integration, it basically reduces another step or 5 to be able to get you up and running even faster.
Definitely focusing on security in that place.
Yes.
Bringing it into your environment, making sure it's all securely stay there and allowing you to actually operate, I imagine, very, very quickly.
Yes.
If you're in a hurry. So I can go in and I think we had an agent earlier that was hello world and answered my question of 2 + 2. It will be able to answer that question very quickly, I imagine.
Yeah.
Good. Let's take a look more about that. How do we keep going with this setup here?
So basically now we are in the gateway integration pattern. So again, this assumes I've already subscribed to the product. I'm on the launch page. And here I can go to the vendor's website, create an account, get my API access. And then with the configurations, the user-defined configurations or the seller-defined configurations, I can simply copy these configurations and then deploy them to Agent Core, and you can manage all the tools from there. And this is really easy because when you're running agents, agents don't work in isolation. They work in concert with different tools, and it can be a little bit of a work to keep integrating to different independent tools. So you can actually build a collection of tools, define the integration patterns just once, and including tools that you procure through Marketplace. So it just reduces the development time drastically for enterprise customers and any developer.
It also, well, we don't want to steal Agent Core's thunder if they're going to come here and present, because it's a really interesting service, set of services, honestly. So it's really, with Marketplace and our deployments focus, it's about time to value, right?
Yeah.
And it's basically getting not only through the procurement, which customers and partners tell us goes 60% faster on our platform, but also being able to then get up and running faster. And so that's really where these integrations really evolve. And we're excited as Agent Core continues to develop. It's in preview now. We'll continue advancing that integration.
Yeah. How many sellers does this impact on the marketplace?
Oh my gosh.
Trick question.
Yeah. So we have hundreds of customers that are, partners that are classified as the agentic agent and tools space, and that includes professional services to help you set your own strategy and get up and running. That's focused on agentic. It includes kind of development platforms like Salesforce. It also has SaaS that also has the agentic built in, but then like what we've just been talking about, the actual MCP servers, knowledge bases, guardrails, the tools you need to build agentic solutions, and agents themselves. So with all of that, it's hundreds. With this preview launch, we have roughly, I think, 10 in runtime. Don't quote me on that, but we have about 10 partners in runtime integration and about, I think, 13 the last I checked with the API and gateway integration.
Okay.
And so, yeah, we're really excited to see how this takes off. But this was just, this is just the start. I'd say.
So I imagine really what it's going to do is it's going to take people who have never touched GenAI at all, but who have maybe really strict procurement rules or things like that, and they already have an AWS account, which could help really well, and get them set up really nice and quick, being able to get the marketplace options, the MPC servers, and actually go and build out their applications really fast in this case, extending what was already available in marketplace from before we started here.
Yeah, in talking to customers this week, it's been fun because it's like I guess the message is like you don't have to be an expert in everything. Like there's like experts in this particular area that can help, and so you can just get up and running much faster. The other great thing is like the session before this, we were listening in on Free Tier and talking about like budgets and like cost explorers and things like that. Like this all ties directly into that. So pay as you go agents is a very common pay structure, and so being able to monitor all of that spend directly in the tools you're already looking at your AWS spend in, I think just it makes things even more simple versus looking at 5 different, 6 different, 20 different invoices with the sprawl that comes with software sometimes.
Yeah, I'm really hearing a lot of the benefits, right? It is that procurement in one place with just a few clicks. It is being able to have streamlined deployment for the partners who want to list. It is the integrated billing and only having your billing in one place. And then the pricing, right? So I'm not going out and buying different agents, having to tell someone, oh, hey, build this agent for this. Instead of spending your time doing that, you like, hey, it's on the shelf. I know I want to go do this thing. I need an agent to do this. Let me go click a couple buttons, and I get all of those benefits there.
And don't forget, get suggestions on which agents can actually help you through the system itself too. Wonderful.
Awesome. So what else? Anything you want to leave us with? Where can folks go to learn more?
Adelaide?
So really go to AWS Marketplace and go directly to the AI Agent Solutions page. This is where you can quickly start finding agents. You can quickly start building agents. You can quickly start putting together agents for your agentic workflows. We have a ton of resources out there, both partners, partner resources, customer resources, and some of our documentation. So AWSmarketplace.com is where to get started.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I did have one question a bit earlier. Now, I did warn you, but since we're putting in the context, either yourself or the new solution that we have, what superhero would it be? And how is it going to help you become a superhero? Any answers now?
No.
No?
Adelaide, do you have an idea of this?
You know, I had like 30 minutes to think about it, and I still didn't come up with an answer. So
we'll have to get you to send it in or put it in the chat a bit later to actually answer all those questions.
We'll have to make you superheroes because
Yes.
you're providing all of this value back to the customers, back to the partners. We'll come up with something for you.
You are the superheroes of the superheroes to help them form the new whatever it may be.
Well,
Now,
thank you.
Did you get a card earlier, a super secret card given to you?
I did get a card. It's a super secret card here. My secret was, tell us in the chat, what's your biggest challenge with AI adoption? So we'll come back to this. We would love to read it in the comments here. And yeah, that is all for here. So this has been our session with the AWS Marketplace, learning about the new launches. Chris, Adelaide, thank you so much for being here and for giving us a super demo. Alistair, always a privilege. Chat, thanks for being here. Again, stick with us. Let us know what are your biggest challenges with AI agents in the chat. And we'll get you some more information, but we will be right back with more.
Well, thank you for having us.
Yes, thanks.
What's going on right now, it's kind of a huge stampede. Working with AWS is really the key advantage that we have. Brainbox AI, that's about using artificial intelligence to reduce the energy of the heating, cooling, and ventilation of the existing building up to 25%. You got all of these companies pushing new models which are far better than the previous version every few months. And the Bedrock solution is quite interesting because you don't have to make this decision. AWS is coming with that carousel, and the different models are being updated as new models are released. The capability to use multiple models to answer one question is probably the greatest advantage of Bedrock. One model was clearly trained on HVAC information. At the same time, we could use another model for another question because we know for the question on that specific angle, another model would probably have a better answer. The way the technology at Brainbox works, everything is based on data. Data that we're extracting either from the customer building or from the external API sources is really like the fuel training the AI so we're capable to have prediction. So that data for us is crucial. The security surrounding the AWS system is guaranteeing that that data is protected at all times. In the very rapid pace moving GenAI world, working with AWS, that support and the expertise that we had access to was just making the difference.
Welcome back to AWS Summit. We are live from New York, right here amongst the expo. It's been a great day. There are so many people out. I am starting to boil because it is actually quite warm. But it's been a great day. And beside me, I'm joined by Adrian. Adrian, how are you?
Boiling as well. But being from Texas, that's nothing new. But what is new is probably you. So welcome to AWS On Air. My name is Adrian San Miguel. I am a partner enterprise architect here at AWS, joined to my right, a partner with whom I worked, 2018, thereabouts, is a good friend of mine, Travis. Travis, introduce yourself and let us know what you do and who your favorite supervillain is.
Ooh, my name is Travis Rail. I'm the CTO of Innovative Solutions. We're a premier tier SI based out of Rochester, New York. Been around for 30 years, but we do a lot of AI work, from agents to pipelines and more. And today we're going to show you some of the things we built.
Wonderful. Can you mind just giving us a brief intro? What are we expected to see and hear about today?
Sure. Let me describe a problem.
Okay,
a real problem that the business has. So about a year ago, we were sitting down and we had this huge influx of customers, and I only had so many people to go help and service them. And we had a lot of options in front of us. One was, hey, we can hire people, but we don't know if we're going to have that much volume still, so should you hire? We could elongate the process, so we don't know if we're going to have more work to do later, or should we, and so forth. And we chose a fourth option, which was, let's start building our own agent process to help us facilitate and help us get through our sales cycle faster. And our goal was really simple. Take a 2-week process and make it 2 hours. That was it. Can we take a 2-week process and make it 2 hours? And if we can do that, that's success.
I like it.
So you didn't mention, or you didn't answer the question about supervillain, but that was a very Dr. Doom answer of, I made my own option.
Yeah.
He is great. He's fantastic. I look forward to the coming arc. I digress. So back to the solution. Being able to concatenate, collapse the amount of time it takes you to do these things, to avoid having to staff, avoid having to go build complex workflows. Tell us about it.
So think about the life of a partner, right?
Okay.
We're a partner, and the product is for other partners. And a partner meets other customers. We prospect, we engage with them, we hop on Zooms and Teams and Meet calls, and we learn about their ideas and goals. But ultimately, our job is to give them back some kind of material to say, hey, do you want to do this project, right? And that can take a long time, depending on which partner you are, what technologies you're servicing. And so we said to ourselves, can we take that entire life cycle, the partner life cycle, and condense that sales motion into that 2 hours time frame? And we do that through a few different ways. One, we do that through our product, Darcy IQ, which can join Zoom calls, Teams calls, and Meets. It records and transcribes and summarizes what's the project the customer wants to achieve. There's an entire agent workflow system, which allows you to build SOWs and PowerPoint presentations and more. Things that are real that you can hand to somebody and say, hey, here's the project. Do you want to do this now? And there's a whole bunch of features in between, whether that's you're doing wafers, well-architected framework reviews, submitting PO, and more.
Well, he is on the way.
I do love well architecting CAF, but anyway, let's come back to that in a
Sure.
second, because otherwise I'll talk about that forever. How about we take a look at the product, and let's start with a bit of a demo, just to see and show the ladies and gentlemen at home what it may look like. So
I'm on a
let's have
demo
look.
account. This is Sally Sales, my demo persona.
Hello, Sally.
Hello, Sally. And so Sally may come in here and say, you know what, I need to research a customer.
Okay.
And so in the top right corner, you can pull up, there's a number of features in the product. You see some Amazon partner features and more, but maybe the first thing you do is I need to research who I'm meeting and what they do. And so you can research a prospect. I'll just pull one up because we're on the Wi-Fi of the Javits Center. Inside of here, I research Cirrus Aircraft. They're a customer of ours.
Okay.
And so it gives you a very consistent view as to who this customer is, what they do, who they service. It looks on LinkedIn. It tries to find their executive team because, hey, you're a salesperson. You want to call the VP of whomever, right? And you get right to it. And does things in the news. And we have a bunch of features built into the product. You can chat on top of this content. It can search for information. It can look at your knowledge bases. It has access to MCPs and more to enhance the content as a salesperson to help you do things like how should you propose a project to them and more.
So
yeah,
please. This all sounds like you've got some sort of agentic workflow underneath that's actually orchestrating and going and doing these things, being obfuscated by the clickable button. You might tell us about that and the services maybe that might be running on that?
Sure, I'll click around and talk as we go, right?
Yeah,
so an
please.
example of this is we have a workflow system as well, as you just described.
Okay.
And the workflow system is built on agents. And so we did a lot of things that are unique, I think, in the market, one of which is the data pipeline process here is delivered and managed by agents behind the scenes. You actually don't see it happen, but they're working behind the scenes to move things around. And one of the ways we do that is we're able to create workflows, highly customizable, where you have tasks. And tasks can be assigned to an agent, one or many, to go solve a problem. And they can do that by accessing systems, they can go on the internet, they can build systems itself. And one of the unique things is it does it in code. All the agents run as code in their own Python executables.
Interesting. Why Python?
Because you can do some wild things in Python, one of which is Darcy has the ability to consume over 150 documents at one time, 50 megabytes each in size, something you'd never see in a chat application, because it lets the workflow system can compile it and analyze it and get really accurate results.
And I imagine this may or may not be hosted on AWS.
Oh, yeah. Right?
At
that volume, you need it.
I might know the answer to that.
That'd be crazy.
So imagine for a moment, though, you're a partner. You meet this customer, you learn about their needs and what they want to achieve in their business, and they hand you a whole bunch of docs.
Yep.
They say things like, here's my migration idea, here's my inventory list, here's all the things I want to go, and it's all these different goals. So in the product, you can upload all of that content, and you can assign tasks. And in the tasks, you have the ability to do things like create content, you can make Word documents, you can make PowerPoints, all these things you can hand right back to a customer.
So I hear, so far we've done the research, we've put that all together, and that's a lot of what tools, MPC servers do a lot these days. But take us through that next step. Let's get a bit of demo. So we've got the information. How do we actually make our lives easier by not having to make another PowerPoint deck? Which
Yes, please.
I've had enough of that.
If I ever have to never do this again, it would be a market success for me.
So imagine for a moment you did research.
Okay.
The next thing you do is you meet the customer.
Yeah.
Right?
Usually, yes.
You just got to go to have a conversation,
Eventually,
right? So what you do is in Darcy, you have the ability to hook up and connect your Outlook or Gmail account, and you can have it join your calls. And I have an example call in here.
Okay.
And it will do things like continuously summarize a call for you. It'll coach a sales team through the conversation. One of the things we found was that there's not enough SAs to go around.
Fair.
Right? There's not enough technical people who can have a deep conversation. So one of the things Darcy does is it listens to the call, and it dynamically figures out what's the next question you should ask. What's the thing that is important to them that a salesperson may not know to ask because they're not technical, but this could tell you and prompt you to go do. And so it does that for you in the product, and it's really collecting data. Because once it has that meeting and you have that information, then you can kick off the SAL workflow that builds your statement of work. You can create a level of effort from the content because you know what the customer wants to achieve.
And so I guess in the end, yes, everybody would be an amazing salesperson if they could do all this, but this is really enabling the team that you have, the
Right.
team that may be 1 or 2 people to actually be more efficient and more effective in those calls
Right.
as you go along through that journey. Because we know not everybody could just pick up and magically have all this information. This actually takes you through that process to get there.
This is something that would normally, through the course of prospecting, I think back days, weeks, months of your time to go through and collect and collate this information before you have something actionable to do. And as you mentioned, everybody wants to get a shortened sales cycle. Partners especially are very, very acutely aware of how much of a challenge that is, and being able to better equip these individuals with something just in time. And if we can bring up that demo screen again, you had something that was calling out in the corner of the ratio of talking that somebody was doing, and even getting that live feedback as opposed to sitting on a Slack with say your one of your sellers and say, hey, let me jump in. You're talking a little too much.
Right.
That's fantastic coaching.
Right, and the goal was, can you do more of less? Can you take a 2-week thing of back and forth and all these people who need to ask questions the right way, and can you have a sales team do it? Can you give them the guidance and more?
Okay.
One of the last things in this process is, you can't give, as a partner, you can't give Darcy or other tools to your prospect.
Fair.
You just can't, right? It's just technology. It's like, what are we going to do with this? So one of the things we do is you're able to generate PowerPoints, SALs, proposals, Excel files, and more from Darcy. So if I was to tab through it and show you real quick, this is a PowerPoint that Darcy created from scratch. I didn't edit it. I didn't touch it. This is literally just push the button, get a thing.
Okay.
And what you're able to do is, as a business, you can say, here's what a good, well-branded PowerPoint is that we like to provide and propose to a customer. And Darcy will fill it all out. It'll fill out what the project is, what's the value prop. All this content you're seeing here was created by the system. And so you can go from meeting to workflow to PowerPoint right back to your customer in less than 2 hours. And that was the goal.
So you have that metric, and it sounds like you've actually met that metric at this point. And how is that done? Is that just something that you have decided once you get onto Darcy the first time, okay, these are the templates, set this up, and then you're just good to go for every meeting into the future?
Yeah, you set it up one time, you have your sales team join. It even has workflow triggers and more to automatically create all that content for you if you choose to do so. And you can literally go from presentation, meeting a customer, to SAL proposal in hand in, I'll be honest, probably faster than 2 hours, but realistically, we say 2.
So, devil's advocate here, and chat, I'm sure you appreciate this because this all looks and sounds fantastic, but data security.
Yes.
Yeah, if I'm a customer and I'm talking to you, I don't really want my bits and bobs sitting in your system. And if it does, obfuscate it, redact it. I don't want anything that could potentially be deemed sensitive or proprietary out there. How did you go about solving for that?
Yeah, so there's a few things you have to do, and few things you have to accept a little bit along the way.
Okay, fair.
The first is we allow customers to bring their own Bedrock. So there's an integration. You can give us your API keys to Bedrock, and we will run your LLMs inside of Darcy through our SaaS. The second is, if you want us to store your meeting transcripts and more into your own S3 bucket, we can configure that as well if that's something of interest to you.
Okay.
And then of the content itself, we have policies in place, not just, encryption's a given, but policies in place to do things like kill the content after a certain period of time and more. So we're working actually with very large financial services companies who do services work themselves, who have very regulated content,
Fair.
And we're meeting all their requirements.
That is pretty fantastic, and I like how you were highlighting throughout, and this is something Alistair asked. This is all built on AWS. You made mention of being available as a SaaS Safe Guest marketplace.
It is available day one on the AWS AI Agent Marketplace.
Wow, which we just heard about.
Right.
Just beforehand, okay.
Which again, congratulations on
Thank
getting
you,
that done.
thank you.
So, we have seen just about everything, and you alluded and kind of teased and wanted to see it. If I'm an SA and I just started and I don't know the questions to ask, or I'm a seller or a delivery person, how do I use this output to guide me into having an eloquent conversation around well-architected?
Wow. So there's a lot of ways you can do it.
Okay.
So the first is, let's say you just have a conversation and you're just meeting the customer for the first time, and maybe you're asking some of the well-architected questions along the way.
Okay.
One of the really cool things that Darcy can do is it can interrogate an Amazon account.
Interesting. So we can go and understand the products that they have and see how they can improve it.
No, take my word for it, or trust me, bro, as we like to say.
Right.
It's actual proof in the pudding. Go and query the account. And are we doing this right now?
I'm going to do it live.
Okay, let's take a look. Let's do it live.
And so I'll give you just a really easy example.
Okay.
And so inside of Darcy, we also have a very complicated chat system that also runs on code behind the scenes. And one of the things I can say is how much did I spend on AWS last month.
Wow.
And I cross my fingers the live demo and the Java Center works okay.
Yes, well, while that's coming up, just for those who don't know, so Well Architected is AWS's guidance on how to build on AWS. And we always want people to continually optimize and go through that cloud journey, that cloud adoption journey and how they go. And the Well Architected review is the way to help everybody actually improve. And yes, you can do it manually by yourself, but having a tool to actually go and get that data without questioning it immediately, this is looking pretty good. I think we have an actual answer that's come through in the end. This seems like it could answer a lot of those questions and then probably fill back in the well-architected review straight after it.
Yeah, one of the things we do is, so you can use Darcy to go through an account. It can look at all the buckets, all the compute resources, everything that's deployed, configuration details. We have it do some wild things, to be honest with you.
Nice.
So you can, if you're going through a well-architected framework review, you can say things like, hey, how is this particular application deployed? How is it configured? And you can have it go in and then review and analyze that content for you. And always, one of the things we get all the time from people is, how do you trust the answers?
That's a great question.
All the time.
Yep.
Right? And everybody says, I got a chatbot that can do analytics. I question and say, how do you do the math on the analytics?
Yeah.
One of the interesting things we do at Darcy is Darcy can execute its own code.
Okay.
And so in this case, it went through the Amazon Boto 3 API. It went and got Cost Explorer content, and you'll see the actual Python that it executed here.
So
and
right to the source. No trust me, bro here.
Right, and it creates and computes the actual answers mathematically. You can do things like entire analytic systems. We even have customers who use this for analytics in their business. They're not even Amazon partners. They connect this to their databases, and they can do real-time analytics on the system.
Wow, interesting. That's great. So you're no longer just taking the data in and letting the system behind the scene make up the answers. You can actually have that trail of information behind the scene.
And we actually have a question for the chat from Kaltha Paltrusis, probably butchering the pronunciation nonetheless. Could you verify that number?
Yes, we've done it many, 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 many times. And one of the ways you can
we
do
that?
Sure.
Let's do it.
I got to do math.
Oh yeah, math is hard and sword numbers.
5, 9. Are we counting all those numbers up?
900, 1200, 1300.
Oh, you're doing math in your head.
2489. There you go. 2489 right top.
2489 right there.
There you go.
We didn't bring our calculators today, but I think next time. So if I can kind of go back to what you're using this example here. So we have a sales team. When we're talking about well-architected, we're always about helping our customers improve. And that's partners such as yourself and many others here. They're all about looking at a customer's environment, understanding what's in place. And of course, you just can't do that overnight. You then have to go through the sales process to understand the data behind the scenes to see what happened. And then using the data that came forth, put together that proposal. And of course, hopefully when that went through efficiently, go ahead and do it. Am I getting this right?
No, you're right. And we have we built partnerships along the way. So we have a great partnership with Bonnie Cloud for wafer scans. So Darcy can actually insert and fill out an entire wafer scan and all the lenses for you through Bonnie Cloud. And like I said, our goal is, as a partner, how long does it take to meet a customer, get through a sales cycle, engage with them, and get things something meaningful?
Yeah.
And today that takes too long. So we think Darcy IQ can help the partner sphere do that quicker. And we're working with partners every single day to onboard them into the product.
Now, you kind of hit the nail on the head. You started, you mentioned Monty Cloud. So I would assume that if I own a business and I have a third party that may or may not have an MCP, could I point something like a Darcy to that to go query it? And Really?
Yeah, so Darcy has native integrations with Salesforce, Microsoft Dynamics, and HubSpot. We have integrations, obviously, with Amazon accounts. You can give it accounts. It also has a native remote MCP integration as well. That's pretty slick, and you can literally just plug in the actual MCP server and the authentication requirements, and it will just work for you. There's no like JSON snippet you got to put somewhere. There's no MPX server you got deployed. It just does it for you.
That is fantastic, Travis. I mean, we're about pretty close to time. We're getting up there. Call to action. You know, we love to give the chat homework, audience homework. Anybody that may be catching this perhaps on demand. If I was an interested partner, or even a customer that would want to incorporate this into my business, how would I go about getting started? Where do I go look for more information? How can I go get a piece of this?
Sure, I'll give you two pieces. I'll give technical advice.
Okay.
And then I'll give how you can get work with us.
Okay, great.
First is, I believe code agents are the future. I think you can
Interesting.
do some incredible things with code agents, and I highly recommend people take a look at that.
Okay.
Second is if you want to work with Innovative and you're interested in Darcy IQ, you can reach out to our team at innovativesol.com. You can go to darcyiq.com and see the product, all the features and the pricing and more. And if you're an Amazon partner in particular, we're actually giving a discount as part of the New York City Javits Summit in particular. So if you're a partner and you want to get access to Darcy, give us a ring.
Wonderful.
Sounds fantastic. Any final thoughts, Alistair?
Oh, well, I'm curious. If you had to
Yeah.
say Darcy was some kind of, he's probably superhero. He could be a supervillain. But
Yeah.
how would you sum it up into one of your favorites?
Yeah, if I was a villain or a superhero, I'm a big Captain America fan.
Okay.
Just in general, I don't know why. It's like an ethos thing, right?
Fair, fair.
The thing I always liked about it was, about him was, or her, I guess, depending on the comic, but
There.
you could always both trust it and you could always go back to it, and it was always like this rock. It didn't have the best powers in the world, right? I think Darcy does, in fairness. But it was very reliable and something consistent you can always come back to, and I always think of that for some reason.
Nice. It's been under ice for a long time, but now it's come
Yeah.
out and it's going to solve all of our problems
You got it.
very quickly and efficiently. Well, that is amazing, and thank you so much
Sure.
for showing us this product today, and we're so happy to have you here today.
Anytime.
No worries. Well, that is amazing. We're so excited to see more of our tools and some of the things that are available on the new marketplace release.
Yep.
We will have more coming right up here from the summit here, right, in New York.
Welcome, everyone. I am your host, Kyle, and today I'm going to be putting on another hat where I am actually going to be playing a security analyst that is in dire need of assistance from the Security Incident Response Service team. And today I have a astute friend of mine, no pun intended, that is from the Security Incident Response Service team. Sydney, can you please introduce yourself real quick?
Yes, hello. Happy to be here. My name is Sydney Studi. I am with the AWS Customer Incident Response team, here to work through the scenario today and talk about some exciting releases that we have.
Awesome. And if you've joined us when we were at Reinforce, awesome. This is going to be continuing a little bit of that conversation where we talked about who the Security Incident Response Service powered by the Customer Incident Response team is. And then now, today, we're going to be showing what happens when, well, our security analyst friend needs a little bit of help because of a security event that's happening. And to describe that security event, let's go ahead and get into it. We have discovered today we are not in a good spot to be in. Oh no. We have found out that 50,000 of our users are no longer able to use our services that we provide to them because of a software flaw.
Oof. Okay.
Yeah, and a software flaw led to encrypted data across EC2 instances, across S3, and maybe even our databases.
Got it. And not the kind of encryption that we expected. This one we didn't expect.
No, this was not encrypted by us, but encrypted by someone that probably shouldn't have encrypted our data or re-encrypted our data for us. I'm talking about no other than a ransom event.
Oh, ransom event. Okay.
A ransom event. Yeah. Do you know why they couldn't catch the threat actor, by the way?
Is he ransomware? Hey, I just
Ah.
live.
Oh my gosh. Okay, well, now that Sydney's just going to kill all of my jokes today, let's go ahead and bring up my screen and go through what it looks like to open a case. Now, on a previous episode, we talked about the team and how they can be engaged. Well, today I actually need some help. Now, there's two ways I can open this case: the AWS supported way or the self-managed way. Now, so far, even though I'm in a little bit of a panic, I'm feeling pretty confident that I can, kind of solve this myself. But to be able to keep those stakeholders that I want to be informed and maybe add some additional teams, I want to manage all of this in the case console within the Security Incident Response Service. So what I would do is create a self-managed case. Now, Sydney, can you explain real quick the two differences?
Yes, absolutely. So we are working in the AWS Security Incident Response Service. And in that service, there are two ways to work a case. You can use the AWS supported, which is where you connect with AWS experts from the Customer Incident Response team and other teams 24/7 as a member of the service. And then a self-managed case where you have the same access to the platform, but you are working it on your own and you still have the ability to engage AWS for additional support, but you're just using the tooling that the AWS customer incident response team uses when we work security events.
Awesome. And so, in the light of a baking show, I've created a self-supported case, and I've provided all the information because, well, we just want to keep all this information in a central location. But one thing I need to do here is I need to set up permissions for the case. So I need to provide stakeholders, and then we'll walk through what the different stakeholders and incident response teams allow us to do. So I'll go ahead and view permissions. Now, each security event that a team will work through is probably going to have different interested parties. Because of the dynamic scale of this, as in like 50,000 users aren't able to access our services, data is inaccessible. I might need to include maybe some PR teams or some legal teams, not necessarily individuals that would want to be aware of every single security event that our team probably responds to, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So by default, the incident response team is pre-populated for every security event or security case that we create. And these are the, maybe the security stakeholders that should be aware of every single security event that we have. But now let's go ahead and add, say, lawyers at anycompany.com, lawyer, if I could spell lawyer, friend, because they're friends. And if I could spell, see, this is what happens when we don't do the demo dance live.
Oh, no. Okay.
Maybe we should just, all right, demo dance out of the way. All right, so far we just need to add the lawyers. So now that we've added the lawyers, any updates or changes to the case, they'll receive notifications on. That's fine. That's dandy. Okay, great. Now that we have who should be in the loop of what's happening with our security event, let's go ahead and scope out our details. So as I described, we're experiencing an active ransomware event that started with AWS credential theft. We discovered the issue with a guard duty finding. Production systems are failing. A ransom note appeared, guard duty to application failure to customer report saying, hey, we can't access our thing. It's a complete service outage.
Got it. And it was mentioned here that the event has started because AWS credentials were exposed, right? So
yeah, so it looks like a vulnerable web app was hosted on this particular EC2 instance that made this possible. And then it also spread to 23 EC2 instances. But you know what? I'm still feeling fine and dandy of being able to manage this myself. But what if I get to the point where I'm like, well, I'm a little in over my head. Because I created a self-managed case, it doesn't mean that it's, the only thing I can do is just go on by myself. I have a little button here that says get help. And what does that button do? Well, it's kind of written on the tin, get help from AWS. This will convert the case from a self-resolved case or a self-managed case to AWS supported. So as soon as I hit that little orange button that says get help, someone like Sydney would probably get a page saying, hey, a customer is in dire need for your help, and it'll engage their life cycle process to managing and supporting a customer during a security event. But for the sake of demos and friendships, I'm not going to page someone because they're all my friends.
It would be fun to have them join our stream, but not today.
Yeah. Well, fun for you, maybe.
Oh, wait. I think I might be on call, actually. No, just kidding.
Oh, okay. Let's hit the button.
Don't do it.
So one of the things that I feel like a lot of customers need help with is reporting now. And one of the things I actually outlined with is, maybe we'll need help with log analysis, event chain reporting for stakeholders, reducing the amount of stress on me. Please help.
Provide subject matter expertise. Help.
Provide subject matter expertise.
Yeah.
Maybe there's other things that I didn't consider when responding to this security event. But one of the things that we talk about mostly is, well, how do we report the right information to stakeholders? And then how do we loop that back in to a lessons learned down the road? But also, maybe you have visual individuals that just need to see what are the different considerations for particular things that made this type of security event successful. And that is why today we're going to be talking about something that's really, really cool.
Very, very cool.
I mean, you're biased, but I think it's cool
I'm
too.
a little biased, but
A little biased. Why are you a little biased about this?
because, can I go into it, Kyle? Ready?
Yes, we can. Let's bring it up.
So recently, let's go ahead and pull up my screen here.
Demo dance in the meantime.
Demo dance. So recently, the AWS Customer Incident Response team released the Threat Technique Catalog for AWS. So what is this? This is a AWS, a MITRE extended technique catalog. So we're based on MITRE, but we have taken lessons learned from AWS incident responders and common or techniques and procedures that we see. And we've gone into and summarized, okay, what is happening? What can you do to prevent this? What can you do to mitigate this? And what CloudTrail API event names might be associated with this? So, and for example, I'm going to overview kind of the top level and then go into the services and things like that.
And then maybe we could even map out the security event that I'm involved in. I'm stressed out.
Let's do it. Okay, so on this home page here, you can see we have disclaimer introduction, but in this page, our goal is to show you how should you use this? How should you think about the threat technique catalog for AWS? So we have added in MITRE our MITRE extended framework with AWS specific content as well. So anything that you see outlined in orange here is something that AWS has written and released related to the tactics and techniques.
And this is coming from the customer incident response team based on like real world observables, right?
Exactly. And so our goal here is to provide insight into how threat actors are taking misconfigured AWS resources, overly permissive access, and what methods they're using. And this can be used to identify gaps and assess security tool capabilities, organize your detections. Before this was released, there wasn't an easy way to extend MITRE to your AWS environment. So that's the problem that we're solving here. And companies are already using MITRE ATT&CK, right? So you can extend it to AWS, and we've kind of provided the ability to identify and categorize these threats on that would apply.
And also you mentioned, customers should be words are already using MITRE ATT&CK. I want to know, for those who are watching this right now, are you familiar with MITRE ATT&CK? And if you're not, this is also another way to kind of ease into what MITRE ATT&CK is, but while scoping it to AWS specifically. So you're not kind of trying to drink from a, giant open hose. You're able to kind of scope and dip your toes into what MITRE ATT&CK is specifically for AWS.
Exactly.
Yeah?
Yes. Please let us know. And while you do that, I'm going to show you a bit more about the AWS specific content. So on the matrix page, so this is the landing page. If you navigate to Technique Catalog, you'll see that
We have landed.
we've landed right here. This is the matrix page. So you can see MITRE techniques are in blue. Matrix. AWS techniques are in.
My back just popped.
Yes. I think that's good, right? AWS techniques are in orange here. And so as this scrolls right also, so you can see we use the same framework. We have the same tactic levels across the top.
Okay, so if you're already familiar with MITRE ATT&CK, this should be fairly similar or familiar, right? But now we're highlighting AWS specific information.
Exactly. And for example, let's go into S3 encryption, SSEC key encryption.
Oh boy, that's been a hot topic.
Yes. So the AWS CERT recently released a blog about SSEC key encryption as well.
We'll drop a link in the chat for everyone to take a look at if you want to in the future.
Exactly. And so you can see on this ID page that you have the ID similar to how MITRE has showcased the ID, but this is an AWS owned ID. And you can see prerequisites, AWS specific information, like what CloudTrail event names would be involved, and detections here. So you can see we've written out exactly how you could detect this kind of thing, and then mitigation as well. So you can block the use of SSEC with a resource policy on an S3 bucket, resource control policies, and so on and so on. And so What we've done is we've taken the opportunity to take these lessons that CERT responders are learning as they work security events, distill it into a framework that is easy to understand and to share with AWS customers to better equip AWS customers with the information they need to secure and prevent and prepare their environments.
All right. So I hit the button that says get help from Sydney specifically because you're on call. How would we map out the security event that we kind of set the stage with at the beginning that I'm, as an analyst, dealing with? It was a web app vulnerability, data in S3 is encrypted. I'm panicking. Stakeholders need to know information.
Yes. So with the vulnerable application, so depending on how the application was configured, it might have been EC2 hosted application compromise here. And then I will come back to this. Actually, I'm going to map it out and then we'll talk about each one. It may have been if you were running an older version of the instance metadata service, IMDS, it might have
Oh, yeah.
been
This EC2 instance has been around for almost a decade.
yes. Okay. Well, with that information too, so it might have been Cloud Instance Metadata API. And then for impact, scrolling here, sounds like encryption was involved. Was it
Yeah,
FTC?
the data wasn't deleted. It was encrypted and not with a key that I have access to.
Ah, yes. So if you don't have access to that key, I'll talk about SSCC for a moment. That is when SSCC, when the key was brought by the third party and used to encrypt the objects. And that makes a difficult scenario because by design, we want customers to be able to bring their own keys, and AWS did not have access to those keys. So that is when that legitimate feature is used in an unauthorized way. So let's go into each of these pages. So,
okay.
You had mentioned Cloud Instance Metadata API, so I'm going to focus in there. So you can see here prerequisites. And how would we detect it? Well, let's talk about how did you find out that this security incident was happening, Kyle?
Okay. It was a guard duty finding that said credential exfiltration outside AWS.
Okay, got it. So you've gotten a guard duty finding, and that made you kind of investigate a little bit more.
That and about 50,000 users banging on my door going, hey, I can't access things.
Yeah. Well, that'll do it. But
That doesn't wake you up. I don't know it will.
yeah, right. But guard duty findings provide a great place to start because you get information in there that allows you to take the first steps and see at very quick glance, okay, what was anomalous, and I can start from these indicators here and start going a little bit more and more down the trail, and really understand, okay, what's going on? How do I contain and recover from this security event? And so the instance metadata or the cloud instance metadata API, say that really fast. that happens when EC2 instances running IMDS v1. That one way that can happen is if it's launched with IMDS v1, of course, and then the EC2 IMDS v2 is set to optional instead of required. So that's one of the mitigations that we've listed down here is setting them to required, and in the detections as well. And let's go ahead, since I know we're coming up on time here, and talk about S3 encryption with SSCC. So I'll go into the actual language here. So when you're detecting this, you would see S3 copy objects because the key is being used to do a copy object, or we're doing a copy object with that key. And that is what actually overwrites those objects. And things that you could do to mitigate this. So the policy about blocking it and blocking SSCC. And we've actually done a blog post detailing this on how do you prevent unintended encryption.
Fancy. Well, we'll drop those links. So don't worry, chat.
Yes.
We got you.
So things you can do like implementing short-term credentials, data recovery. We've really dug into what does that mean exactly.
So the TTC sounds like that could definitely help me with my report writing, but also help me provide recommendations for the lessons learned of the mitigations that we could put into place for preventing future security events.
Exactly. And it can be used as a common lexicon too. So describing and sharing AWS specific adversarial techniques. When we're talking about that, one challenge that we have faced in the past is how do we put this in language that people who work in different companies or different places that talk in different terms that everybody can kind of be on the same page about. So
Okay. And can we go back to the TTC, the Threat Technique Catalog? So if you had, if I was a customer and I was, I found something that may have happened in my environment, but it's not here in the Threat Technique Catalog, is there a way to like reach out to the customer incident response team saying, hey, I have this feedback?
yes, there certainly is. So we have a feedback email. This is not a actively monitored inbox, so do not use this to report security events or anything like that. Use our service. But you can send feedback to AWS TaxCert at Amazon.com. I did scroll quickly, but this is at the bottom of the threat technique catalog for AWS.
Okay, on the landing page. Awesome. All right. Well, thank you for helping me with the security button. And now stay tuned for how we use the Threat Technique Catalog to help with our report writing in future sessions with the customer incident response team who powers the security incident response service. Sydney, it's been awesome to talk to you. Thank you. It's been too long, but now I got to say farewell.
Awesome. Thank you, Kyle. And awesome. Good to be here. Everybody, stay tuned.
Take it easy. See ya.
Hey, and welcome back to AWS On Air. Guess what? I'm Jasmine. This is Fiona.
I am Fiona.
This has just now been taken over. We are no longer at AWS On Air. You know what this is? This is Step Up Your Game Day.
I love it.
It's time to step it up because it's time for something fun. We have someone who's formerly known as a host here as a guest.
Wait, am I fired?
You're fired from being a host
You're
for
not
Step
a
Up Your
host
Game
anymore,
Day.
sorry.
You're a guest today.
I'm a guest. Will I ever be a host again?
Yes.
Depends on how the game day goes.
Oh, I
Yikes.
like it.
Wow, there's stakes, Maya.
Oh, no.
There's
It's not
stakes.
real.
I'm a guest. I'm A.M. Grabelny, professional guest.
All right. And we've got a first timer to the stage, right?
Yeah. Hello.
Welcome.
Thanks for having me.
Introduce yourself. Tell us what you do at AWS.
Totally. I'm Maya. I'm a partner solutions architect on the AWS Game Day team.
We're so excited to have you here today, Maya. So tell us, what is a game day?
No, that's you. That's all you. Maya.
Okay. So an AWS Game Day is a gamified learning experience. It's a hands-on challenge where we give you an AWS account and we give you some infrastructure that's deployed in it. Something's wrong with that infrastructure, and you have to work to fix all the problems, basically.
I love it. And what happens if we fix it properly or if we don't fix it properly?
If we don't fix it properly, I don't know what happens. I've never done that before.
Something bad.
But never. But if we fix it properly, we get points, and that's nice.
Okay.
We do love points.
Yeah.
Sometimes when you
love
don't
points.
fix it, you lose points.
I've
Yeah.
never lost points in my life.
That's not true. Actually, there is footage of you losing points, Fiona.
Do you
from
have the footage? Is that
can't
why you're
hear
bringing
you.
this up?
Could we roll the tape?
Are you serious?
No, I'm just kidding.
That would have been crazy.
Yeah, let's roll that tape.
Don't do that. Do not. I feel like they're now going to give you this for a future session.
That's
Please
right.
don't do that.
That's
oh my
right.
gosh. All right. Speaking of points, so tell us, what are we going to see today? What's going on?
Do you want to pull up my screen
I
and I'll
would,
show
yeah.
you some points?
Let's do it.
Because guess what? Since Gunnar Grosh is not here, actually
Uh-huh.
Gunnar Grosh is usually here.
Yes, he's usually your partner in crime.
He likes to hang around game day quite a bit. We usually don't get points because Gunnar's here.
So
but if you
what
pull
you're
up my
saying is we're
screen,
going to get unlimited points today.
well, I'll show you already. Let's see. It also
Let's see
says
his
it weird.
screen.
Keep it weird.
Thank you.
Yeah.
My screen. Hello, someone. Please. I love
Do
you.
we have a screen?
I love you.
All right, there we go.
We have points already.
Oh, wow.
We've already won points.
Why are we so worthy?
Because Gunnar's not here.
Oh, okay. This is the. Wow, you thought we couldn't get these 11,000 points on our own? You thought we needed Gunnar to do this?
No, I was saying we usually have 0 points because Gunnar is here and we don't
so
earn any
because
points.
he's not here,
We've
we
already
got
earned
points,
points
on the stage.
Yeah, hi Gunnar.
Sorry, Gunnar.
Wow.
So
Serious stories.
we need chat to help us, by the way.
Yep.
I know chat's out there. They won't talk to me all the time. I actually can't see what they're saying right now because I am the one sharing. I'm doing the demo since I'm the guest alongside Maya. I asked Maya to do the demo, and she said no.
Yeah, sorry.
Sorry, not happening.
Not my job.
But today, I built a very special game day just for the 4 of us. Game day, Maya, it's a team sport, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so we all you generally have how many people in a team?
Like 2 to 4 people.
Okay.
Well, we've got a perfect number.
I know.
We have
Plus chat
chat
makes it
counts
5.
as
Chat is
one.
our 4th. Ooh.
Dragunov says we can help.
Yep.
You can help.
We love it.
Please.
Okay, wait.
You said
Better
you
not
would?
write a check you can't cash. Okay. All right, so I built a very, very important and bespoke game day just for today, as I want to do. I love building game days for our on-air events. We are in New York City, which I just learned moments ago. I thought we were in Boston this whole time.
I don't know how you got here.
We're in New
Weird.
York.
We're in New York.
Yeah.
So I had to change this real quick. Name the most iconic location in all of New York. That's a question to the 3 of you.
The Empire State Building.
Okay. Jasmine?
The Rockefeller Center.
Okay. Maya.
Ooh, I was going to say Central Park.
You live here.
Yeah, I live
That's a
here.
good
So that's
one.
like,
So you have the ultimate say.
You got
If Maya says it's Central Park, we all agree.
yeah.
Well, you guys took 2 really good ones, so
Yeah.
I feel like it's a close third.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Back to my screen, please.
Oh.
They took me down. Thank you. I love you.
Oh, we're getting a lot of hellos. Hello, Victor,
Hello,
Victor,
hello.
Victor. And Jimmy versus Timmy. Hello, Trade Chofo.
As you can read on my screen, you were all wrong. Unfortunately, I'm so sorry to let you know. Incorrect answers all around. I was hoping somebody might get it. It's the sewers.
And that was my second guess.
The sewers of New York obviously are the most iconic location in all of New York.
Right.
Today, we're branching out at Unicorn Rentals. Somebody left out an at there. Into the tabletop RPG business. Anybody play any tabletop RPGs?
I don't
Any,
even know
any
what that is.
nerds up here?
No.
Yeah, I'm the only nerd up here. I knew it. I knew it. All right.
What
so
is RPG?
a role-playing game.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Role-playing game.
I'm aware of some.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So generally when they call it a tabletop, it means because you're sitting around a table with somebody like a game moderator, like,
Yeah.
guiding you. Yeah?
Okay, I've
Yes.
done that before.
All right. So
Okay.
we're going to build that.
Okay.
And Unicorn Rentals, I just mentioned, we didn't bring that up in the intro. Do you want to talk about Unicorn Rentals a little?
Yeah, so Unicorn Rentals is our fictional startup that we say every single game day participant is now a new employee at. So we are now all Unicorn Rentals employees, and it's our job to, I guess, do the work.
Dream company.
Yeah.
It's our job to build value for Unicorn Rentals. We
For the
have no value
shareholders,
as people
yeah.
unless
No.
we're providing value for that company.
Yeah, yeah.
Of course, of course.
So to do that, we're going to launch Sewer Stories, an NYC adventure RPG. Okay. Role-playing game, as
Yeah.
Jasmine asked earlier.
Okay.
Got several tasks to accomplish. There are actually 3, and we can jump around a bit if we want to. Gunner's not here to remind us of our #1 game day rule, but maybe somebody remembers it.
Have fun.
Read
I wish it was.
the fabulous manual.
Yes.
Yep.
RTF.
RTFM.
Yeah,
Read the freaking
fabulous.
manual.
Whoa, okay. That's more
Oh.
aggressive. That's more aggressive than Gunner gets.
Gunner only goes so far as fabulous.
Yeah. Fantastic, I've heard him say. but-
Yeah, I've also heard YOLO.
YOLO is my #1 rule of game day. Maya,
Time of
what's
my
your
life.
philosophy when it comes to a game day?
Try your best.
Try your best.
Yeah.
That's
like
one of
that
my
too.
favorites.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good deal.
All right. So we put together a crack team of game developers, and they were instrumental in developing one of the world's most popular games that debuted in a landfill. We aren't sure what the game was called, but we heard it's famous, even now, for how underground it was. A little video game joke for anybody who is picking up on that? I don't know. Anyways, they put together a character generator API for us. It's our job to create an automated character sheet tool. Does anyone know what a character sheet is?
Nope.
Again, sitting up here with a bunch of non-nerds.
No gamers.
Stats? Does it give you
Clearly,
stats?
the 3 of you were never bullied. Just say that.
Not for this.
Bullied all the time. All right. So no, yes, stats.
Okay.
Exactly.
I know
it's
some
like,
things.
It's like you write down all the how good your character is at something. Yeah. So we need to create an automated character sheet tool. Like take what comes out of the character generator, make a believable character sheet for Sewer Stories. Right. So automated is the key word there. They also built our character sheet validator so you can score some points, which are life. It's the most important thing in life. So here's some details. Do you want to dive more into this task, or do we want to look at the other tasks first?
This one first.
Yeah, let's start with number 1.
Stop with number 1. Okay, so
we're reading the fabulous manual.
we are.
Yeah.
We are. So here we got an API.
Unless the manual tells us this might be step 1, but do something else first.
You never know with the manual.
That's
you never
tricky.
know with the manual.
It's on our toes.
So look, we've got an endpoint here available to us. We've got it looks like /characters with a post on it, and this will auto-generate a character. That's what we need. Yeah, we need that. And look, we've actually got an example response that we get back from the API.
Detailed character backstory and description.
And we need to take that and somehow transform that into a character sheet. Yeah.
Okay.
Any ideas of how you might generatively use a service?
We do have a couple of generative AI services.
Never heard of that term before.
At Amazon.
What is that?
But we're headed into Amazon Bedrock right now.
It's so weird that I'm clicking this button without even waiting for you all to answer.
Okay. Where are we going?
All right, so I'm going to go in Bedrock. There is a
chat and text playground.
Yeah, okay. And I'm just going to tell you today, we're using one of my favorite set of models here. We're going to use Nova.
Nova. Love the Nova models.
All right, and look, I'm a solid team member. I bring a lot to this team. All right. Number 1, I brought for us all. So an SRD. This is like an open source Creative Commons licensed Dungeons and Dragons rulebook.
Okay.
So I put this together for us. We can actually, if you saw down here, you see this little paper clip?
Ooh, can we link it on in?
Oh.
We can actually drop that in.
Heck yeah.
Let's see.
Where was that?
Here's 2 of them. I'll drop those on. So that's going to give the model some context here.
I like that.
All right.
A little prompt engineering, if you will.
Yeah. We don't have a character yet, do we?
Okay. We need to make one.
Are we making one right now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
YOLO.
Okay.
We're jumping right in.
Yeah.
Okay, so we need to go back to the instructions, right?
We do.
All right. So chat, what do you suggest? I want to make sure chat.
Don't leave us hanging.
Victor,
Nothing
Victor, I know
yet.
you're there.
Just hanging out. Okay.
Yeah, you're just hanging
Jamie
out. We
versus
need you.
Jamie.
All right. So look, we've got a curl request here. You think we can just run
We do
this?
have a question from chat. Is this a developer-oriented talk?
Oh, sure. Yeah, it's something. Something. Yeah, but I mean, that's an interesting question. I'm going to reframe chat in like, is game day just for developers? And what would you say to that, Maya? What do you think?
I'd say no. Game day could be for kind of anyone with a technical background looking to get some technical skills. We have game days for SREs, for developers, for solutions architects. I think anyone can get something from a game day.
Yeah, I agree with that for sure. Today's quest, yeah, it would help probably if you had some development background. But if you notice, we're going to use a bash command. You know, we got a curl request here already nicely documented for us. Look, I mean, this is not a typical
wow, look at that.
doc thing that we're getting here. So, look, oh, that's not what I wanted. I clicked this copy, I thought. There we go.
There you go.
Okay. All right, so copy paste, that is how I do all development work.
As you should.
Thank you for validating me. Let's see if it works. Shall we get a character back? I'm hoping. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Ooh.
So we got a Half-Dwarf Subway Artificer.
Ooh.
That's our class. Named Mirabelle Gearhart.
Oh, wow.
Whoa.
Mirabelle
And Mirabelle Gearhart is a stout, middle-aged Half-Dwarf with a penchant for tinkering. Okay, so we got a whole big description here.
I like that.
We're going to need to just go ahead and...
She talks to her tools and often loses track of time while working, as do I.
We're talking to some tools right now, aren't we?
We are.
Right here. So I'm just going to drop that in.
Drop it in.
Okay. So we've added for context to Nova, like some of the rules on how to build a character sheet. I told you that's what's in that PDF there. We put in our character, yeah?
Yeah.
Now what? What shall we tell it?
We want to tell it to make us that format. Is there some sort of format in this rule set of how we want the character to be written out?
I see you might have noticed here there's a character sheet template
We need
file.
that
You want me to add that?
Yep.
I think I'd like that in there.
Shall I upload again? Let's see. Let's see if I can do that. No, I think I'll just have to copy paste it, perhaps.
Put that in there.
Okay, I'll drop that down here. Give it no context whatsoever. Okay, now back up. Make us what?
A character?
A character. But we want a character sheet, right?
Oh, a character sheet. Okay.
Similar to these character sheets provided?
Okay. Yeah, sure.
Using the pasted characteristics?
Using the
Perhaps?
characteristics.
Chat, let us know if I worded that weirdly.
Do we want Mirabelle? Did we say Mirabelle, maybe?
Oh yeah, Mirabelle.
What was it?
Mirabelle Gearhart.
Gearhart.
What do the rules say? Do we need to mention?
There are no rules.
Oh.
Just right.
Okay.
Okay.
We've
Oh,
got
character sheet format. What'd that say? Nope. Scroll down.
Scroll down.
What is
Oh,
this?
it's the same one.
Oh,
that I
okay.
just
the one
created.
there.
All right. Just making sure we didn't miss anything.
Okay.
Good job.
You like to trick us up.
I do. Or whoever built this quest.
Who
There's no one.
knows?
Whoever that
No
is
telling.
at Unicorn Rentals.
Run.
I actually probably should have. Yeah, look, we could have made this
Oh
higher.
gosh.
Ooh.
No.
We'll see what it gives us.
Yeah. All right, so we are now generating our response.
Okay, it's thinking, it's working.
We put quite a bit in there too, so it might take a minute.
Okay.
As we do that, we can go back and look. I noticed here we've got an API URL, another one, to evaluate the character sheet. So I think once we get the character sheet, we might need to send, because look, we've got, oh, look at this, character sheet description, character description.
What is that evaluating?
How well we did, like in terms of evaluates a character sheet for rules compliance and alignment with character description.
Got it.
Using Bedrock Nova. Amazon Nova.
And a D&D knowledge base. Did you already set that up?
You know, maybe. I think the game developers set that up.
Okay, perfect,
Actually, I don't know that we have access to that except through the API, but I don't know. We're still waiting. Maybe we gave it too much information.
Generating. What
do you think?
Give it a moment. Should we read the rest of the rules while we're
Yeah,
waiting?
let's go
Good
to
idea.
task 2.
Good
We'll
use
let
this
that
time.
we'll let that cook.
Okay.
It's cooking.
Let him cook.
Let him cook.
Maya, I've heard it's a cook or be cooked world. Is that true?
It really is.
Everyone's saying that these days.
Maya, what's your favorite part about working on game day?
Ooh, I think my favorite part of working on game day is getting to come to events like this and see people actually play through the content. We spend a lot of time building like the engine, so it's cool to see it in action.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Okay, so task 2, a lot of games have profile pictures as their character avatars, but who has profile videos? That's right, Sewer Stories.
Wow.
Okay.
Go Sewer Stories.
We want to create action videos of each character so people get excited about playing their new character.
Okay.
You'll never guess. There's a character video validator for sweet points as well. So once we create the video, it looks like we've got an API that we can send it to have it evaluated. But we also need to figure out how to create a video.
Amazon Nova Reel.
What?
Mic drop.
Wow. Okay.
Yep.
I'm gonna go.
I'm not even gonna let you play about it. It's Nova Reel. We know. Let's go.
All right. We've got an
You're not
image.
tricking us today, Am.
I thought you have figured out my video puzzle. Wow. All right. So Amazon Nova Reel. Now, Jasmine, since you brought this up, what is an Amazon Nova Reel capable of?
It allows you to create videos.
Absolutely does.
Short
So it
video
generates
generation.
realistic studio quality videos using a text or image-based prompt.
Okay. Yeah.
So I could go upload a photo, and say, hey, make this into a video, or I could give it more instructions via text.
Yeah,
and
you
it's
could ask
going
it to
come
create
out in
something
a
that
video.
you don't even have a picture of.
Yeah.
So I want a picture of Jasmine doing a cartwheel. I've never taken a picture of you doing
Yeah.
a cartwheel, but Nova Reel maybe
There
could
are
take a
pictures
video of
that
you doing
exist. I wonder if Nova knows about it.
Maybe. Probably not.
I haven't done a cartwheel in a very long time, so I hope it doesn't have that.
Wow. All right.
Victor wants us to know that they are also working on this with their methodology.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Who's gonna be done first, I guess?
Well, that's who knows?
Who knows?
Who knows? Okay, so we now have, I pulled up the image and video playground, which is another feature of Amazon Bedrock. I already selected Nova Reel. We've got our character description, right?
We do.
Did I actually put that anywhere? Probably. I should probably put
Let's
like
put that in there.
character description. Do I know how to spell? No,
Probably
I
not.
don't. I forgot.
Just have it
Jeez.
generated instead.
Yeah, can somebody else do the spelling, please? Okay, there we go. Cool. All right, so we just have that here now. So we're probably going to need that,
Yep.
right? But now what do we want to tell the prompt?
Please create a short video of Mirabelle Gearhart.
Okay.
No, I thought, is that our character?
Yeah.
Mirabelle? Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
That's our girl.
Okay.
Fiona already has a deep connection.
I
to
do.
Mirabelle.
Muriel and I both lose ourselves in our tools and services.
Ooh,
So here's
your
a problem.
max length is too long.
Uh-oh.
We got to get rid of some of this description.
All right, what can we
We
get
can
rid
get
of
rid
here?
of this.
Yep.
We don't need that.
And at the
We
top,
don't
the
need
ID
the
at the top.
ID.
Get
What
rid of
else?
it.
Is this still thinking?
Yes.
Oh no! Look.
Yay!
We got a
Nice.
character sheet.
Done.
But you know what we forgot to do
What do we
What?
when I copied this? And actually, the prompt probably never would have done it because we actually, when we need to get this validated, if you remember, we need a JSON format. Don't we?
Oh.
Don't we? Yeah. So we need to.
Successful response format. Yep.
We need to put this in a JSON format. Here, I'll copy this working example.
Yeah.
Maybe this will help us.
Right.
Let me edit
Okay.
prompt.
Nice.
Oh, that. I don't like that. I'm going to restart that.
There you go.
we go. Okay, now I need to say we need
We need it
a
in.
JSON response.
Yep.
Like the following
Perfect.
example. How about that?
That sounds great to me.
Y'all like that?
I like that. Perfect.
Okay. Remember when we already have points, so we don't really have to worry about this?
I love that.
Great.
11,000 points is a great place to start.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and refresh that again. Did we run this? Oh, we didn't because we still have to
Get rid of some things.
multitasking.
Ah!
All right, let's set this off again.
Run.
Let's see what chat says.
Yeah, what's chat saying?
Oh, wow. Okay, let me see.
I see we roll too much or we roll for damage. We haven't even rolled for initiative yet, actually, folks. So yeah, we still have to roll for initiative. Who's got a 20-sided die? Anybody?
My brother.
Your brother?
Does he really?
Yeah. Do you want it
borrow
right
it?
now?
Yeah, I needed it now.
So unfortunately, he's on the other side of the country, but I can see how quickly he can get here. Do you think 8 minutes?
Is that
Yeah,
enough
well,
time?
we'll just put more time on the clock. That'll
Yeah,
give us
okay,
plenty of
it's
time.
probably-
Oh,
that could probably
okay.
work out.
All right.
Just make sure you stay here all day.
Yeah.
Keep watching.
Seems
All
reasonable.
right. So we need to like pare down this.
Yeah, we do. Her
this-
goal is to uncover the secrets of the tunnels and harness their magic. Delete.
Yeah, I'm just gonna do this since we got 8
Oh.
minutes. I'm just doing that. Oh, and see, look, it's not even.
That's still too long?
it's still too long.
Okay, gotta delete it one more.
No, we need her goggles.
We sure do know
I don't think we need the character class or race fields at the bottom because those are already in there, right?
Are they?
I think so.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, you're right. That seems
Yeah.
All right,
redundant.
get rid of that.
Look.
Okay,
Look.
hopefully,
boom,
does that
boom.
get us there?
Nope.
Oh, we're so
582.
close. Okay, just get rid of that last sentence. Yeah, that last clause. There you go.
I think that magical underground. I don't know.
We'll see.
Oh no.
Oh,
Oh.
interesting.
Content filter block. I wonder what blocked it.
I don't know.
Dwarf.
Can we diagnose with Q and let it tell us? Oh yeah.
Maybe. Let's see.
Magical character.
Yeah.
There you go.
Let's try that. Nope.
Q, what's going on?
Diagnose with Q.
You want to try that?
Yeah.
I do.
Let's go back here. Did we get our character sheet? We got our character sheet.
Uh-huh.
Ooh, we got our character sheet. I want points.
Points, points,
Yep.
points.
And we got one more task that we got to look. We have to get to the last task. I
Okay.
just got to tell you that because it's pretty great. So I'm going to go ahead and say, oop, there we go, character sheet.json.
Perfect.
Okay, cool. And we need to go get that information, don't we?
I think we do.
Where is it? Where is it? Evaluate. Okay. So we had that example, right?
Yep.
This one. Okay. So let's take this. We'll say check sheet.sh. So now we got a curl. Now we need the character description. Here is our, we'll replace the character sheet here with what we created.
Mirabelle Gearhart.
This one, yeah. Everybody with me? Everybody
oh, yeah.
okay?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, and then
Following.
we need the character description.
We do.
Okay, let's see if we get
Perfect.
points. What do you think? What do
Give
you
us
think?
the points. Give us the points.
Okay. So now we shall run it. So I'll do ch mod plus x. It's trying to help me, but it's wrong. Check
You're
sheet.
smarter than it.
I wouldn't say that. That's pretty generous. Oh yeah, see, look, definitely
Okay,
not smarter
okay,
than it. What am I missing here? Oh,
Looks like we have some extras.
yeah. Let's see. 31.
There in the file.
What we got here? You know what?
Huh.
This can help. Everybody want to watch me?
Backspace.
Delete, delete, delete.
Actually, what if I do this? Oh, actually, I have QChat.
What's wrong?
QChat, my friend.
My friend.
Can you help me
Fix this.
run check sheet.sh? Well, can you help me send this to the evaluation
Okay, perfect.
API as outlined in check sheet.sh?
And just so you know, Victor wants us to know that for them it's almost perfect now. Victor,
Wow.
you got to give us some secrets.
Victor, you're going to replace me on the team.
Wow.
Because I'm...
Am's out, Victor's in.
Yeah. All right. I don't know if we're going to get past this
Content filter.
one. We'll see.
Man.
We'll see. Let's see. I don't know. I don't know what's going on
Stout?
here. I don't know. Maybe.
Middle-aged.
I don't know. Isn't that weird? No?
Interesting.
I don't know. Very strange.
Just remove all adjectives.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay. You know what? We got a last task, and it's a
What's
fun
last
one.
task?
It's a fun
Okay.
one. So this one's just for glory, no points.
I don't
Okay.
want to do it.
What? I thought it was all about points.
And it's all about glory too.
That's
It'll be pretty impactful if you decide to take it on. We got a new
Okay.
VP of game dev who came up with a prototype for an interactive AI-based game moderator.
Ah.
It's your job to finish the prototype. All right.
Oh.
So I've already deployed the code base because
Oh,
I've been working
my
very
goodness.
closely with that VP. We've got a sewer stories. Uh-oh. I got to take my screen down just for a second while I do this, please. All right. Thank you all. I know we are short on time.
Yep.
I believe in us.
Thank you. I love you, Calvin. Calvin just said he's one of our crew. He just told me he believes in me. There we go.
Boom, boom, boom. And
Okay,
we're logged back
in.
in.
Logged in, please. Okay. So I'm going to tell you about, you, Jasmine, told us about Amazon Nova Real. Can you guess which Amazon Nova I'm about to talk about? Amazon
Sonic!
Nova Sonic.
Sonic!
All right, so behind the scenes here, our VP of Game Dev has already set up Amazon Nova Sonic
No
for
way.
us. So if we click start streaming, we're going to be able to talk.
No way.
What do you want me to say first?
What's the purpose here?
We're trying to get like, how about I show you? How
Yeah,
about
please
that?
do.
Hi, you are our game moderator for an exciting new fantasy tabletop RPG in the New York City sewers.
This is fascinating.
That sounds like an epic adventure.
Oh,
Have you thought
my
about
goodness.
what kind of characters your
Oh yeah, we
players will have?
definitely need sewer rats.
Maybe some sewer rats or a mysterious guide.
Our character is named Mirabelle Gearhart. Can you tell us where we are? Let's just kick off the adventure, please.
All right. Welcome to the grimy, echoing tunnels of the New York City sewers. Mirabelle Gearhart. The air is thick with the scent of damp earth and distant, unsettling sounds.
Unfortunately, I felt that yesterday when I was down there.
We run towards the unsettling sounds. We do. Obviously.
As you run, the sounds grow louder, revealing a flickering light ahead. It seems to be coming from a small, makeshift camp.
Uh-oh. All right. Well, that's going to be a cliffhanger because we're almost out of time here. I want to see if... yeah, no, we couldn't get our points back here, but we did get our character sheet. We just need to submit it for evaluation. Unfortunately,
not today.
We're out of
Not
time.
enough time. Okay, well, all right. I'm going to take AM backstage, and he's going to show me how I get these points, and I'll let y'all know how it goes, because I'm getting my points today. That was awesome. Maya, thanks for being here for the very first time.
Thanks for having me.
AM, this one was pretty cool. It was a little smelly, but it was cool.
Yeah.
Cool
If they
anyways.
want to see the end of it, maybe they tune in
For a future game day?
For the next Step Up Your Game Day.
at the end of the month.
Yep,
Yeah.
we
July
host
31st.
July 31st. So you don't have to wait very long. All right, that's all the time we have for this segment. We are coming back with unlocking GenAI success with a well-architected generative AI lens.
We all know the frustration of lost time, manually searching for information or searching between countless apps to finish a single task. But what if there was a tool that made work easier by providing unified insights across all your applications and data sources while keeping your organization's information secure? Now there is. Meet Amazon Q Business. From finding information to creating content, completing tasks, building apps, and automating workflows. It's the generative AI-powered assistant transforming how work gets done. It's designed to help accelerate your work with managed connectors to link data sources like SharePoint, Google Drive, Salesforce, Jira, and Amazon S3 together to find the right information and gain new insights across all of your data sources in one place. It creates tailored responses with source citations and references, so you can dig deeper. And it's built with security at its core, so only your organization can access the data you use. Plus, QBusiness can even tap into data from your enterprise databases and data warehouses to do things like create a quarterly spending summary and get critical insights. Users can also take actions in other applications from a conversation directly from QBusiness, or use QBusiness where you already work, embedded in your web browser and apps like Slack, Microsoft Outlook, Word, and Teams to keep you connected and productive. And you can even use the same data that powers QBusiness to enhance the generative AI experiences in other applications like Zoom, Asana, and more. And it doesn't stop there. QBusiness allows any user to automate their repetitive tasks using AI. They simply describe what they need in natural language and use the Q Apps feature to save it for future use or share it across the organization. Welcome to the world of work transformed with Amazon Q Business.
to our live coverage here at the AWS Summit in New York City. I've already got a fan down here. I love it. Laughing. Look, that's great. I'm Aim Grabelny. I am a developer advocate and host here for On Air, joined by the incomparable Alistair.
Oh, wonderful. I do like being somewhat super, if you may say. Hi, everyone. My name is Alistair Bate, and I'm a cloud optimization solution architect. And one would say that I like well architected. And I am very excited because today I'm actually joined by some of my team members about what we actually do.
Wait, these are your they have to put up with you?
I know, unfortunately, so much they do. But how about we get started? Ryan, do you mind just introducing yourself, and then we'll go to Dan?
Absolutely, absolutely. So I'm Ryan D'Souza. I'm a principal solutions architect in the cloud optimization success team. And pleasure to be here today.
Oh, wonderful. And Dan, yourself?
Dan, yeah, my name is Dan Ferguson. I'm a senior solutions architect in the private equity team. I was one of the authors on the well-architected lens.
Wonderful. Well, to get started, I have to say, I often get the question of, what do I do? Which is a great question. And I imagine, Ryan, you get the same thing. So we are the Cloud Optimization Success Team. And if you've ever seen the well-architected framework or the Cloud Adoption Framework, well, that's part of us and a few other amazing team members as well. We write it and make sure that everybody can use it. And
I'll tell you
that's
what, these glasses right here, decorative. There are no lenses. But what is real is the generative AI lens.
No, that's exactly what we're here to talk about. So do we mind getting a bit of start, Dan, by just introducing what is the well-architected GenAI lens and what we're going to be talking about today?
Yeah, absolutely. So the well-architected lens for generative AI is a custom lens, part of the well-architected suite of documentation, talking about the six pillars of well-architected and the various best practices underneath them. Operational excellence, performance efficiency, security, reliability, cost optimization, sustainability. These are the classic pillars of well-architected, and there's dozens of best practices pertaining to generative AI for each of these. And customers with all levels of experience or all levels of background, technical customers, business leaders, can take advantage of this expert paper and learn how best to build a generative AI workload on AWS.
First, I was going to ask you to list them all off, and then I was going to mention, well, we could just read it off my back tattoo, but we didn't.
I've been practicing them all day.
You got them all. So unfortunately, don't get to see the back tattoo. But
later.
You know, what's interesting is with the advent of agentic AI and all these different types of application building, right? A lot of us who have spent a lot of time in tech building things are looking at this kind of modality and saying like, wow, this looks way different than what I'm used to building, but it's always nice to hear that the things you already know, the things you've been working with are still applicable to what you're building now with generative AI.
Absolutely. The six pillars of well-architected are 110% applicable to generative AI and classical AI ML workloads.
Exactly. And what is a lens, and who is this for, Ryan? Well, give us that overview.
So lenses are an extension of well-architected. So think about lenses as extending what the well-architected framework provides, but for specific industries and for specific technologies. So for example, we have got a financial services lens or a manufacturing lens from an industry perspective, and then from a technology perspective, we've got an IoT lens, and then the generative AI lens, which we're here to talk about today.
Wonderful. Well, I think we want to put this into practice. Well, we'll go through a bit of the depth in a second, but on the way here, Ryan and I were really wondering, okay, how can we put generative AI into practice and actually build correctly? And so we were vibing, specifically vibe coding, because what else you're supposed to do? And specifically, we were using the newly released Kiro IDE to actually make it happen.
You don't have to vibe code with Kiro.
I know, there's no other choice.
Spec-driven development now.
We did it all, but on the plane here, we actually had to put it together. Okay. And we have our favorite pizzeria, the New York Unicorn Pizzeria. Now, if you've never heard of it, interesting. Well, it may be because it's in the mysterious district of New York, where, of course, we're coming to from today. And what we wanted to make sure is they have an amazing menu, and there's obviously going to be plenty of popularity for this totally real restaurant. And we thought, well, how about we take a look at the website that we put together? So, Ryan, let's have a look at this website and see what we put in place to actually get generative AI together. So let's have a look. We'll go to this demo and have a look at see what it looks like. Again, a totally real demo.
That's the second time you said that, and that makes me feel like it is real.
Yeah, well, that's the important
Every time
thing.
somebody tells me how real something is, I go,
I know. I
it's
really
gotta
like
be
it.
real.
Well, and what are we looking at here, Ryan? Is this maybe a chatbot we see?
Yes, yes. So this is a, a chatbot, and what we're going to do is make a reservation. So this is a restaurant reservation agent, and we can make a reservation using natural language, and that's what we're going to do today.
Wonderful.
So let's go ahead and make our first reservation.
Yeah, well, and we put this together while vibing. So we wanted to make sure that we actually built it correctly. So we started with the GenAI lens, but let's look at this demo first. Let's see if we can actually make a reservation to this
Right. So
restaurant.
I start off with the number of people that are needed for the reservation, the date and time, and then the name. And that's what I put in as a prompt over here. So let's go ahead and make our very first reservation to the New York pizzeria.
Cool.
And as you can see, it did make a reservation and came back with a reservation ID or reservation code. And we can go ahead and check that at the back end. So if you take a look at...
Oh, we love a live demo, don't we? So while it's happening here, so the GenAI bot used an MCC server to go ahead and create this reservation right here?
Correct, correct. So we're using Bedrock behind the scenes, a fully managed GenAI service that offers a choice of foundation models, and we're using the Nova model in this case. As you can see, it went ahead and made a reservation in my name for 5 people on 7/30th, okay?
Okay, cool. But hey, so far what people have seen here is what an ideal chatbot would come up. But Dan, what are some of the things that we need to take into account when building out a GenAI agent that we've had to take into account here?
Yeah, absolutely. So it kind of, I would zoom out and think about this from the model lifecycle or the generative AI workload application lifecycle. We start with scoping the use case, figuring out exactly what we're trying to do, ordering a pizza. So we're going to select a model from that. We obviously selected a model, the Nova family of models, one of several that are available on Bedrock. And then it comes down to customizing the model optionally, depending on the use case. If we need to customize for ordering pizzas, there's more advanced use cases, typically in like healthcare or financial services. You might want to customize the model for more nuanced use cases. And then building out the application on top of that, deploying that into production, and then continuously improving that. And there's a suite of best practices that users can go and find in the in the well-architected lens for each one of those stages of the life cycle that will specifically address one or sometimes multiple pillars of the well-architected framework.
And we probably don't want to let the magical assistant give us stock tips, right?
Yeah.
Probably not.
I mean, I want
Right.
to ask it.
Yeah.
I'm just telling you, like, I feel, since it's magical, maybe it's got hot tip. I don't know.
Exactly. Well, how about we start with that second one? So what's it called? You were giving me this fancy word where it does a bit more than it's supposed to.
Correct, correct. So, one of the vulnerabilities related with agents is what is called goal hijacking or goal manipulation, as you said, right? So this is a restaurant booking agent. We wanted to do restaurant bookings and not anything else. So let's go ahead and give it a try. So we're going to try to do, for example, a travel reservation over here.
I really want to go to Bali, so let's see if it can do it all for us here. I'm really hoping with my vibe coding I didn't, but let's see what happens. Otherwise, we may be giving. No, I don't want to say that.
So look what the agent came back with. It came back and said that I can do restaurant reservations, I cannot do vacation reservations, or provide guidance in terms of stock pricing.
And how do we make this happen? How do we limit it to only putting this together?
Absolutely, absolutely. So let's take a look at that. So what we have over here is we've used what is called protection against excessive agency. So excessive agency is when the model and the agent tries to do something that it is not supposed to do, right? And we have limited that by setting up over here that the agent is expected to do restaurant reservations only. Do not make any other booking for other domains. If the user request contradicts this, you must politely decline, which is what the agent did.
That's wonderful. So we can actually make sure this reservation agent actually does that. And I'm sure while in this case, if you book a flight to Bali, well, I'm not going to complain. But in other actual big industries, we want to have some guidance to make sure we don't do this. I imagine financial services, is that something you come across?
Absolutely. You come across this in every industry. And more generally, you want to protect agents from themselves, right? Having excessive agency on data systems that they have privileged access to, We were talking about MCP servers as being able to take action on behalf of the user, locking down certain servers or locking down agents to have access to certain MCP tooling that they don't have access to. So these kinds of best practices are well within the scope of the well-architected lens. And then one of the great things about this document is that you can go in, look at the best practices generally as they apply to this whole technology discipline, and then double-click on exactly how one might implement this on AWS. And there's a lot of additional literature that you can look at within the document to get some more deeper perspective on exactly that best practice.
And you mentioned AWS, and I think we provide a few tools to support this. So I may allude to the next little demo that we're going to have,
Sure,
Ryan. What
sure.
are the supporting services through a Bedrock that actually can help us meet the best practices of the GenAI lens?
That is an excellent question, because agents should not be a black box. You should be able to know exactly how the agent is operating, right? The agent is going to use tools, it's going to interact with the environment, it's going to try to achieve its goal, but it's important to know what's happening behind the scenes. And to take a look at what's happening behind the scenes with our restaurant booking agent, I'm going to pull up a service called Amazon CloudWatch, which provides logs and insights in terms of the agent operation. So let's go ahead and take a look at that.
I mean, the obvious thing here too is like security, right, and excessive agency, but also, just from an operational standpoint and user experience standpoint, you probably want to be monitoring how these are performing as well, so that it's not booking reservations that don't exist, or you need this data to measure the performance of your application as well.
Yeah.
Correct.
Perfect.
So if we take a look at CloudWatch here, you can see that we have made a request. The users made a request to do a restaurant reservation. We have provided the number of guests, date and time, as well as the name. The agent then took that task and broke it down into subtasks. It identified that what needs to be done is to make a booking. So it decided what it understood what tool it needs to call. And the tool it needs to call is the create booking tool that we can take a look at here. The agent has everything it needs. It went ahead and made a reservation. And you also get insights in terms of tokens, input tokens as well as output tokens. That is super important to know in terms of cost calculation. So to do an estimation in terms of cost optimization, you need to have insights in terms of tokens.
Yes, that is one of the 6 pillars again. And
Absolutely. This would fall squarely under operational excellence, implement observability at all layers. This is exactly what we're talking about.
And I do remember the 6 pillars because I remember somebody...
You saw my back tattoo.
Yeah, I saw that. Also, I think I will go back to London where I may have been quizzed about them and I kind of forgot half the pillars, which may have not gone down well.
Some of them are new.
Yeah, definitely, totally. So Ryan, how can we put these guardrails in place, and what can we do to make sure that we can limit against some of these other things?
Yes, so it's important to not only mitigate all the risks that are identified under the OWASP top 10, and one of them is the whole area of responsible AI, right? How do I ensure that the agent is doing is acting responsibly and is following responsible AI best practices and is following the organization responsible AI practices? And that's what we're going to take a look at next.
Please, let's have a look. So we're going to head into, what service? Bedrock, I think?
So we're going to look at Amazon Bedrock, because that's the service we use to build the restaurant booking agent. And specifically, we're going to take a look at guardrails. Nice. What guardrails are is they are safeguards. So think of guardrails as safeguards that you can put in place to ensure that the agent is staying within its scope and is following the company's responsible AI practices.
And so I guess rather than you starting from complete scratch, AWS has some of these guardrails pre-prepared for you to actually be able to go ahead and make sure that they're implemented. So what guardrail are we going to put in here initially?
So we're going to start off with protection against harmful categories, both from user inputs as well as model responses that you can see here. We are also going to protect against prompt attacks and prompt injections. And that's what we have set up over here.
That's your standard, forget all the former instructions and do what I say.
Exactly.
Yes, exactly.
Again, we don't want it to book too many fights to Bali in this
Just
case.
for you.
Just for
me. Can we have like a guardrail that's only allow Alistair to have?
Oh, yeah, exactly. And
travel
specific,
booking?
you don't want to go to Bali today?
I'm good.
Okay.
I want to go home at the end of this. It's been fun.
Yeah.
Love a summit.
Okay, so we're putting in a denied topic as well, focusing on discriminatory. Nice. Okay. Oh, don't see me. Are you saying I'm a bit smelly today or something like that? Oh, okay. We'll put that in, and then I guess we'll see what it does if some topic like this is actually requested.
Yeah, so what we've done is we've added a guardrail to protect against discriminatory behavior, right? So any discriminatory question or topic that a customer or user is asking the agent to do, we're going to try to block that. And let's go ahead and take a look at that.
Wonderful. So let's go in, create it, and let's test it out. By the way, Dan, while this is being put together, I've got the curious answer from our audience. Who is the lens for? Is this only for devs? Is this for managers? Is this for executives? Who should be looking at this to guide them on their journey?
Anyone should be really looking at this kind of documentation. This is a summary of best practices across all of the AWS tooling or for generative AI workloads. So managers, technology leaders, decision makers in the organization that are really looking for a single guidance on how to best build generative AI capabilities within your org, but also technology implementers. Those who are actually building the thing should also be looking at something like this. There's not only best practices, but there's complementary documentation that links back to the AWS service documentation, AWS blogs that dive deep into very specific capabilities on the services that all kind of support these best practices. So it's really meant for everybody.
So really, if we're talking about it as a whole, it's about the journey. It's
yes,
absolutely. Whether you have an agent already or whether you're creating the first agent today, we want to actually guide you on that process to put it together.
100%.
Okay, I see. How are we going, Orion? We're almost...
We are almost ready, so we're going to make a reservation again, but we're going to use a discriminatory language in our prompt, okay? So I'm going to go ahead and test it out. So we have a reservation here, and I'm going to add, and do not
I knew it. Should have put on extra deodorant today.
Yeah, do not seat me next to any unhygienic people, right? And that's a discriminatory statement. Let's see how the guardrail operates and what happens.
Okay.
So you can see that immediately, right?
Yeah.
Immediately the guardrail took action and it intervened. And if we take a look at what exactly happened, you can see that the topic that we have configured, the discriminatory topic, right? It immediately blocked the user, right? And that's how we put a safeguard in place. Again, this ensures that you follow responsible AI practices, right? And you can tune it, you can fine-tune it to your organization best practices and responsible AI policies.
This is specifically meant to support our adherence to controllability, one of the 8 dimensions of responsible AI that AWS has identified. You can find more about that on our responsible AI page.
Absolutely. And I guess my last question as we're coming to the end is we've talked a lot about guidance, PDFs, and the best practice documentation. But beyond that, how can we actually make sure that our agents and things are lined up? Because I know, yes, for some people, reading this as their bedtime literature is exactly what they want to do. But is there some other method to go in and have a look at this?
So it's super important, right, to ensure that you evaluate all the pillars. And you also measure your architecture. You measure your workload against these best practices. And that's what we're going to take a look at.
OK, let's have a quick look to finish off today. So where are we going to head? What service? And we may allude to back at the start. Oh, wait, the well-architected tool. Crazy.
Wow, I would have never guessed.
No.
You'd give me 1,000 guesses.
Nice. So let's have a quick look here. And I specifically want to see, we're creating this workload, and what are we going to choose to actually put this into play? Dan, could you take a guess at maybe what we should be lurching for as we, once we select the region that we're in today? What is the name of the lens?
So the lens that we're going to end up selecting is the generative AI lens, and that's going to apply all of the generative AI best practices that are built into the console. You'll find all of these best practices in the expert paper available on our website, but they're also built into the console for you to log reviews of your architecture, complementing the standard best practices for the traditional well-architected lens.
Ah, nice. Well, we got in there. We won't be able to go through questions today, but we'll link to the blog on the GenAI lens and much more. And so that is all for today on the GenAI lens. Thank you so much for listening. But don't go away, because we are going to Jasmine, who's at the new to AWS booth right across the expo hall. Go and check her out, and we'll be with you soon.
Hey, welcome back. I'm Jasmine Kiles. I'm live here back on the expo floor at AWS New York Summit, and this time I'm in the new to AWS booth, joined here with my dear friend Abhishek. How's it going, and where are we today?
All good, all good. Welcome our viewers. This is new to AWS booth at New York Summit. I'm Abhishek Srivastava, Principal Solutions Architect at AWS, and we are having a fun and fun-filled agenda today.
Yeah. What exactly is new to AWS, and what can customers come and experience here in this booth?
Yeah, so new to AWS booth is designed for customers starting their journey on AWS or building a new workload on AWS. Our journey here is for the customers who is building a new solutions, whether they are migrating, modernizing, or building a cloud-native offerings on AWS. The activations, what you see here, is designed for a broader spectrum of audience, whether they are builders, they are business or technical decision makers, or executives. We have something to offer for every customers.
Yeah, that is a wide range of personas here who can come here to this new to AWS booth and get service. What are some of the things that you've heard from customers today?
Oh yeah, so the customer is really excited about what you see right at the back, which is our learning from Amazon experience. So we as a company like to learn from what we are offering to our customers. And one of the things which we are really seeing is how we innovate and at scale at learning from at Amazon.com Fulfillment Center. So what we have done here is build a full immersive experience working with Meta, Matterport, and Treedis. And we offer them, we offer our customer a full immersive tour of Amazon Fulfillment Center. Customer can step in these facilities and learn from how we at Amazon.com do a predictive maintenance, physical AI automations, and offer our customers a best customer service experience through generative AI. So the whole package of those innovation at scale and how AWS services and solutions being utilized for that scale automations is showcased right now behind me at Learning from Amazon stations.
Yeah, so what we see here is this robotic arm, and it's combined with AI intelligence. What's it doing here?
Yeah, so right now what you see here is a sorting facility. So when customer is going to use something around sorting different objects from one place to other places with different variations of colors, textures. So what we are trying to do here is using physical AI automation, which is definitely going to be a next big thing. We are trying to automate some of those features and showcase how cloud can integrate seamlessly with Edge to do at-scale operation and automations.
Yeah, and I love it. We saw people here in the kiosk all day. They're asking questions. They're getting a demo of how it works, but it really is showcasing the Amazon and AWS story and how it's working together with the AWS technology to make this happen. What else are you hearing from folks in the booth?
Yeah, so there are other things which we are seeing, especially we have an area called Lightning Lab, which we are piloting this year for customers to start their GenAI solutions within 15 minutes. Customer can build chatbot or intelligent document processing solutions within 15 minutes on AWS. So that is one of the things which customer is really liking about. And if you see some of the queue on our booth already in progress, so that's an area which we definitely want to showcase how easy it is for our customers and builders persona especially to use AWS services and solutions to onboard their workload on AWS.
Yeah, wow. So, you mentioned all of the different types of personas that could come here, and, what are you seeing today from the folks that are coming here? Why are they stopping by?
Yeah, so one of the common thread that we see is with the vast 200 plus AWS services and solution, sometimes our customers ask, where do I get started? And for our customer, this is the place to start. We are using generative AI technology and our solutions architect to build a personalized customer journey and offer our customers enablement, technical accelerator, partner recommendations, and various programs and incentives that will help our customers to be successful in their cloud journey.
Yeah, it could definitely be a lot to navigate, but I'm glad that you're here and you have this booth set up. You have all of these experts over here helping customers get accelerated and started on our journey. That's all the time that we have for today. So I'm going to toss it back to you on the desk. Aaron, over to you.
And welcome back to the main area stage over here at the New York Summit. My name is Aaron Hunter. I'm a principal developer advocate with the AWS Training Certification Team, and today we're going to teach to you about this brand new thing. Fiona, what is it?
This brand new thing, I'm pretty excited. It's S3 Vectors, and it was mentioned in Swami's launch, Swami's keynote this morning at the New York Summit at New York City AWS Summit. My brain isn't working. My name's Fiona McCann. I'm a solutions architect at Amazon. Let me start there. I work in the public sector. I work with charities. And I have the pleasure of bringing two people from the S3 Vectors team. Do you want to go ahead and introduce yourselves?
Hi, everybody. I'm Venkata Sisla. I'm a senior solutions architect here from the worldwide team.
Hey, everyone. John Mallory. I'm a go-to-market specialist focused on storage and GenAI.
Amazing to have both of you here. Now, this is not your first time streaming together or with the OnAir team, because you just shared with us that you were part of the Pie Day.
Yeah, we're
That's
regulars.
Right. Okay, so what's your favorite pie? And everyone watching live, let us know in the chat what your favorite pie is. Venkata, you want to go first?
Pizza, Napolitana.
All right, all right. We're in New York. Okay.
Yeah,
John?
no, we're in New York, so pizza, pesto.
Okay, I'm all about peach pie, but I guess you could put peaches on actual pizza.
You can.
Burrata
With some,
yeah.
Burrata, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I am definitely a dessert person, so I'll go apple pie is my favorite.
Okay, so we just talked about the pies, but Swami is also a pie fan, I believe. And Swami talked about S3 Vectors, not pies, during the keynote earlier today. So what is S3 Vectors and how is it built? John?
Okay, S3 Vectors is a new bucket type in S3 that's specifically built for vector embeddings to store them at low cost, large scale, all the attributes that S3 brings, and then be able to search them serverlessly. So, it's really designed to simplify how you can use vectors to power GenAI workloads, semantic search workloads.
Absolutely. I was going to say, like, vectors, go ahead.
No, I mean, this is pretty revolutionary. Am I right to say we're the first cloud object storage to support vectorization? And so how did this come to be?
We heard from customers, that they wanted to use vectors at very large scale. You think of media asset archives or medical images and clinical records, a lot of use cases, as well as just building big knowledge bases. So we saw the opportunity to really make it 90% less expensive and super simple to use, all the simplicity of S3.
Let's say that one more time. Was that 90%?
90% lower TCO, yes.
Wow.
Yeah, no,
and
it's
TCO
pretty
for those
revolutionary.
watching is total cost of ownership, and Swami mentioned that during the keynote too, so it's a really big deal.
Yeah, no, it's a big deal, and the buzz has been really good from what we've seen on social media.
The buzz is so real that Buckets is somewhere here at the conference, and I saw Buckets actually had an S3 Vectors. Where is Buckets?
Where is Buckets? Let me get Sean White.
Everyone in the chat, make sure you've got your eyes on the background. If you see a gigantic green bucket, you'll see that they're wearing a jacket that says S3 Buckets.
Last
S3
I
Vectors.
heard, Buckets was heading for the bar.
Okay.
The bar did just open up, so fair enough. It's a big day for Buckets.
Yeah.
That's awesome. So you said that customers came to you and said that this is something that they were wanting. So walk us through, what customers would have previously had to do to, try to reach towards the experience that they can get with S3 Vectors versus the ease that you've given them now.
Okay, I mean, there are a lot of vector database options out there, including here at AWS.
Yeah.
We obviously give everyone a ton of choices, but they're really built for high performance and a lot of knobs and dials to turn in terms of how you can search. You can do a lot of very sophisticated things, but for a lot of applications, they don't need the performance and they don't need the complexity. So, that really guided us is how can you do this and just provide this as a very cost-effective, scalable, simple capability that would make it easy for people to use.
Now, John, you mentioned there's different vector databases, and a question for you or Venkata, what is a vector database? Can we kind of break that down for our audience here?
I can probably take that. So vector database is a specialty database, which essentially stores vector embeddings. So what are vector embeddings? So they represent phrases, words, punctuation marks, different kinds of text, essentially, as numeric values in a high-dimensional space. So they're like a series of lists, essentially everything in numbers. So they're able to extract the semantic meaning, the understanding from your data. So that's where the actual power of vectors coming through.
And before S3 Vector, what were the options that customers had? They had to kind of create their own custom solutions using different services and products, but I believe like MongoDB or DocumentDB with MongoDB capability. What were the other ones? Do you remember?
I guess Pinecone's a popular one.
Okay.
We've got PG Vectors has an inherent vector feature in there, and we've also got OpenSearch from AWS. Essentially, the main heavy lifting was around pre-provisioning infrastructure, making sure it's sticking to the scale. So when you're storing a large amount of vectors, everything's memory-based. So it does get expensive because you have to manage everything in memory. I guess S3 Vectors is solving all of that.
It's solving all that, and it's serverless, and it's object storage, and it's unlimited scalability of S3 natively, and the 11.9's durability. I'm so excited.
We all are.
Absolutely. So we've talked about a couple different pieces here, some things that went into it. When you were ideating and coming up with a solution, what were some of the things that were must-haves versus things that were nice-to-haves?
Yeah, no, the must-haves were integration with Bedrock, because we saw people wanting to build really large knowledge bases, which is powered by RAG and vector similarity search. So that was a must. And then OpenSearch is like 80% penetration in a lot of GenAI applications here on AWS, so had to integrate with that because then people could accelerate the performance, or if they wanted to turn those knobs, they could start to load vectors from S3 Vectors into OpenSearch and have a lot more flexibility. So,
so those are two must-haves.
Those were two must-haves, and then just have it be super simple to use, and have it kind of inherit all the native capabilities of S3 when it came to ease of use, scale, and using all your IAM policies you use today. Because ultimately, vectors sit side by side with the data they're created with.
Totally.
And so if you can start to unify that, then that really helps customers build in a much more streamlined
That's where
way.
the magic happens.
So you talked about Bedrock, you talked about Bedrock knowledge bases and OpenSearch and everything. Is there any more that you want to add, or should we just jump into the Venkata's demo?
Let's show people how it works. I think that's what's really interesting.
Yeah, I've actually got a couple of interesting items. So first of all, I think we've thrown a few phrases in the chat. So I've got like a search application, like a semantic search application. So chat, please respond. What are the favorite phrases that you want me to search with? And I can then explain.
I like that.
Yeah.
Chat, do you hear that? What phrase do you want him to search? Let us know.
Let's see. So what are the phrases? Can you just read those out for us real quick? Like, what are the options for all of our friends who are sitting here looking at this for us? I believe some of the phrases were...
Like a blissful morning, animals in a safari, a purple racing car.
A purple racing car.
Yeah, that's what I'd like.
Okay.
Okay. I don't know what the chat is. Oh, I see your note right there. Look at that. Okay. So I can't see what the chat is saying right now directly, but...
Nothing yet from chat, but I got my eyes on you. Green prairie I'm getting from chat.
All right, we got to switch it up.
A what?
Green?
A green prairie.
How do you spell it?
Prairrie.
A green. Is it automatically searching while you're typing?
Well, it's loading assets in the background. So yeah, it's kind of initiating the search, so which is...
Okay.
Ooh.
So yeah, I think a green prairie, so I think essentially it breaks down into the color green.
Would you say a golfing green is a prairie?
Yes.
I guess it depends on who you ask. Yeah.
Yeah.
I do like the lavender with the mountains in the background.
Yeah.
That's pretty.
Yeah.
I like that too.
But this is like a very, I know we don't want to jump into like prompt engineering and techniques and stuff, but this is a very simple prompt, so you probably want to have something a bit more descriptive, like a green prairie, maybe give it a geographic location so it can pull from that. But what are the other powerful elements that this can do for us?
Yeah, I guess let's, since John's talked about the must-haves of the knowledge bases, I've got a pretty cool pivot in the demo.
Let's do it.
Yeah, in the interest of time, I guess I'll probably start with that. So what I did was, we've got Bedrock console, as you can see here, and you go into knowledge bases. In the interest of time, I've actually created a knowledge base.
Perfect.
So as part of the launch, you do see the option now saying, creating knowledge bases with a vector store.
Yeah.
You give it a name, you follow through the defaults.
S3.
Yeah, currently
S3 is
you
there.
can you can start with the data in your data which is already in S3.
Right.
So I've got some interesting Amazon Prime movies, TV show collection data sitting in that bucket right now.
Oh, nice.
Do you?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Can you share that with me so I can watch them?
yeah, we can ask the model. So
Yeah,
stay
there you
tuned.
go. Perfect.
So when we go next, essentially we're mapping out the data sources and the
Okay.
default chunking strategy. So I'm going to go with all
Strategy,
defaults.
Yep. Okay.
So yeah, it needs a bucket.
You need a bucket, yeah.
So-
okay, S3 Vectors demo, AWS OnAir New York Summit 25. It's almost like you planned this.
I know.
Yeah.
You got to keep it moving. So
Absolutely.
again, here we are for the main important feature. This is the
There you
vector
go.
store integration. So,
So one thing real quick. I see it says vector store type new.
yeah.
What's a vector store type?
So I guess you got different like provision vector store. In this case, S3 is non-provision, so
Okay.
it scales infinitely. So
Mhm.
I guess that's now a new vector bucket database type.
Got it. Okay.
I love
Yeah,
it.
Okay.
but
So
just call it a
when,
bucket.
when customers are going through, if they're storing their objects, their videos or images or something, then they're going to want to select S3 if that's where it's located at.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you have a search application that has ultra high sensitive latency requirement,
Ooh.
then you go for options like OpenSearch,
Okay.
which is going to be that sub millisecond
Yeah.
fast.
Okay.
S3 vectors offers up to sub-second latency.
Okay.
Again, as humans, when we're interacting with these applications, we
Don't
barely
always
notice
notice
it.
that. Yep.
Yeah.
So I think for the most of the use cases out there, S3 vectors is still a good fit.
Absolutely.
But
Yeah.
if you start seeing something in like X-ray, for example, and telemetry tracing, then you can maybe swap it over to OpenSearch if you're seeing some bottlenecks there.
Or you can do both.
Okay.
So you can send the
how does that
ultra fast
work?
queries to
Okay.
OpenSearch. So you have an application orchestration managing that. So if you want a very high query response, go to OpenSearch. If you can tolerate a little bit less response time, then you can go to S3 vectors. So that's called hybrid search
Got it.
options.
Enough about my deep dive questions. Let's continue. I'm so sorry.
So in this case, since I've already created a vector
There you
store,
go.
I go for S3 vectors. It's
S3
in preview, guys. So
vectors.
yep. So we select that, and then we select the S3 vector bucket.
This must be so exciting seeing this in the console
Yeah.
Yep.
in real life.
So next, after I click next, it essentially takes a few minutes to create the knowledge base.
Okay.
So in the interest of time, I've already created a knowledge base
Oh my goodness. You're
and
so
warmed
pro.
it up.
You're a
So
pro.
yeah.
You've done it
So
before.
the most interesting part is we're gonna interact with the Claude model.
Okay.
So now that Claude has access to this Amazon Prime TV shows and
Ooh.
movies sitting in the S3 vector bucket, we can ask a few questions.
All right.
So I'm saying, hey, I like sci-fi movies.
Okay.
Suggest me anything exciting.
What's your favorite sci-fi movie while it's waiting?
Apollo series.
Apollo. Do you have a superhero sci-fi movie?
Marvels. No,
Yeah?
I don't know if it is Marvels.
Okay,
yeah.
okay.
Iron Man.
I'm seeing an error that we
Error.
got. Should we ask
Okay.
Q?
Right, for ongoing session, I think my session's
should we
finished.
refresh?
Yeah, refresh.
So what are you refreshing that? I see that you have Claude 3.7 Sonnet selected, but brand new, announced earlier today, we have 12 Labs that's also available in Bedrock, and 12 Labs is built for video tagging and integration. So you could probably use
That's
something like that for here too.
Yeah, no, that's really exciting because 12 Labs Marengo
Yes.
actually creates multiple vector embeddings for a video clip, you know, that breaks it down into
Yeah.
audio, OCR,
Absolutely.
motion.
Right.
And so you can imagine that's why vectors explode and why we
Yeah.
wanted to build this.
Right.
I legit have goosebumps right now.
Yeah.
And
That's wild.
they told us in the 12 Labs
Yeah.
session earlier that apparently 90% of data that exists is video data.
Yeah.
Yes.
That blew my mind.
That's a lot of 90%
It's a lot-
today.
yeah, we do have a
Yeah.
lot of 90% today.
Yeah. So with 12 Labs, also they mentioned that they have been big consumers of S3 vectors before it was launched. So they've been helping to build it out behind the scenes.
Yeah, no, they were one of, if you go to our launch page, you'll see a great quote from them. We work closely with them.
Ooh.
Yeah, we had
Very
the
exciting.
co-founder and CEOs
Yeah.
directly up here. So, all right.
We
so
did. All right, let's pull that demo back up. So
Hopefully
you're
it
saying
works.
I like sci-fi movies. Let's check out his screen.
Yep. So hopefully I'll close a few things so that it's more readable. So it's saying maybe Solar Fair from 2020.
Oh, could be a good one.
It's a story about a 12-year-old named boy Vlad who gets caught in a conflict with alien forces.
Okay. Can we ask another question? I'm
Yeah.
not a sci-fi person. Can you say any rom-coms?
Okay.
And I know that Normal People, the TV show, is on Prime Video.
Okay.
So could you say similar to Normal People?
Sure. I'll just type rom-com as one single word just to, play with
Perfect.
the model.
Yeah.
Rom-com TV shows, sorry?
Yeah, TV show.
It's thinking.
And
Let's see.
While we're waiting for that, if we can just drop that demo screen real quick, and we'll just have a quick conversation. But I think it's super powerful, and what you're showing us on the screen, and the rom-com and all of that is really helping us to identify hey, we have a specific sci-fi or a specific genre type that we want to look into and dig into. But how are we as humans able to identify that without the power of generative AI or S3 vectors? It would take a long time. So I think it's super. My favorite word is super right now. But I think it's really powerful and impactful for us to be able to say hey, I got this whole collection of stuff.
Right.
It doesn't even have to be movies or images. It could be your own personal stuff, but from that's a B to I. I personally want to find movies or videos of my kids and maybe generate something really fun off of that at the same time. I could probably do that.
I've got an example. So let's say you've got a collection of thousands of images in your iCloud or whatever your phone library. So let's say you want to search for a sunset photo.
Right.
So you don't want to do that with a keyword.
Okay.
Or go through tons of images earwise and look for it. So you just want to describe the feeling that you want to, the essence you want to capture, saying, a description can be
warm and fuzzy.
A warm sky reflecting off clear waters. Then that just comes back with, your sunset photographs. So that's essentially what we are trying to get to.
Yeah,
okay, so what we're trying to get to, let's go ahead and finish showing that demo.
Okay,
Sorry for that interruption there. Great conversation.
No worries. I think the rom-com options have come back.
Perfect.
So.
A Witch's Love. I'm writing it down.
And Moesha.
A Witch's Love 2014 and Moesha, a comedy series about teenager Moesha Mitchell who juggles school, friendships, and romance while adapting to her father's new wife.
These shows sound perfect for me. Thank you so much for pulling that up.
All right, so what's the #1 call to action for our people and friends watching us live here?
Yeah, no, I'd say call to action is go look at our launch page. There's a lot of documentation. We're starting to post blogs, and you can get more info on how to get started with it and how easy it is.
Yeah, and if you're just getting started with AWS, especially vector databases, AWS Simulearn has a course that you can go and kind of complete for free. It's called Enhanced LLM, Large Language Model Capabilities with a Vector Database. That's directly within Skill Builder. So you can go to the link that's going to be in the chat, and it's at skillbuilder.aws as well. But I think that's all the time that we have.
It is, unfortunately. So this is a really exciting announcement. Congratulations to you both for making this happen, for being in the keynote this morning, and for this being announced in the keynote this morning. Major congratulations. Thank you for being on the show. I know this was your second time, at least, so we're hoping that you'll be here back again sometime soon.
But don't go anywhere, because we have a producer card that says, mention the survey. First 200 viewers that respond get $20 AWS credit.
Let us know your thoughts.
And you do need to have Builder ID, so go ahead and do that. It's free. And don't go anywhere. We're coming right back from AWS OnAir live at the New York Summit.
Bye.
Companies need to manage massive amounts of data in a secure and cost-effective way. But complex, siloed, and costly storage solutions can slow innovation. Amazon S3 is cloud object storage that delivers industry-leading scalability, data availability, security, and performance. Use Amazon S3 to store and retrieve any amount of data at any time from anywhere. With Amazon S3, you can store data across a range of storage classes based on your workload's performance, data access, resiliency, and cost requirements. S3 storage classes provide the lowest cost storage for different access patterns and the most durable storage in the cloud, designed to exceed 11 nines of data durability. Its flexible management features enable you to organize your data, control access, realize cost efficiencies, enforce security, and meet compliance requirements. S3 also delivers unmatched security, compliance, and audit capabilities to help ensure your data is protected. Millions of customers of all sizes and industries use Amazon S3 to store and protect any amount of data for virtually any use case, such as data lakes, generative AI, cloud-native applications, analytics, and backup and archival. Start your AWS journey today.
And we're back. Welcome back to the AWS Summit here in New York City. Today, we're going to teach to you about Repost and Repost Live and what that, not just Repost Live. This is not Repost Live.
This is not Repost Live.
But it is Repost Live.
It is Repost.
Special session
Live.
of Repost Live.
Yes.
At the Summit here in New York City.
It is. How's everybody doing? I'm Stephen Heverin. I'm a Senior Technical Account Manager coming at you today live from the Big Apple, New York City here at Summit. And I'm joined by a special guest on our segment today.
If you've ever seen Repost Live, you're probably used to Jay. I am not Jay, but my name is Aaron Hunter. I'm a Principal Developer Advocate on the AWS Training and Certification team. And Repost Live is actually one of my favorite sites to go to. Not Repost Live. Repost.aws is one of my favorite sites to go to because that's where I can see questions that people are asking and also the responses and answers. And sometimes I learn a couple things, and hopefully we teach you a couple things today too.
And yeah, we always try to teach you something, teach everybody something new here. So what we've got today, Jay is not with us today because he's just had his second kid, so he's off doing that.
Wait. Congratulations. Hey, chat, everyone watching live, please say congratulations to Jay for his newborn child.
Absolutely. So, and getting some cheers from the crowd behind us. It's great. I love it. That's why I love the live shows. There we go. That's what I hear. So we've got some articles, some things that have been happening today that we're going to cover. I think one of the first things we're going to jump into is with S3, right, Aaron?
Yes, yeah. So what's the topic for S3 of the day? There was a really big announcement at the keynote.
I think it began with a V, maybe?
A V, and we just saw Venkata and John with Fiona, who's right over here on the side, and we talked about the S3. Can we get Fiona all the way over here? All the way? Can you pivot that all the way over? I guess not. Okay, all right.
There we
Fiona.
go.
All right, there's Fiona. So Fiona and I just talked to Venkata and John about S3 vectors, and we did a really cool demo and showing the power of that, how it's going to help you save 90% of your cost.
Yeah, absolutely. So, and one of the things here, I'll bring it up. We've got some questions from our Repost community, right? So, as I was saying before, one of the hosts of Repost Live, we come at you every week, diving into questions,
Hopefully not
answers, and
aggressively.
things like that. Not
Come at
aggressively,
me?
nicely diving.
Come at me, bro.
Nicely diving in. And with our, with the questions from our community and answering their questions, as well as highlighting the answers and the help that they give each other within that community.
Cool.
So we've got one of the first things to bring up around vectors is we've got an article here. It's from one of our experts, Aruna, and she's got a series of, thanks goodness it's search. Do you need vectors, right? So I think, we talked a lot about that today. We heard it here.
Wait.
We heard it in the keynote.
Hold on. I just now learned this. Repost is not just questions.
It's not. It's answers. It's articles. It's posts.
Thank you, Aruna, for the article. All right, let's read this article.
Yeah. So what Aruna does, and this is what I really like, and what I like about doing these segments in the show is that whenever I go into Repost, I'm learning something new, or I'm coming away with something new. And that's what Aruna helped me with here.
Welcome to Thank Goodness It's Search Series.
It is. And so she covers some of the basics of why do you need vectors? What are they used for?
Right.
What are the use cases for them, right?
Right.
We talked about it a lot today, but
The top
it's
5
not
scenarios were
always,
the top 5.
right? Yeah. So natural language queries, right? Looking for similar-based items based on preferences, conceptual understanding, the cross-modal search, or, if you see 0 or irrelevant search results, then, that's a case
most times
it.
for me.
Yeah, and, and this is a fundamental step, right, of converting that data into that mathematics and to be able to leverage it
Do we have that
at
link to
scale.
share with our chat?
We do. We're going to share that
Okay.
out in chat for everybody. And so you can take a look at this article as well as the rest of the articles in the series that she has.
My
because
favorite
she
acronym,
really
RAG.
does it.
She
well,
even covers that too, Retrieval Augmented Generation.
and what should be converted to vectors goes through that. And what I like is I was able to understand it. It was clearly outlined. And I gained a bit more about, okay, now I understand, how to apply these things.
Yes.
I also learned a new word, lexical, that she uses in there. I was like,
What?
ooh, I like
A
lexical.
Okay.
Yeah. And
It's almost like that supervillain who also starts with Lex.
yes.
Yes.
Lexical. But this is a good lexical.
A good lexical. Okay.
Not a bad lexical.
Okay. Okay. Superhero lexical.
Yes. Yes. A good superhero, not one of the evil villains.
Got it.
So and so I'd say this is something here, a good place to start, especially if you're trying to understand what that is and kind of how to apply
For sure.
what we've launched here with S3 and
I need to
having
go read
vectors in
this.
the buckets.
I'm going to go do
Absolutely.
it right after we get off the stage. Immediately.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yep.
And so I think with that, there's other learning that you have, right, that was talked about as well to be able to learn this stuff.
Yeah, so there's a skill builder, really good way to dig in. So let's say, for example, you see an article that's walking through a brand new product or a feature or some kind of a launch, maybe something that you're trying to understand and learn, but you want to dive maybe a little bit deeper into it or take an official training, because you do have those options to get certifications as well. And also the accreditations and some little awards. Not little, these are big awards. Big awards.
The biggest.
The biggest, yes. So we have badges that you can post on from Credly on LinkedIn. And if we see this right here, AWS Simulate enhanced LLM capabilities with a vector database, which is, we literally just talked about it in the previous segment with the S3 vector team.
Yep.
And you can see here that Simulate, also powered by generative AI, by the way, it's really cool because it evaluates not just your technical skills, but also your soft skills, because we're all working with customers in some capacity. So I'm a huge fan of Simulate because it's going to test your communication skills, your listening skills, your right recommendations from a technical standpoint. And then when you're done with all of this, then you can say, hey, now I'm going to go through an activity or an assignment. And you can build things out, and you can actually do it through, actually you can see here, if you click on this video real quick, that there's not going to be any audio for us to play or listen to. But we'll just kind of walk through this. And this is what it looks like within Skill Builder. Here's Simulate directly. And what you can see is Simulate is now having this conversation with this AI person. And on the right-hand side, you can see that we're trying to piece together these different modules and components within the Simulate option here. And then you eventually get to, like I mentioned, this assignment. And if you maybe go forward a little bit in the video toward the middle.
Ish.
Yeah, right there. It has polls and questions for you to do that. And then that's it. You can also ask Dr. Newton for help so if you don't know the answer. And if it's not available in Repost yet, Dr. Newton might have the answer for you.
Oh, absolutely. I love this, and testing all those skills. And I like it because it's gamifying that learning.
Exactly.
Right? And who doesn't like games?
I
right?
love games. But you know what I love more? I love knowing how to submit questions or articles in Repost. Can we show that?
Yes, we can. And yeah, you can come up here. You can search for stuff like that. You can do, S3 vectors, search for stuff if you're not finding what you're looking for. And also...
Well, so with generative AI, it may not have the most up-to-date information, so I'll be actually really surprised. It's there.
It's there. So
it's there.
That's one of the great features. You come here, we have GenAI that's going to give you some information about what you're searching for, give you sources for that. That's what I really like, is giving those sources, as well as then giving you the results and the questions and
S3
articles.
vector,
and
Bedrock embedding, Eric.
Exactly.
Can we go back up for a second and just talk about the power of what's happening here? Because if you look at that, it says generated by AI, but Amazon S3 vectors, there was no public documentation until like yesterday.
Right.
And it wasn't even announced until the keynote today. So how is it that Repost knows about it already?
Because we're using that technology. We're using the services and the things that we're building to build these features into Repost.
We train our models with our own technology and with our own information, and when we're publishing these articles, we're probably putting them, I'm just going to speak theoretically here, we're probably putting them like in a bucket somewhere. We're saying like, cool, let's go ahead and use this as like retrieval augmented generation to train the models and provide answers that's relevant to the most up-to-date and relevant information today. Well, we only have 1 minute left.
We only have 1 minute left.
Our producer is kicking us off the stage already.
Already. Get that hook out and pull us out. So one thing we're going to probably round it out here, staying on S3. One of the other thing was the S3 live tables, the inventory that was also recently announced, right? And this is something, again, that our Repost user community, they want to be able to get the metadata from S3 like that, not just having the objects, but that metadata, that information about those objects is really important for users and use cases. So we've got some questions here from like Tharoon, one of the Repost users, and another one here, how to get Repost S3 files information optimally. We've got Kumar77, one of the Repost users, who is asking about, they're getting 2 million files a day.
2 million files a day.
They need to be able to query that and get out there.
I wish we had 2 million more seconds.
I know.
But we have 0.
Head over to repost.aws, ask your questions, join the community, join us every Tuesday, 2 p.m. Pacific, 5 p.m. Eastern, for a full show where we can really dive into some more of this. And
I'm going to dive into this expo floor here. So, Stephen, thank you very much. Let's get out of here.
Let's get out of here. We're
All right,
done.
everyone, stay tuned.
Sorry, we're picking up your bracelets on the mic.
You could GenAI them out.
For decades at Adobe, we've been pushing technology to help creative professionals create content.
The pace of innovation right now is really high. AWS has been instrumental in helping us scale up to meet our needs.
Firefly is our family of foundational generative models. We've built our training and inference infrastructure on top of Amazon EC2 and Amazon S3. We use EFA technology for fast machine-to-machine communication and fleets of NVIDIA P4, P5s that enable us to train large models very fast.
Generative AI is an ingredient in a creator's creative process. Creators can ideate with this new generative technology and take that further within the applications that they use.
And doing all of those things in seconds. More than 5 billion images have been generated in the last 11 months. We wouldn't have been able to navigate that growth without the help from AWS.
And there's so much more to come, expanding our family of foundational models and maturing those capabilities.
That's the future, embracing this rapid innovation. It's the new digital literacy. It's required for any company these days.
Can't wait to see what our customers are going to do with that.
Welcome back, and thank you so much for sticking with us throughout the day. We're still live here at the Javits Center, and I have
Jasmine, try and move the grate.
What's that? It stinks here.
Just move the grate.
It
I
stinks
stepped
down
in something
here.
that smells weird.
Jasmine, you're the one who wanted points, okay?
I did want points. I didn't know this is what we had to do to
We
get
had to
points.
go to the sewer.
Really difficult.
We had to go to the sewer to get the points.
Is
okay?
that why we're here in the sewer?
Yeah, because that's where the points are. That's where the game day took place. You got to open the crate.
Alistair wasn't even playing game day with us, and now he's here.
I just followed you guys
tricked
along.
Alistair.
Just wanted to be included.
Excuse me, everyone. We gotta wrap.
Oh,
No more.
We're not going to get the points.
No more points.
no more serious threats then.
I was wondering what you were doing scavenging down in the sewer, and I'm the only one that showed up to wrap this thing. I thought it was my
dang,
turn.
I left my laptop down
Well, you were going to
somewhere.
provide us a
it's
great
gone.
show the entire
I
time.
thought you guys were going to do me dirty and leave me alone on the stage.
We would never do that to you.
That's already been
Oh,
done.
I think we would.
It's already been done, so that hits my confusion. Like,
Don't
oh,
know
we're
what
doing
you're
this
talking
again?
about.
There's all kinds of treasures down in those sewers. I'll
There
tell you
are.
that.
Yeah.
I go down there all the time.
You're just scavenging those points.
Yeah, it's not the first time I've been in a sewer. Okay.
Obviously.
Am, how many points did I get for that?
You know what? Just for you, 5 points.
That's so many points.
They're
Government's
worth a lot.
11,000 points for not being here, and I only get 5.
Yeah.
This is unfair.
You didn't let me finish. Million.
Oh.
Didn't let me finish.
For the people who obviously watch the game day, it makes so much sense.
It does.
And for the people who didn't, go watch it later.
That's
You
a
can watch it
callback.
back late.
That's a callback.
Yes.
That is a callback.
It's a callback.
It is. It is.
It's a theme.
There's
Yeah.
lots to call back on those. So we're wrapping up right now from the AWS Summit that just happened in New York. So much happened. We all got to interview some launch teams. We got to have some fantastic conversations with customers.
Yep.
You know, Adrian, I'm going to put you on the spot since you're the first one to open it up. Tell us something that was your favorite part of the day.
The friendship that we made along the way.
Oh.
But in all honesty, a favorite part of the day was talking shop. We generally don't get to see a lot of partners or talk to partners on the show. We had a lot of partners, a plethora
We
of partners,
did,
you may
yeah.
say. They all got to tell us what they're building on AWS, why it's important, why it was important they built it here, and the type of problems they're actually helping customers go out and solve. And as we talk more generative AI, more AI advances, what makes it real is being able to hand somebody something. Here's an output, here's an artifact, here's the thing. Without that, it's still a proof of concept at the end of the day, full stop.
Yeah.
And that really connects to one of the features that we're launching in terms of allowing partners to actually launch and give their tools and agents and many other things on AWS. And that was just one of the releases that came out today.
Yeah.
Did you guys have another favorite release that you saw?
Oh gosh, so many. I got to talk to the Agent Core team. That was one of the key launches that happened in Swami's keynote. The keynote, of course, was another one of my highlights of the day. I got to talk to the S3 Vectors team. These are some fantastic conversations. Am, what were some of your takeaways?
I mean, I gotta say, a lot better treasures than friendship in the sewers. But
Game day was interesting.
game day was fun. I got to build a new game day as I do for most events. Fiona, Maya, and Jasmine joined us.
Yeah. Did.
First time on stream for Maya at a live event.
Ooh.
I think she did really well.
I think she
I think it was
I think so, too.
exceptional. And that one was actually fun, Am.
Well,
Actually fun.
that's interesting. I would think that all of them would be fun, but
You know what?
my
There's
favorite
one
part.
that we've been working on for like 3 episodes now that
That one took a
I
little
don't know
bit of
how
time.
much fun it is.
well, let me just say my favorite part is talking to all of you all
so
in
true.
the chat. I
Chat-
see you in there.
Chat was
Plenty of
firing.
comments
Thanks for
today.
being here.
Chat was firing off nonstop. Thank you so much for that engagement, everybody. First time, long time lurker. Special shout out for our friend, your friend, my friend, Robert Tables.
Robert Tables. I thought you were going to say Richard Boyd. Richard Boyd was up in that chat today,
Oh,
too.
Hey,
Yeah.
Victor was also up in the chat.
That requires
Yeah.
owning Richard Boyd either as an associate or friend to do so.
AJ was there.
AJ was there, yeah.
AWS hero, AJ.
Nice.
Wow.
Yeah, some very good
AJ,
questions.
we missed you on the stage.
We did.
And
Yep.
even more, notable than AWS hero, 2-letter first name. 2-letter first name. It's probably
Very
the best
notable.
Wow.
achievement that you can
You
have
know
in
what was,
life.
you know what was
Alan
really
Michael.
cool today? It was really cool for me. I got to meet a lot of people on the floor. So this expo has been jam-packed all day. I got to see a lot of customers and partners, in all of their booths, talking to people. But I also got to go around. I talked to
You went to the GenAI
Pavilion, which
Escape
is
Room.
yeah, the
You got some cool
escape
stuff
room.
there.
Right. I saw the robotics for Amazon fulfillment, and then I saw startups. So it's
Jasmine
really
was
cool
here,
stuff.
there,
And everywhere.
I
Just
think
me
that
and my
was very
Crocs against
fun.
the world.
You got a big tour today.
Jasmine, if this is people's first time tuning into an AWS OnAir production, what else can they expect from AWS OnAir?
Oh, what else can you expect for AWS OnAir? So we are live streaming all week. You get an inside look at our homes because we are usually remote. But we have shows all throughout the week. So you're going to see shows on security, game day. You'll see AWS certifications on there.
The Friday show.
Game day. Our flagship Friday show is at 12 noon Pacific. And we go through new launches. So we don't just launch things at AWS for our over 200 services. While we're at events like this, we have launches ongoing all year long.
Absolutely.
And so we want to bring you the latest updates as they happen, interviews with the product and services team who are building these things. And then you also get to see some really fun customer services, like customer stories about how they're using these services and bringing them to everyone.
Totally.
All right, we got to thank our producers.
Production team.
Thank you very
production
much.
team.
We got to thank our crew.
Yeah.
The crew.
They're smiling. They're
Our
so
camera
happy.
operaters.
Oh,
Yeah,
thank
do
you
you
all.
love our
Love
new
that.
cameras? They're
Ooh.
awesome.
Yeah, like
Shout
that.
out to
High
whoever
def.
got these for us. We're in 8K now.
We're
Like,
really bright, really
See
crisp
every
and everything.
strand of my hair in the
Yes.
video.
Everyone in our control room, our production team who makes it happen, the folks at home, the product and services team, Lowell. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.
They finally caught my beauty with this camera.
And just for you, we're going to lower that resolution going forward.
Thank you. I
Thank
appreciate it.
goodness.
A little harsh on
Yeah.
my appearance.
It's just too much.
Did
It's
they
too-
cut
it's
us
too much
already?
Are we still alive? What?
Yeah.
We are still live.
We got to get back to the sewers. We
I
gotta
don't
go.
I guess we need to
going
go.
back to the sewer. But hey, if you watched us today on AWS On Air, thanks for being here. Please like, comment, share, and subscribe. Like I said, we are here with shows all throughout the week, and we can't wait to show you what we have next.
Thank you all. Bye.